All right, just making sure I'm live on both places. Did it go to both? I only see live on one place. Hold on. This is how I go. This is how I do it. I boomer it. I'm supposed to be live on Rumble as well, and I only see YouTube. So hold on. Did I forget to add it? I did forget. There we go. Now I'm live in both places. Welcome everyone to Talk with Sally. Tonight is not a serious stream. I have some fun guests. LegalVices, when he wakes up, I think he'll be joining me. For now, I have the wonderful Steve Gosney, and we have no agenda, and we are just going to have fun tonight. So I'm going to bring him on. And yes, I'm always nervous when I go live for some reason on YouTube, and I don't know why. In 5 minutes, I'll be fine. Welcome,
Okay.
Steve.
How are you?
I'm good.
Yes.
What was I going to say? So anyway, tonight I am not monetized on YouTube, but follow me. I want to try to get my watch hours up. So even if you guys walk away, just leave this playing in the background. I am monetized on Rumble, so you guys can send me Rumble rants. For every $100 I get, I will. Okay, I couldn't do hard alcohol because would get too wasted. So, because I'm a lightweight on that, but I have beer for every $100. I will chug this whole entire, and this is not 12 ounces, this is 16 ounces. I will chug this whole entire beer. And I also have PayPal, Cash App, and Venmo. And all of them are Talk with Sally. And I'll put up a banner. Anyway, Steve, tell us about your book that we got you to your goal today.
Right. Well, we were talking about Jeff on LegalVices. He's been so nice to me, and I don't know what I've done to deserve his friendship. But first of all, he's introduced me to a lot of interesting people, and he's just always seems to be attracting fascinating, I'd say, talent, and so I've made friends and contacts through Jeff, and of course, he's also really helped me sell my books before, and then so I was thinking about, well, would you do my book release party for my latest book, which is Brucey the One-Eyed Wonder Dog, which I just got this one. This one is one of one. This is the printed proof copy that I have. They send you one book printed to make sure it's all correct. Has all the pictures correct, and everything looks good. And once you get this and it looks good, you give it the thumbs up. And after we got done, I placed the order for my first load of books, 150 books. And so based on the stream, because I had a goal. Well, it's interesting because Jeff invites me on, or he agreed to host that. And he was, like I said, I don't know what I've done to deserve him, but he helped me out. And I'd set a goal of 45 books. I needed, and because that was my break-even number to get the book so that it was a break-even deal, right? And we hit that goal at like 4.5 hours. And then I was like, okay, well, then I'm like, well, Jeff, we can end the stream or whatever. But then he just keeps talking. And of course, he's my host and he has already given me everything that I expected or wanted or hoped for. And so we just started talking, just like guys do. And we were just talking like music and movies and all kinds of stuff. And so we went on for 9 hours. So we did
You guys
double.
were. How do you guys get away with playing music on YouTube without getting dinged?
I don't know. I want to know that too. He was saying like he was getting warnings when he was playing, and he would stop it when he get the warning. I don't really know how that works. Maybe he could explain it to me. But hi,
I think it's like
Julian.
5 seconds.
Yeah. So I don't know, but we and I'm like, well, he's going to it's his stream. He was hosting, and he's like, I don't care about demonetization. I'll just do it. So he just did it. So I was like,
He's so
okay, well, while
funny.
you're doing it, let's look at this one. And so we did all this stuff about music. But the point, and we actually ended up selling 51 books. And so that was great. And I really, Jeff, I really hope he makes it. But I don't know. The guy's a beast. He went on and on. So I was happy to be there with him.
Fifi, I either platform that works for you, watch on whatever platform, Rumble or YouTube. I've got both chats opened, so I am
Although
paying attention.
Rumble Rants, I think can you get Rumble Rants?
Yeah, I can
Yeah,
get Rumble Rants.
not only can you get Rumble Rants where YouTube, you have to have a certain threshold, but also Rumble gives you, I think, 100% of your of the. So when you donate $10, it's $10, whereas YouTube
Yeah,
takes like I think 30%, so you only get 70% of that.
yeah,
So I actually built my stream. I'm mostly on Rumble, but
yeah,
people, there's a lot of people that don't access Rumble, don't like it or whatever. So I secondarily stream on YouTube. Jeff did his whole thing on YouTube, but
yeah,
we'll see how that goes. But I'd rather go because I think Rumble is more of a free speech platform. I also
yes.
stream on Twitter. I don't know if anybody watches me on Twitter. I don't even check it, but I just
I'll have
do
to
it
check
because it's
and
easy
see.
to click there. Hmm?
Yeah. No, I haven't learned how to stream at the same time to Twitter yet. I need to learn how to do that. I probably just need to set it up in StreamYard. Is that, or do you
Yeah,
have,
you
what do you
just
have to
click
do?
on you set it up. Once you set up YouTube, it's easy. You just click it over. Um,
But Twitter though, Twitter, is it the same?
Yes, LC is funny. Jeff was fanning over Tiffany. Yeah, it was funny. That I think you're alone now. I mean, we were
Oh,
going
I
through
love
music,
that
and he
song.
started fixating on Tiffany, and he wouldn't get off it. He's like, "I want to watch this whole thing."
That's funny. Thank you, Julian, for the 10 mother flippin' birthday. I gotta
Yes, happy
take a
birthday, Talk with Sally.
thank you for the Rumble rant, Julian. I appreciate you. Let's see if I can copy this and paste it over to.
Yeah, I know that's the thing. StreamYard doesn't work with Rumble as well as I'd like, but yes,
So
thank you, Julian.
so what I've started doing is I take, if there's like a Rumble rant or a chat that I want people to see, I copy from Rumble and then I paste it into the StreamYard chat and then I can post it.
Right, I do that sometimes also. Very good.
Yeah.
Yes, so Jewel, but that's very, very nice. And so one of the things, Sally, you were telling me about, one of the reasons, you invited me on, and I'm always like I said, I love people are so supportive of me, and I always feel like I owe everybody at least one stream, right? So
Yeah.
so but when you were talking about history,
Yes.
and I was, everybody knows me for law and writing books and prepare and ideas and answers or music or this thing, but I have a huge interest in history, and no, I never get to talk about it because I don't know, I just don't. Um, but we were,
Tell me,
I
so you were to, oh, sorry, go ahead. Keep going.
yeah, I can talk forever on anything, you know that, right?
You love it. Yeah, love it.
But yeah, so
So
I've when I was my wife is well, I'll show you the first thing. I don't know, did I show
okay.
you this? Did I show you this here? So this is my wife's father, and he was a Filipino
Oh,
guerrilla.
wow.
He was a Filipino guerrilla fighter in World War II. And then after the war, they integrated the Filipino guerrilla fighters into the regular U.S. Army. And when they had Operation Magic Carpet and all the Americans flew home, the
Explain it, explain that. What, that carpet, what is that?
Magic
Operation
Carpet was
Carpet.
after Japan surrendered, and we had
Okay.
all these troops overseas, right? Then
Uh-huh.
we had to bring all these troops home from overseas. They were all over, millions of people overseas. And so they called the Operation Magic Carpet. They brought all these people back on ships and planes and everything else. Well, the troops that occupied Japan were Filipinos, a lot of them, or other.
Okay.
And so what happened was my stepfather, right, father-in-law, my father-in-law, uh, Pio was an occupier in Okinawa. So
Oh,
he was
really?
in Okinawa for like 2 or 3 years, and he got really friendly with the Japanese people. Now, I will say, if you know your history, Japanese were not very good people to the Filipinos during World War II. It was quite a brutal
Okay.
occupation, and her mother was brutalized in a lot of ways as a little child by the Japanese occupiers in the Philippines. But the father
Really?
lived in Okinawa for a couple of years and got very really liked the Japanese people, and that's why my wife's name is a Japanese name and not a Filipino name. What is it? It's Spanish or whatever. But
Uh-huh.
so that's kind of an interesting. And when I went to the Philippines, I actually got to go to Corregidor Island, and Corregidor Island is amazing. If anybody, the Filipinos, I don't think really appreciate the history. They're very forgiving people. They're very in the moment people, very happy people, and they've forgiven the Japanese. And these historical sites are right there in Manila Bay. Corregidor Island is right in Manila Bay, and it's an amazing journey. If you ever get to Manila, go to Corregidor Island. And it's a battlefield. It's actually 2 World War II battlefields, and the island is almost perfectly preserved from the battle. So after the battle, it was just abandoned, and everything's still there. It's incredible. It's a fortress island in the mouth of Manila Bay.
So tell me the name of that island real quick. I'm gonna Google it and see if I can
Corregidor.
pull
It's
up
called
a
the
picture.
Rock. If you look
It's
at it,
called,
go look it
how do
up
you
on
spell
Google
it?
Maps. And do you know how to present?
That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna post it so people can see what we're talking. When I talk my history stuff, I like to pull up a map and kind of see, kind of orient where we're
Well, there's
talking about, and what region.
Bataan and Corregidor. A lot of people have heard of the Bataan Death March. And the
Right. Oh,
Bataan
I've
Death
heard of that.
Yeah, okay, well, pull up a map of Manila Bay and Bataan.
Manila Bay.
Yeah, it was the
Is
largest
it
American surrender in
Bataan
World War.
or Bataan? Manila Bay.
Bataan,
Oh,
B-A-A-T-A, or B-A-T-A-A-N.
okay.
B-A-T-A-A-N.
Okay. Okay. Bataan March. Okay. Battle of Bataan. Okay. Let's see.
The
Let's go to
battling
map.
bastards of Bataan. They said, no mama, no pocket papa, and no Uncle Sam, right? Because they were left alone to fight on their own against the Japanese for months
Wow.
as they fought. Bring up the map, and I'll show you what where it is and
Yeah,
why.
I'm gonna show you right here. Let's see, StreamYard, share.
Or I could do it if you want me to do it. Here, let me do it.
Oh, I've got it. I've already got the map pulled. You can drive too. You drive because you can explain it. But yeah, go ahead. That way you can drive from your end of it.
Let me see here. Okay, yeah. So
Thank you,
I'll share here.
JKD Bucks. Thank you for the happy birthday wishes.
Okay, can you go there?
Yep, I'm presenting right now. There we go.
All right, so if you look here,
I didn't mean to do that.
Yeah. All right, so there's Manila. If we back way out, can you see that? That's Luzon. That's where my wife is from. And if you move in, see there's Manila Bay,
Uh-huh.
right? Keep moving in. All right. Can you see my pointer? No?
Yeah, I can see it. I can
Okay,
barely see it, but I don't.
This is Corregidor Island right here.
Okay.
See there? So if you back up, the Bataan Peninsula is up here. You see, this is Bataan, this peninsula, right?
Uh-huh.
And so so Manila Bay is a huge and the perfect natural harbor. It is a perfect natural harbor. It shields from the storms. You can park a whole Navy. This is a huge area, probably 20 miles across, maybe. But
Oh,
you see, if you
wow.
control this island right here, Corregidor Island, you control that island. You control Manila Bay because a ship can't cross through here without passing Corregidor. So they have these big guns. You see the guns here?
Yeah.
Gun, right? That is one of the guns. They have guns that you can battle the ships right here. Oh, and there's Fort Drum right here. Look at this. Fort Drum. Take a look at this.
Wow.
This was a battleship built on an island.
Really?
Built on an island. Look here. See? Like here, look at that. See, that was an island. And look at the it's all destroyed. This is still right there from what it was. So they actually had 4 islands in Corregidor or in Manila Bay that were fortified. the big one being Corregidor Island. And so this island also, not only did the artillery keep Japan from utilizing Manila Bay, but Bataan, the army on Bataan, fought against the Japanese, and the Japanese were moving in. That was the plan, was to move out of Manila and defend this peninsula from the invasion. And that's what that was, they called, I think it was Code Plan Orange by Douglas MacArthur when the Japanese invaded. And the Bataan defenders held out, 75,000 troops held out for months, and until they surrendered. Now, when they surrendered, they were basically out of food and ammunition. And the other thing is the Japanese eventually knocked out the artillery supporting Corregidor Island, which I'll tell you about in a little bit. But when they surrendered, it took them 2 weeks to evacuate this peninsula of all the troops. The Japanese did not understand, and it was called the Death March, the Bataan Death March. And that is all of those troops marched from this point all the way up here to, where is it? Somewhere up here. I forget exactly where it was, but way up, like basically 80 miles without water, without food, in the tropical heat. And these people were already starving. So this was, and then Corregidor held out for another month and eventually surrendered. And so this was a 75,000 troops surrendered to Japan. Only 2/3 of the people that had surrendered, I believe that's the statistic, survived the war. So 1/3 of the people that surrendered here died. I think that it might be the other way around. Actually, it's a good question. Check my facts there. But a huge number of people did not make it.
Blow up your map so I can see it oriented to the United States or to
Okay, so
the world, because that's
here's the
okay there. Yeah,
Philippines.
okay.
There's
Okay.
Australia, right? Japan,
Okay. Okay.
Taiwan, China.
Okay.
You see there? Now,
Uh-huh.
the reason this was important, see, there's Manila Bay right there.
Yeah. Yeah, you can see that.
Now, the thing is this is important because down here, this is Brunei, the Sultan of Brunei. This is where the Japanese were getting their oil. So to feed their ships with their oil, their navy,
Oh.
they had to pass right past the Philippines, you see. Luzon controls this area. See here, this is why this is the South China Sea that's so contested right now.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, so that's when they're saying the South China Sea, when everyone is, like, getting in position with warships and whatnot, and that's what the big
Right,
deal is right
because
now
see here, this is
currently.
the area, Spratly Islands.
Uh-huh.
These are the Spratly Islands. That's where China is building all their little bases. These are Filipino
Okay.
controlled, Filipino owned,
Okay.
right? But they're
But
building
China's
these bases
So
here.
China right now, are they occupying, have they done kind of like the road initiative where they've funneled money in there to
They're
where
doing
now
that, but
they're obligated?
they're also building bases on these islands.
Okay.
They're building the islands with sand. Talk about environmental catastrophe. They're burying these reefs with sand to build airstrips and stuff on the Spratlys. But look where it is. So it's very threatening. But this
Yeah.
is, anyway, back to World War II. So there's Corregidor Island. So I visited Corregidor Island. Now, if you look at it here, this whole thing, all of these are batteries. See, Battery Grubs, Battery Way. And well, look at this, for example. Look at Battery Way. This is amazing. I visited this. So these
Okay.
was artillery that supported Bataan Peninsula. Okay.
Uh-huh.
So this is see now, look at how they're down. These guns are still pointing towards Bataan Peninsula. And if you look at these walls, they were the Japanese attacked this. These guns were still firing when the Japanese attacked. The last move that the defenders of this island did was to disable these guns, destroy them, and throw down their firing pins. And these soldiers were killed by the Japanese right here. And you can see the bullet shots on the walls where the Japanese came in. 2 of these guns were disabled by Japanese warplanes, but they were still firing when they were killed at their post. and see how it's buried in here.
I'm gonna pause you for 3 seconds and bring Vices on real quick.
Okay, this is just an
Vices
amazing
finally
book.
made it. Welcome, Vices.
Hello. How is everybody?
Get a nap?
Jeff, where have you been all day?
All day. Hi, everybody.
I'm just talking
Welcome.
Corregidor Island. Have you been
Yes.
to the Philippines,
No.
Jeff?
Nope, I have not.
So these then you can go and visit. Now here's the top side. This was the site of this is the lighthouse right here. And the whole thing is here. You can see this is called top. So this is looking from the top.
Well, that's
of
a good name for
Corregidor
it then.
Island. Huh?
If it's called Topside and that's looking at the top, it's a pretty good name.
Yeah. And
Appropriate named.
yeah, let me see here. There's so much. I mean, it's hard to even understand how amazing this area, this thing is. If you're in World War II, but now here, let me show you this. This is the tunnel that MacArthur evacuated from because Douglas MacArthur was in Corregidor, and he was ordered by FDR to leave. And when he left, he came out of this tunnel and left Corregidor, got on a PT boat. Here's the tunnels that are underneath this mountain. It's an incredible sight. It's hard to even understand how these are the barracks that were bombed by the Japanese, and they're still right there. You can go and visit all these things.
How big is it? How big is the island? Do you know square foot wise or mile wise?
Well, let's see here. Is there a measuring stick somewhere? Let's see. Where's the map gauge here? Okay, so can you see down here on the end? Can you see the mile? Can you see the measuring? Okay, so this is 1 mile down here.
What can I see?
Down on the bottom right.
The scale.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Right, so it's maybe 3 miles long.
Oh, it's not very big.
No, and that's what he said when he said, "I shall return." Right, that's when he left Corregidor Island. He went back to Australia, as he was ordered to by FDR, and he said in Australia, "I shall return." Not we shall return, but I shall return. Great character. And so this is Corregidor, and you can see Bataan. So when the Japanese evacuated, all the Filipinos and the Americans, because 50,000 of those troops were Filipino, and that was a colony. That was a territory of the United States at the time, right? So 50,000 Filipinos, 25,000 regular American troops evacuated along this beach. And our tour guide at the time, let me see if I have. Oh yeah, look at this. Do I have? No. That's. I don't have the pictures here. I don't think.
Are you drinking coffee, Jeff?
No, it's water.
Oh, water. Why would you
Yes.
drink water?
After drinking a lot of alcohol, coffee is also a dehydrating diuretic. So
Yes.
you got to hydrate with water first.
Are you done drinking for the day?
Yeah.
You are?
It's 10:30 a.m. So
I see.
yeah.
Here's some of the guns, naval guns, and there's the entrance. Amazing. Anyway, I don't know how much you want to talk about it, but I find this stuff great, and it was a moving experience. Our tour guide was a child and witnessed the Bataan Death March, and would take little balls of rice wrapped in banana leaves and throw it into the path of the soldiers to try to feed them, try to give them food. And if the Japanese soldiers caught them, they would bayonet them, and they would bayonet the soldiers. And in fact, the soldiers tried to stop and get water. They'd bayonet the soldiers. And it was a brutal. Who's that? So, anyways, and if you go there, you can see this battle. And there was 2 battles of Corregidor. The first one was when the Japanese came in and eventually took that island. It was a bloody battle all the way. And then there was also a battle where the Americans came back in and took Corregidor Island. And that was an airborne operation, wherein what they did is they circled all their boats like they were going to invade on the beaches. And the Japanese commanders stood on the top side, and were looking with their glasses. And all the soldiers went down to the beaches to defend the beaches. And then the Americans came over with airplanes and dropped soldiers onto the top side and killed all the commanders in Japanese.
Wow. Probably would have been more efficient to drop bombs.
Well, no, because they were
Instead of
they wanted to
soldiers.
occupy it.
Oh,
And
yeah.
bombs were not as accurate. Like, it took them months to attack those guns because the bombs were not like accurate like they are now today.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was just a joke. You said they dropped like soldiers, like instead of bombs, they dropped soldiers. And
No, they were parachutists.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So amazing thing. You can see all these places. It's World War II. It's just preserved. It's one of the best preserved battlefields you'll ever see. And you can go there and you can walk around and see all these places where they're still happening, and these guns that are still pointing at. Well, there's one place where this battery Geary, I think it's Gad Geary or one of the batteries, where the Japanese hit it with a bomb. It was a 8-gun battery, and these huge guns were thrown hundreds of yards into the cement, and the guns are still sitting there, where it was just thrown by the blast. But cheers. Anyway, I'm just talking. This is Gosney. I can talk about anything forever.
You're fine. Steve, have you always lived in Florida, or have you lived other places?
I was born and raised here. I went to law school in Virginia for 2 years, but
okay,
my whole life, really, I was born and raised here in Daytona Beach, Florida.
Daytona. I like Daytona. They have some good shopping spots. Is it the swap meet they have on the weekends? I think there's a big, huge swap meet out there.
Oh, the flea market. Well, there's two sides of Daytona. There's the tourist Daytona, and then there's the locals Daytona. It's really kind of a small town relative to, Jacksonville, Orlando, Tampa, Miami, all those big cities. Daytona is relatively small. It's kind of small town attitudes. There's a lot of negatives to Daytona in that it is a little small town. It's a little insider. There's a lot of insiders. There's the clique that runs things, and it's a little schizophrenic. We've got all these little small towns that all these little, what they call fiefdoms. There's some problems in Daytona politically and socially and all. And I'm one to speak because I was born and raised here, and I am a Daytonian. However, there's also a lot of really great things about Daytona. It isn't as packed as some of the big cities like Orlando, and we're special events driven. We have race weeks and bike weeks and Biketoberfest, and those things occupy about 2 months of the year, and then the rest of the time it's relatively uncrowded. It's relatively less expensive than other areas. Most people live in the suburbs of Daytona. Daytona proper is quite crime-ridden, I'd say, but the Port Orange and Ormond Beach are much less crime-ridden. It's like the suburbs are less, but the severity of the crime isn't near what it is in some of the big cities like Jacksonville, which has some crazy crime.
So Jeff, you grew up.
Yes.
Were you born and raised in Utah?
Yep. Absolutely.
And you got out how many years ago? How long have you been away from?
Since I turned 19.
Oh, you left when you were 19? You left Utah?
Yep. To come to
Never
Korea
came back.
to be a good little missionary boy, and then just back.
Oh, you did do the mission thing.
Yep, and then just to finish university and law school, and I've been here. So,
so did you do university? You did university in the States, correct?
Well, I did my freshman year. Then I went off to be a good little missionary boy, and then came back and immediately came back here to do exchange student work for about a year and a half, and then I finished my last year back at Utah State, and then went to University of Utah Law School, and then came here forever and ever and ever.
Wow, that's cool. So so you already knew the environment before you went to law school and went and practiced law there from your mission.
Yes. Yes, before I worked for the law firm, we don't get in trouble. I am not licensed in Korea. I do not practice law in Korea. I am a foreign
Okay.
consultant of matters related to foreign law.
Okay.
Have to be
So you're
clear
like
about that.
so you're a Bronca of law. You're a consultant.
But I am
No?
a lawyer. Yes.
Yes.
I'm licensed in Utah, but I
Okay.
work here in Korea.
Sweet. That's awesome.
Yeah.
So since you're there, you can do like people can ask you stuff or hire you out in Utah and do it remotely, or do you just do all maritime
Well,
law?
Trying to think. Yeah, we've had one client from Utah. That was good. Most of the clients are Korean and European. We do a lot with European clients, big insurance companies and things like that.
Do you represent plaintiffs or defendants or
everybody? Yeah, everybody.
Are there specialty boutique firms that only sue maritime companies or only defend them, or is it most firms do both if they do?
Yeah, I mean you couldn't survive just doing only maritime claims. You couldn't survive as a firm. There's not that much work.
How much work do you think you do on maritime law? I think that is so fascinating.
70%. About 70% of what 70%? I do is maritime related.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Korea has a huge shipbuilding industry there, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean here in Busan it's the fourth or fifth largest shipyard in the world in the area, and I think they're the fourth or fifth busiest port in the world.
Wow. Yeah, I've always wanted to visit Korea. I don't know if I've told you the story. I have one of my close friends from law school is Korean, from Seoul, and it was funny because she was. I need to talk to her, but she was came kind of off. She worked for an airline, and was an older student. Came to law school and was uncomfortable with her English, and very driven. As a student, right? And she came to law school, and law school is very English language dependent, I would say. You know, when you go to American law school, and this was when I went to Stetson for my first year and then transferred to Washington and Lee. She was one of the reasons I transferred, and I'll tell you why. Because she, well, there was a cliquey study group. You know how cliques can move on. And she was this weird Korean girl who didn't speak English and was panicky about everything, right? And the cool kid clique in the law school kicked her out. That said, we don't want you studying with us, right? Well, I said, okay, you study with me. And so she became my study partner. And she was very driven, very hardworking. And I had to teach her everything, which made it great for me, great study partner, right? And she would ask me all these questions and I'd explain them, and we would study together, became my close study partner. And I will tell you, me and her crushed the competition. And she decided to transfer to University of Minnesota.
I have to get the dog here before they start making too much noise. Hang on.
Okay.
Aww.
I'll be right back.
While Jeff has paused, everyone who just joined, for every $100 that I make tonight, I'm going to chug a glass of beer all at once. So you can do that through Rumble Rants, Cash App, PayPal, or Venmo. All of it is at Talk with Sally. I think Julian will post links for that. So
do you have
we're at $10. So we're at $10 so far. Thank you, Julian. His picture cracks me up of Elaine Bretter, whatever her last name is. Can you see his picture? Vices. Do you see his picture?
I don't even know what that is.
It's Elaine from Johnny Depp trial. Elaine Bretterhoff.
Yeah, I didn't do the Johnny Depp trial. I know everybody in the world did it, but me.
You didn't watch any of the clips of it at all?
Not really. You know, I'm not.
She was kooky.
Huh?
I said she was kooky.
She was kooky.
Yes, or is, in my
Who
opinion.
Is this? I don't know. You had to explain.
Elaine? Jeff does the best Elaine voice.
Well, yeah, not right now. Can't do it right now.
You can't.
Why Jeff not? Is tired.
No, I'm not tired. I'm just recovering from massive amounts of all-night drinking.
I know. Actually, yes, I'm
There
tired
hasn't
too.
been a day yet. The day is just
I had
starting.
to stop, or else I would not have made my show tonight. I had to step away.
I almost didn't. I just luckily woke up like 5 minutes after start time. Oh yeah, you guys better get up. So I'm here.
I know. I kept saying, I'm like, you guys better get off. You guys better get some sleep. I'm like, get off. Stop drinking.
It's Steve's fault.
I was being your mama.
We had fun, man.
It's all Steve's fault.
It is. I'll take it. I'll take it. No, I mean, we had a blast. I mean, I got to. That was so much fun. And like I was telling Talk with Sally that when I first came on, I'm like, I thought about it. I'm like, who is the great guy that can help me with this? And so you hosted my book launch party, which was really cool. And then after we got about 4.5 hours in, we hit our goal. And so I'm like, okay, well, we hit the goal, right? And I was like, Jeff can tune out anytime he wants. But then we just started talking, just having so much fun, talking music and talking all kinds of stuff that we just kept going. And it went on for another 4.5 hours of just us just having fun, just talking. And so, yeah, that's fun, when you can just, the pressure's off and we're just hanging out, right? So we did a 9-hour marathon stream. We ended up selling 51 books. John Gordon asked me.
51. Way to go.
Yeah. But we really sold we sold like 47 of them in the first half of the stream. And then Jeff and I just started going off on, music and Gen X stuff.
The music was great. How do you get away with doing music like that, Jeff?
They haven't caught up to me yet, probably.
It's probably just a matter of they haven't caught every 5 seconds. I don't think so. I think you do just the right amount of time.
Let me see if we've been demonetized yet. No, I don't want to do that. Brain isn't quite functioning yet. I must admit to still being slightly intoxicated. How about you, Steve?
Well, I am so. I mean, I almost didn't show here, but I'm basically falling over right now. But I'm hanging for a little bit here because right now it's getting into nighttime here, and I've been up since 5 o'clock this morning.
Hang on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 copyright claims.
Cool.
13?
Yeah, only 13.
So what do you do on that? Does it just take your show down, or what do you do when that does that?
No, it just says you got a copyright claim. You don't have a strike. You just can't monetize it.
Oh, okay.
Well, I was telling you, why do you really want to do this? But we kept plunging ahead, and sometimes you just gotta have fun, I guess. What?
It can't be. It looks like it can't be viewed in many places because of Surfing with the Alien and Walk Like an Egyptian.
Our next guest is here. LadyLaw has finally made it. Let's welcome her on real quick. Yay!
LadyLaw, what's up? Welcome to the party.
Hello.
Happy birthday, Talk with Sally, by the way.
I was going to say maybe I'll be the life of the party, but I don't know that I will.
Yeah, you are.
Yes,
That's
you
all
will.
got in me.
Love it.
That's all the energy I got in me right now.
I'm telling you. Hold on, I can't hear anything.
What you should probably do, Jeff, is split that stream into 2, because the first half of the stream was all the book part, and the second half was all the books. Right?
Hold on.
Well, the problem with editing the streams is as soon as you edit it, it gets rid of all of the chat. The chat goes away and never comes back.
Yeah.
So, I may or may not have taken a muscle relaxer. So.
Well, LadyLaw, I think I met LadyLaw on Vices, right?
You probably did.
We've talked.
Yeah. So that's cool. I was just saying he's the center of all these cool people.
He is the law daddy.
Some people can't see it, so I'm gonna have to edit out the parts that make it so people can't see it. So we're gonna have to lose the chat. The birthday stream.
Well, we were playing music. We were playing music on the fun stream.
That's a record. 13 copyright claims is a record. So congratulations, you set another record, Steve.
I'm just crushing it today.
Yeah, you set another record.
I
Its
heard
own
that.
copyright claims.
I heard that I
Well,
missed.
here's my problem with music copyright claims is these bands put out these videos in order to sell records and music listens, right? So here we are saying, gee, we love this stuff. Check it out. Promoting their promotional video like MTV used to do. And then we get copyright claims. What is the sense of that? That is the most irrational, illogical thing I've ever heard.
Well, it's not the bands; it's the copyright owners, which are usually the the record companies.
But don't they want us saying, go check this music out?
Oh, not the record companies, because they think we're stealing their money. We're stealing their 5 cents. We're
not 0.05 cents,
Yeah.
maybe.
We're stealing $1 from them every now and then.
I mean, I buy all of my music on CD. These are some ones that here's my latest acquisition. Huh?
Do they even still make CDs?
No, they're
they
gonna
do.
keep them out. Like,
Huh.
check this out. Well, here's the Stranger band. Remember I was telling you about Stranger? Greg Billings band. Just bought that. Here's a band, King Grizzard and the Lizard Wizard. You heard this band?
Of course
Murder
not.
of the Universe. Look at this. The Cars complete album, original album series. And then we've got Loverboy, of course, complete album series. See, I buy their music. America original album. I've been getting in these original album series because I've got the greatest hits. And then I'm like, why not get the whole thing? Because you can get like this for like $15.
You've got you need to enunciate more when you say things like you have the greatest hits. I did not hear I have the greatest hits. Yes, that's not what I heard. I was like, what?
What did you hear?
Oh, we've got another guest that's going to join.
Yay!
Flux has made it. Yay.
Flux!
Yay.
The
What
party
Hey,
can officially
everybody.
start.
Welcome.
Long
let's
time no
happy-
see.
Happy birthday.
Thank
Happy
you.
birthday to you too.
Steve, was that Tesla?
Yeah.
Heck yeah.
You like
How's
Tesla?
everybody
Of
doing?
course.
That's the original Tesla album.
Steve's
isn't
just talking about music to us all.
it? Yeah. Oh,
I'm doing what?
Nice.
It's all dark and subdued in Flux's room there.
Ooh.
Is it?
It is.
Ooh.
I gotta get better lights.
It makes your glasses rims like really just pop. I like it.
Flux.
It
Thank
looks
you.
very rose goldy.
Got my super
Oh, my-
shirt on.
Just, definitely a stereotyped lesbian. I'm proud of you, Steve.
I know.
I'm glad you're wearing the honorary title and you're taking it
I
seriously.
wear it proudly. I got my badge. See right there. There it is right there.
Nice.
It's super
Super badge. Honorary lesbian badge.
So
Yup.
everybody's
Honorary.
drinking water tonight.
Well,
Well, because they
it's
drank
only-
all day and now they're being party poops. Like it's ridiculous. Kind of a lot.
Uh-oh. The world is upside down. Flux is drinking
I
Dr.
know.
Pepper. What happened?
It tastes
What?
gross.
Dr.
It
Pepper.
tastes gross. So I always get the Pib Extra from the gas station at the corner.
She is solely
because-
keeping Pib in business.
The gentleman,
God.
who owns the gas station, he orders it for me because I like it. And well, they're out of it right now because other people started buying it, which I'm really mad about. But because I'm the one who wanted it. But so they're out, and so I had to get a Dr. Pepper, and it actually tastes not. It's weird. It's weird. It's not the same.
Mr. Pibb, I thought that was like a Utah thing, but it's not. I
No.
thought it was
No.
always just Utah thing.
No,
Wow.
I grew up in SoCal and we always had like Pib Extra and Mr. Pibb, and I always loved it because it was like just sugar and extra sugar.
Use an extra
Wow.
Flux.
Extra. Flux, I'm trying to figure out what streams that I knew you from before I knew you from these guys. Did you guys do, oh gosh, now I'm trying to think of the person. Jax. Is there Jax?
No, I actually didn't do any like this I only started streaming about a year ago. And I started streaming with Jeff.
Mhm.
So I don't think there's really anything else.
Tell her, my God, would you just go
Okay.
get your own channel and leave me alone? For fuck's sakes.
No,
It's like,
I'm
no.
that little fish that sticks on the bottom of the shark, and I'm
The
just
remora.
I'm just along for the ride.
Yeah, she's
remora.
attached herself to my belly and is cleaning me off as we swim. That's
Well,
weird.
you know,
but-
it provides a service for the host also.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was weird.
Um,
Sorry to make it
so,
awkward like
you-
that.
I'm trying to think. Did you do a show on Megan Fox's Locals where you guys did like seeds and lighting, like growing your seeds or planting seeds? Or am I thinking of
No,
someone else?
I don't think I've done a seed. Like I've not done plants, but I have been on Megan Fox's channel a couple times.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you
I
have
don't.
a farm animals to homestead, or am I thinking of someone completely different?
Nope, that's somebody different. I
different,
want
okay.
a
You're thinking
homestead.
maybe Valhalla Awaits.
What was that?
Valhalla Awaits has the farm.
Yeah. I can see how you get those two confused.
No, not Valhalla. No, it was a female.
Well,
It was
Lady
a
Could have still
female-
been Valhalla.
It was a lesbian couple, so I'm.
It could have still
I
been
don't know that
Valhalla.
many.
You haven't ruled out Valhalla yet.
That's right. We're still working.
She's a woman.
He's a good-looking man.
Yes.
Steve's got an eye for the
I
fellas.
can admire males, male beauty as a lesbian.
How you doing, Sally?
I'm good. Why? What's that question about? I'm thirsty, guys. I need you guys to donate $90 so I can have a drink of this.
Come on,
What are you
people.
talking- you
She
can
wants
drink
to
it
chug
anyway.
that. She needs to chug that Coors Light.
Oh,
Coors Light.
it's killing me. I might just give up and start drinking it.
Yeah,
been a
just
long
give
day.
up, surrender. Like
not
stoke,
Coors
you gotta
Light, it's
stoke the flame.
Coors,
What
right,
was that?
Sally? It's not
Coors.
Coors Light.
Coors Light?
It's Coors.
Oh, it's Coors, yeah. It's Coors.
It's Coors. It's Coors Light. It's very tasty. It's very yummy in my mouth.
If only,
Now,
if
Valhalla,
only, if only you were a tobacco fan and enjoyed yourself some of that skull. You got the skull tobacco.
Skull?
in there. Yeah, you got the
Tobacco?
skull.
Some tobacco.
Little tin of skull, putting a ring back
Ah!
in your jeans.
Robert
Valhalla
Ford is a monthly supporter on Rumble. Thank you, my first
Woo-hoo.
Rumble
Oh,
supporter.
wow.
Thank you.
Your first only. Robert Ford,
Yeah.
99999.
Yes, he is my
Oh.
very first.
And you said
Yeah.
earlier you were I heard right when you said you were gonna have or you were talking with the doctor.
Robert Malone. Yes.
Yeah, that is insane. Holy
Right.
cow.
What?
Right.
what
I'm
is-
excited
with
for that one.
Tell me what you're
What was
saying.
that?
What are you
I'm
saying?
excited
I
for
did-
that one.
What am I saying?
No, Robert Malone. What about him?
Robert A. Malone. He was a huge, since I'm not monetized, who cares? I can talk openly about this
Why
stuff.
are you
So
not
I usually-
monetized?
Hours. I have the followers. I need people because my stuff is boring on YouTube, I think. I do a lot of my stuff I do is on Rumble because
That's why you don't have YouTube hours.
correct. And I do both, but the reason why, and I have done stuff on YouTube, but it's the stuff I've been covering lately is like World War II and vaccines, like the Anthony Fauci, Bill Gates, Big Pharma, and
Okay,
all
you're
that
not going to
stuff.
get monetized. You're not going to get
The
monetized
stuff
on YouTube.
that YouTube doesn't like.
Well, no, that's why I don't talk about that stuff on YouTube, right? So those are things I cover on Rumble because I can't. It's too hard to talk about things that are important and not.
Oh yeah,
use
YouTube
the
doesn't want you
proper
talking
word.
about anything important.
Well, it's true.
Yes.
That's why, again,
And
why
so-
I built my model on Rumble and not YouTube. YouTube is my secondary. Rumble's my primary because they're more free speech. And I, I'm all over the place. I'm likely to talk about anything at any time. And so I just go with it, right? Why build your house on a foundation of sand? Look what they did to Megan
Yeah.
Fox.
Built his house upon the sand.
Yeah, but like World War II, that stuff is so cool.
Yeah, you would have,
It's awesome.
if you would just add
Go
the
ahead.
controversial topics, just talk about what you want to talk about, like historic. There's historians all over YouTube. Just do it to
I
There's
will.
no
I
such
will.
thing
I'll
as
get
nobody's
there.
interested in it. There's
No, it's not
7
that.
billion people in the world. Somebody wants
Yeah.
what your topics are.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. A lot of my stuff was garden streams that I did outside, which was really hard to
That's
do starting out.
huge. Gardening and then like home craft, that is
Yeah.
huge on YouTube.
Yeah. I
You know,
loved it. And the live ones are hard because there's always wind, there's weather, there's mic issues, using your phone positioning. They're my favorite streams to do because
Do
it's my
canning
favorite.
stuff, I mean,
Yeah.
in the winter, do canning and home stuff. It'd be phenomenal.
Yeah, I'm gonna do salsa probably next weekend.
Salsa.
So
Ooh.
some homemade salsa and teach how to make it in
Oh,
both batch and teach people how to can it.
Sally's
Ooh.
salsa does not suck.
Have you
Oh,
ever
you
had
know
my
what,
salsa?
Jeff? I just thought of something.
Say that fast 5 times.
No.
If we're going to do a music stream, we should do it on like a channel like this that's not monetized, and we could just go off.
Yeah.
Copyright
No,
strike
because
free.
they will still
Yeah.
block
They can
you for
strike
copy
you.
strike.
Yeah,
Yeah.
They can strike you, and then
Yeah.
you can't stream anything for a million years.
Hey, Steve, stop. I'm trying to get monetized eventually. Robert Ford says Sally's salsa now shipping nationwide. I actually might
Get those-
start making it and shipping it to my supporters. Like I have a lot of loyal supporters on Twitch that are monthly, and I just think it'd be fun to ship them a jar.
Now, what
So-
do you do on Twitch? Do you watch movies and stuff with people?
Yeah, we do movies. As I live in Utah, and I was just so busy raising kids and working like 3-4 jobs while I did it. But I wanted to be with my kids, so I always worked around their schedule, if that makes sense. So I didn't watch a lot of movies. I just didn't, and movies cost money, and so when I was little, I probably went to the theater. Probably been to the theater 20 times in my whole entire life. So there's a lot of movies I just haven't seen. And so I watch them on Twitch and we just hang out and have a good time.
Interesting. Well,
That
because
sounds
I've watched some shows with some different people and it's they have some kind of thing where you can link in a movie and then watch the movie together. It's pretty neat how that all works together. I don't quite understand how that works. It's technology, Do you ever do that? Like watch them? Like what was it? Were you talking about good movies? And I said Risky Business and The Lost Boys. And you said you hadn't watched them.
I watched Risky Business. The other one I don't know.
You've never
Risky
seen The Lost
Business.
Boys?
I can't hear you for some reason.
You haven't heard The Lost Boys?
Lost Boys. I want to think I've seen it, but I don't remember it. So that's
Kiefer
something I'd
Sutherland,
rewatch.
vampires, little vampire
Oh,
kids
Lost
running
Boys?
around. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I've seen Lost Boys. It's been a very long time, so that means I'd want to watch it as an adult because everything is different with context. When a lot of the movies,
Yeah,
even when I saw as a
this is one of
kid,
those movies-
are different.
This one here?
Yep.
Wow, I'm
Yeah,
having a strong feeling of deja vu from my
I
stream
love it.
yesterday.
Yeah, yeah. And
We
and
literally
this-
had this exact same conversation.
I know, but I thought that I had it with Sally. And look, also my cousin Vinny is always a good watch.
That's a great
I
one.
love that movie. It's such a great movie.
I can't edit out the copyright blocking parts because the stream was too
Oh, you
long.
can't? Oh, dang
Yeah,
it.
I forgot. So if it's over 6 hours, you can't edit it.
Can't you edit it with StreamYard in your backup? Edit it with StreamYard.
Well,
Delete it
I
from
could
YouTube
take it.
and
I
repost
could
it.
do that. Yeah, I could do that.
Or just repost it, or just keep the other one up and repost the second stream with the edits, and just have
Just
like
take out the
version.
music part or do them separately.
Yeah.
I can do that.
Well, you
Because
guys
that would be
can do
some.
that.
That would it wouldn't be that hard to do it.
much work.
That
Oh, wait,
does.
that
That
would-
sounds ridiculous.
To edit out
Let's
the
just
music
do
part would
another
be
one
so
tomorrow.
easy. With
Jeff needs an
StreamYard,
editor.
it's so easy.
Just get an editor.
Yeah.
Just send it to me and I'll edit for
They make
you.
you
It
pay
won't
money.
take that long.
I don't even know how
It's
you go
not-
about sending a 10.5 hour video. That
No, don't you have it backed up on
enormous.
StreamYard?
I do.
Don't you have it backed up? Okay,
I
so you
do,
just
but-
share the link. I don't know if I can edit it, but you can share the link with
yeah,
me.
I can share the link, but you
From
can't
the
download it.
Yeah. But can I edit it from the shared link? I bet I can. I don't know. We'll figure it out because it's not that.
This is your party, not my problem. So let's party for Sally. How you doing,
thank
Lady
you,
Law?
Sally.
It's been a couple of weeks. How you doing?
No, I'm struggling tonight. I've got this sciatic nerve issue. So,
Oh, that makes it a little uncomfortable to sit.
yeah, I didn't want to stand Sally up though. So here I am. Happy
Perhaps if
birthday,
you
Sally.
stood up.
Thank
you stood up,
so much.
Does it
you
help
ever
if you
sit on a
stand up?
medicine ball?
It helps a little bit, but I have like rods in my back and I also have like a fake hip. So
Oh God.
Ooh.
Yeah.
On the list of bad genetics, I got, I guess, a bunch of them. So, but you know, it's all right. I'll be okay in about 30 minutes when this medication kicks in, and
Then
we'll
we'll
live it
all
up
be
again.
happy.
Yeah.
Do you ever sit on a medicine ball, like just like a bounce, like the big medicine balls?
Yeah,
Do you ever sit on
yeah.
those instead of a chair?
I have those. I have like the Soma balls. Have you ever used those?
Not the Soma
Like-
ones. No.
Hold on, I've got them. Okay.
Law talk with Sally's.
Talk
Balls.
amongst yourselves.
Balls.
She's got balls. She's gonna show us her balls. Cool.
Yes. I'm normally not into balls.
I don't know who was talking about their limes earlier today or their lemons. It was Jeff that was talking about lemons, grabbing his lemons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Squeeze
your
my lemons. Roma
That's
system.
Soma.
What is that?
They're Roma balls.
I got
Are
these
those like the
when I used to
spiky
do, like,
ones?
when I used to do yoga, like to like roll out. But hold on, I've got. What size balls do you want to see?
We want to see your biggest balls.
ACDC's
biggest
got
balls
big
you
balls.
got.
This is my
She's
biggest.
got the
ball.
biggest balls of them
Oh.
all.
Okay, so you just lay on those for pressure point?
My smallest ball.
Aw.
Yeah, they're just.
Oh, she's got all size of balls.
I know. Well, she likes playing with balls.
I do what?
Look at
frightens
how
me she
well
got a
she
whole
juggles
collection.
all those balls in her hand.
I know.
skills.
I
She
gotta look
likes
away.
the
I'm
way
married.
they feel and kind
Yeah,
of
I'm
move
getting-
around in her
I'm
hand.
getting
And like
weirdly.
she gets
Anyway,
both
never mind.
hands.
Wolfram.
Guess I won't be standing up for a while.
Wait, I gotta
That's
grab
right.
something. Hold on.
See, this is one thing the women don't understand. It's like when you're in junior high school and stuff, and the teacher's like, would you come on the board and draw on the board? You're like, no, it's okay. And then they're like, and they're like, well, you're being really disobedient. You're like, well, it is what it is.
Yeah.
Just
I'm
use
not
your
getting
pointer,
up.
Steve. Just go up to the boy.
Be proud.
Use your pointer.
You know what I'm talking about? Nobody understood that in especially the teachers nor anybody. But it's like, but we know. This is
Why
part
didn't you
of
just
being-
control your
We
thoughts so
know.
that wouldn't happen?
It doesn't work when you're that age. The wind blows.
I'm teasing because that's like a big thing in Utah. It's like control your thoughts. If you don't think bad thoughts, then that's not ever going to happen to you. It's like really.
Think of a hymn. Sing a hymn in your mind. It'll make all the problems go away.
No, it doesn't work that way.
No, it doesn't.
Believe me, it's all completely out of control and random.
Because then you start thinking of Mormon hymns like "Come, Come, Ye Saints," and then it gets all out of control. It's a little inside joke there.
Well, and there was the other thing is like I did really bad in middle school because there was a girl who sat in front of me in class. Let's just say that that was quite distracting. A man's IQ goes down by 10
Did you
points.
tap her in the back? Like tap her on the shoulder or anything?
He never tapped her
No.
He just stood behind her, grabbed her shoulder.
in the back, in the front. He never did any of that.
No, come on. You're paralyzed with fear. But it's true. Women don't understand that, I don't think. At least not at that age. I don't know. And then of course you get I don't know what I'm talking about. Your
Yes, you
IQ
do.
goes
Finish
down
it.
by
Finish
10
it.
points in the presence of pretty girls. Do you know that?
See that's why he doesn't know what he's talking about. His IQ has already dropped 30 points.
Right.
Just being here.
I know we got
So you
3
just
of
go
them.
to-
I
you
must be
just go
down by 30
primitive
points.
brain. So it's like fight or flight primitive. So it's fight or flight. You go primitive, right? Where you're using the different part of your brain where it's like, am I making sense?
Well, that's a good way. If a woman wants to know if a guy's attracted to her, if he starts babbling and acting stupid, that's probably a yes.
Well, there's a good chance he just might be stupid too.
Well, that is true. That's the danger. They have to sort that out. But
Or they just might be clueless. In Flux's case, like, thanks for the dinner, peace out.
I'm out.
That was Flux's deal. Flux was like stealing dinners from dudes because they were clueless.
if somebody offered to take me out to dinner, who was I to say no? Especially if they were paying. Like,
Never,
Well,
Ford.
still life here. See, it
Yeah.
takes about 27 before that disconnection occurs.
Yeah, so then it's like, hey, Flux, want to come back to my place? Like, nah, I'm good. Got to go home to my girl.
Well, see, now how does that work in the lesbian world? I mean, are women are you like the man, and when you're in the presence of a pretty woman, your intellect goes down by 10 points, or are you like a woman who can deal with it?
no, I 100% was like, sometimes if I just saw a really pretty lady, I would just be like,
Twitter pated.
Twitter pated.
yes. Yep.
Really?
It took me a long time to get over that.
Huh.
Yeah. Where
That's
I'm
Mike's
just
like tacos. Thank you for the $10. What was it? Venmo. Thank you very much. I'm at
I like tacos.
$25.
I was like, okay,
Mike's
we
like,
changed
I love
topics
him.
here. Yeah. He's
All
a
right,
good
keep
guy.
going.
That's from that Saturday Night Live. They're seeing It's Pat.
Yeah.
It's like, do you
It's
like
Pat.
tacos or hot dogs? I'm neutral, right?
I wanted to finish sharing her story, but I didn't want to forget to say that. So, you were saying that when you see a pretty lady, you're kind of like,
Oh
flustered.
yeah, I would just it took me a long time to get over that, where I would just be like, no, I gotta just be able to talk normally. But I would get like, especially when I was younger, oh yeah, I'd get Twitter pated and lose my train of thought or any intelligent speak.
Interesting. Well,
Yeah.
from the other team, LadyLaw, how does that
What
work?
makes you think I'm on the other team?
Well, I don't know. I'm just making conversation. Am I making assumptions?
No, you're fine.
Okay. I'm just trying to work this out. Like, where is this? Maybe it's just a human trait that we all get stupid in the presence of somebody that we're attracted to.
Yeah, I think that's a normal thing.
Okay, maybe.
Will Call, thanks for the $5 super chat. And Robert
Oh.
Ford did a $20 Rumble rant. So what am I, $50 now?
Yeah.
Oh
Come
my
on,
gosh,
peeps.
almost chug a beer. Yay.
Nice.
Thank you.
I've been stalked by Jay
Anyway.
Liebgott.
Hey, what's up, JL?
And Valhalla awaits. There he is, the goat man himself.
Hi, Valhalla. How are you? Do you want to come
Sally.
on? Because I can send you a link if you'd like.
Yep.
What's sweetie?
Check the private.
Yeah, he
chat.
said he
Object-
was available if you
Oh, I'll take him. Yeah, I'll send him a link. Hold on.
Take him.
you want me to send it to him?
Yeah,
do you
that'd
have
be
his
fantastic. Thank you.
No worries, I got
Yeah, that'd be great.
Flux
Thank
is like
you.
super mod. She's modding and a guest.
I love
That's like
I love it.
all.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Nice.
Oh yeah, I tried to help.
I appreciate it. This is the most amount of people that I have hosted on a stream. I've done like one other
Record-setting.
interview. So this
We
is
are
fun.
record setting
This is
today.
fun.
Doing great.
I love it. You guys, it's,
And we love
it's
you too,
easy because
Sally.
you guys
Happy
are
birthday.
fun. Thank you.
Oh,
Sweetie,
yeah.
I brought her a
okay.
cake.
Oh, I want cake.
I'm such a turd.
Oh.
Should have got you a cake.
You know what I should do? I should do like one of these Sundays. I should teach you guys how to make my homemade Oreo ice cream cake. It's like an Oreo
Okay.
crust, and then you do like an ice
Ooh.
layer, and then you make homemade caramel and put it on top of the ice cream, and then you sprinkle it with Oreo on top. It is like hands down my most favorite dessert ever. I only make it 4
See,
times a
this
year
is the
because
thing. She makes this gigantic thing, and then she sends me pictures of her like
Pictures?
eating a giant plate of this thing at 4 o'clock in the morning, and she looks like this. Go to hell, Sally.
Yeah,
There's a picture of me eating a tub of ice cream in the middle of the night. Jealous? And I'm like, I just look at the picture and gain.
you know
2
how
pounds.
often I eat ice cream. Like I don't eat ice cream.
What is
'cause
that?
Dairy. I was going to show you what it is. It's a rolling pin.
Oh,
and I was going to show you.
don't tell us
Why do you
what
just have a rolling
You can
pin?
massage your back.
Oh,
You take
yes,
this
for
and you
sure.
massage your back with it. And it's
It's a
only $3
massager.
instead of like 50.
for the back.
So you can do this.
I've got
and
one
kind
of-
of roll out your sides.
I've got one of those
Or your
that has little
legs.
like little knobby areas on
This
it.
is better. Yeah, I
This
have
is
that
my
too,
bed.
but this is better because it rolls better and it's only $3. And if it breaks, you just go buy another one for $3.
Okay.
Just
And you
saying.
can,
I was
like,
just
you
going to
know,
show you.
Give yourself a massage and then go make bread.
Massage your legs. Anyway, I was just going to show you that because might be
See,
helpful.
my trainer makes me
Like-
use one of those stupid roller tube things that
The foam roller.
have all the knobs
The
and
foam
bumps all
roller.
over them.
Yep.
They're like the
I have
most
that too.
painful thing I've ever seen in my life. It's like, here, this will make you feel better. I'm like, no, it doesn't. It hurts like a lot.
Yeah,
really
that's
bad.
great. I love that. That's a roller. that I
It's
use.
not a flat one. It's just got like these giant knobs
it.
on it.
Yeah, I think I
Oh,
have the same one. It's like
yeah.
this
Yeah.
big, and it's got little just cut out.
Yeah, and it's like, here, just lay on this on your side, and it'll feel better. It's
Yeah.
like, no, it's killing me, and I
Start
want to
with one of
cry.
these
Thank
first. I have a knobby
Mine
one
looks
too,
like
but this
that,
one's
it has
better.
ridges.
you. Yeah.
Yeah,
See, I could
let's start with the
do one
flat
that doesn't
one
have
first.
like. Yeah, I could do that.
Yeah, start with one of
And then
these
he's like,
first,
"Oh,
and then work your way up.
Here's
to
the
knobby one.
massage to loosen up your muscles, and he's got this giant piece of wood with like spikes on it, and he's digging it into
There-
my side, going, "Doesn't this feel better?" I'm like, "No, stop."
No,
Nothing hurts as bad as scraping.
Yes.
Scraping is not a medical treatment. That is a
don't
torture
scraping.
Wait,
treatment.
what do you mean? What is
Scraping, it's literally
Go ahead.
what it sounds like. They take
Why?
like
They
this.
take a plastic thing and they scrape.
It's plastic, or the one that my therapist used was metal. And they just
Ouch.
scrape down your muscles to try and get like the inflammation out. And like,
I don't think that works.
No, I don't think
no,
so.
it leaves a lot of
Well,
bruising, and it's just
Yeah.
extremely painful.
Has
When
anyone
Flex,
ever
when you were
tried-
here in Korea, did you ever experience the like the bathhouse towels, like the washcloths here? They call
No.
them Italy towels. They're essentially sandpaper. It's
Wow.
supposed to
Yeah,
like you
no.
like exfoliate and scrub off the dead dry skin cells. Now, everybody's like, "Oh, this feels so good," and they come with like red, like just all over. It's essentially just like sandpaper cloth. Oh, it hurts so bad.
Yeah,
Have you ever-
no,
Oh, this
it doesn't feel
Invigorating,
good.
gets the blood flowing. No,
Has anybody ever done like
I'm-
the cupping?
That is also
Were
terrible.
they suction
Is
cups?
it?
it just
Yeah,
looks
because it's literally like just taking a small area of wherever and just
Yeah.
sucking it
in.
with
sucking
a lot of,
so hard that it sucks the blood out through your skin.
to the
No
point where
thanks.
you have bruising up and down. Like in my case, it was
Yeah, I've
like
seen
over my
pictures,
hip and
but-
my leg. Yeah, the
Oh.
pictures are real, and it. I mean, some argue that it works. Again, I just found it to be torturous.
Yes.
And every time I went to physical therapy, like the table I would like I laid on had claw marks in it from me when I would just be clawing the table, and my therapist would be like, breathe, you gotta breathe. And I'm like,
And they get paid for that.
yeah,
I'm
they get
crazy
paid
because-
to torture us.
That's like my trainer laying on that stupid bumpy thing. He's like, breathe normally. I'm like,
I can't.
can't breathe. I can't breathe at all. Julian Delfici says,
Thank
hold
you,
on.
Allison, for the
This sounds
$5.
awesome.
Venmo,
Fucking
thank
on an
you.
area?
Yes.
What was
well,
that, Sally? Oh, hey.
I
We're
just said,
45 away.
Allison, thank you for the $5 Venmo. I wanted to say that before I forgot. I'm at $55.
$5.
45 more till I
spooning is
get a
much
chug of
better than
beer.
jumping.
But yeah, no, I've had like, you know, being in the service, a lot of wear and tear, and have hip issues, leg issues, whatnot. And I had to go, I mean, the scraping hurt the worst. I really enjoyed the needling. Needling was amazing.
I've tried
Dry
that
needling's
once or
awesome.
twice.
Dry needling
Wait a
is amazing.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
these
loved it
people-
so much. They just take needles and they'll like put it in.
Acupuncture, right?
That's
Yeah,
acupuncture.
but they'll hook
Smaller-
it
smaller
up
needle.
to with electrodes, and
Right.
it sends like the electric pulse, which
Oh,
gets
I haven't done that
your
kind.
muscle like spasming in sync instead of just in a constant state of spasm.
Well, when my arm was paralyzed after my motorcycle accident, they were doing that for like a year with me just to see if the nerves were dead in my arm. But it was like they were sticking like turkey basters in like the top part of my arm and the lower part of my arm, and I'm like, nah, I can't feel a thing.
No, I just had the
Well,
needles.
see,
felt
Koreans do
good.
these things like it's supposed to be some sort of somebody's phone is vibrating right next to their microphone.
It's not me.
No, it's my garage door. Someone's coming in and out of the garage. I'm sorry.
That's a
It's
very
right underneath
loud
this
garage.
room.
Oh, okay.
Well,
Oh,
it's
okay, that makes sense.
this bonus
All right.
room above the garage, and so it's not insulated like the rest of
Yeah.
the houses. I'll
Okay.
fix
That
that
makes
eventually.
sense.
It just sounded like someone's phone was vibrating and like vibrating their mic, but it's just your
You
entire
thought it was-
garage
you thought-
door.
You thought that's what it really was, is that
Yeah, so let me
vibrating
see.
sound,
Let me
huh?
see that rolling pin again. There,
Yeah,
Sally.
where's that rolling pin? Where do you have it hiding?
It's a
It's
vibrating
motorized.
rolling pin.
Yeah,
Yeah.
And it's the garage door,
Good for
okay?
It's great rolling out the muscles there, Jeff. Come on now.
Yeah,
Mm.
it's-
Did
if
you
just hear like the
know?
garage door opener going?
Did you know that gluteal tendonitis is a real thing?
Yes.
Butt hurt.
It's a literal pain in the ass.
Yes.
Big
I have
butt
that
hurt.
right now.
Me too. It's terrible.
Really?
I'm over
Yeah,
here
it's a
just rolling my
literal-
ball on it.
You know, your glutes get a lot more stress than you realize. Like
You
you
were
use your
gonna say
glutes.
action, didn't you? You were gonna say action, weren't you? You were going to say action, weren't you? And then you thought better of it. Okay.
You guys are talking about massage and stuff like
Yes.
that. There's
Yes,
a
massage, that's what we're
there's a
talking about,
type of
massage.
massage that's called rolfing, which is really, really deep tissue where they go in really deep and they actually they break your muscles down. And then there's another type of massage that's called structural massage. I've done this course twice, and they're 10 sessions, and they're an hour and a half long, and they just
Oh my God.
they strip your muscle apart with their elbows, their hands, or whatnot.
Why
And
would you
it's
do
It's
that?
called deep tissue.
That
Julian
sounds
and
It
terrible.
saved me. I used to have the worst hip. My hips used to hurt. My low back used to hurt. Like when I was a personal trainer, I got to the point where I couldn't even bend down to spot someone because my back would and my hip would just start hurting. So they asked me to be a model in this course. So he was actually teaching the class while he was working on me. So I learned everything that he was doing and why, which was really fascinating. Anyway, if you have issues, it's the best thing because the goal is to bring your body back to what it was before habits, sitting, or a car wreck destroyed your body. So it just brings your muscles back to balance. And they give you
No, I
exercises to do.
That
love
you
sounds
back.
so painful.
Yeah.
Deep tissue massage.
I
is the best.
loved it, but they're like, how can
Yeah.
you just lay there? And I just breathe.
No, that
And-
deep tissue stuff's that's why I never go to massage places because it's like I don't want to go and go. Can I just have a back rub? That's all I
But
want.
I like a back rub, but I like it to be really strong.
Oh, I hate it.
I don't like the feather duster thing. I like it
all
like
of it,
elbow. Julian and Rumble Chat was talking about like
Yeah.
elbows
Yoga.
and real good pressure on my back. I've got a bad back and I like it. And it's funny because I remember here's a Gosney story that I've never told before. I went into a massage place because I really needed a back massage. And I guess it was a massage parlor, right? And I'm like, I want a massage. And she's thinking like, oh no. And I'm like, no, forget that stuff. I just need to rub the back. You know, it's like, I really need a massage.
Well, what were you going to say later?
She was really disappointed because she had to work for her money. I'm
I
like,
really don't know. I usually
gonna say
just ask for Helga. When I leave, if I'm going to pay you $160 or $120, whatever, I want to know you were there.
yes, exactly.
Make it hurt.
Don't come in and dust me with a feather for 10 minutes and then put a hot rock on my back and walk out for a half hour.
Okay, that's my kind of
Rub the
massage
back.
right there.
Exactly.
That's my kind of massage.
Mm-hmm.
You like the hot rocks and feathers?
No, I just don't like the. I actually have a really, really horrifying deal. My ex-wife like almost murdered me once unintentionally. It wouldn't have been murder. She didn't have the mensrea. She didn't have that for the murder. But because I kind of had like I didn't know at that time I had a protruding disc in my neck. I thought I just because I have a really weak muscle and I always pull this muscle, and I thought I just pulled it again. And so she was giving me this massage, and she went for this whole deep tissue thing, and she actually slipped the disc out of my neck.
Shit.
And
well, there's a thin line.
It almost killed me. I just
pleasure.
couldn't move for 2 weeks. It was amazing. We're talking about the narcotics that I was on. Oh my God. It was 2 weeks before I could get to the hospital because I was stupid for a while thinking, okay, I just really, really pulled it now. And then after about 4 days, I couldn't move. And then it was the beginning of the Thanksgiving Day holiday here, which is a 3-day holiday. Plus it was bumped up against a weekend. So it was another 5 days where I would literally sit for 15 minutes, lay down for 15 minutes, walk around for 15 minutes, sit down for 15 minutes, and repeat 24 hours a day with like 5 minutes sleep every now and then. Then I got there and they said, "Oh, you have to do an MRI," but I couldn't lay down long enough to take an MRI. I could lay down for about 30 seconds, and then I couldn't keep that position. So he said, "All right, we got to give you some. We're going to give you some medicine. Hopefully, the inflammation will go down. If the inflammation doesn't go down, we're going to have to put like the big halo on you and do some surgical restructuring." And I went, "Oh, let's not do that." So they gave me these amazing narcotics. I have no idea what they were, but the stomach settling pill was about that big, horse pill to settle your stomach.
Sucrafate.
And it was the weirdest thing because, I mean, they were powerful narcotics, whatever the hell they were. Because I remember just spending and thankfully the inflammation went down after about 2 weeks, but I remember spending that 2 weeks sitting there like in my office chair or laying on the sofa thinking, this really, really, really hurts, but I don't care. I mean, it hurt, but I just gave zero Fs. It was the weirdest feeling. So that's kind of like wondering if like all drugs are that way. Because I was like, I was in pain, but I just couldn't care less. Like,
I wonder what they gave you.
I don't know, but I'm interested.
I want.
I was gonna say,
how did you hurt your hip?
How did I hurt my hip?
Yeah, but let her finish, and then I wanted to know how you did that.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if you were talking to me or Flux.
Oh yeah, I was like, wait, me
Both
hurt my hip?
Yeah, both of you.
You finish. No, you finish Flux, and then I want to know how she hurt herself.
Oh, what was I saying?
I cut you off. I'm sorry.
You have a horrible back because.
Oh yeah, no, just the service. Like I mean, at the time when I was when I joined the service, I was 19 and I was like maybe 100 pounds. And so when you're like, you know, at the time I was taller. I'm pretty sure I was 5'8" or 5'9". Now I'm 5'7", which when I went home a couple years ago, I'm shorter now than I was in 2012, which is weird. But I'm pretty sure that's the Army.
What part of the service did you do?
I was in the Army.
What part of the service?
The Army. I wore a lot of hats just because, like, I'm one of those people, I can pick up things really quickly. So pretty much whatever they needed, I did. Anything from, like, you know, I was at 92 Fox, or I was a fueler, then I worked. I was a fueler, then I worked in the orderly room. I was a driver. My actual title was 88 Mike, which was a driver, but I did a lot of things. And
those hats are really heavy. That's why they compressed her spine.
Oh my goodness! Well, between the weight of the Kevlar and like your body armor, and the
no suspension in vehicles.
Oh my goodness! The worst convoy I ever had to do was like a 4-day convoy from Romania to Poland in a Humvee. Those things, there's no cushion, no suspension, and like you're wearing your Kevlar. It destroys your back. It just kills everything. But my first unit I was at, they like to ruck march a lot, and you know, when you're carrying like 75 pounds on your back, or 60 pounds, and you're only 100 pounds, it takes a lot out of you, and it kind of wears your body down a bit more than normal. Yeah,
my story is way less.
Just take aspirin; it'll make it all better.
They're ibuprofen and water. You're fine.
My story isn't that cool.
We all pale in comparison to the coolness of these Flux.
Was it a car accident?
No, it's not.
Was it just life?
Cool.
So I used to be a X-ray tech, and so I was working the night shift, and a guy came in he worked at the VA. He's a big guy, like we're talking at least 500 pounds. And so I was pushing him in the wheelchair, which was a struggle. But then once I got him on the X-ray table, and he was so big, like the X-ray wouldn't even penetrate. Like there was nothing but white on the film.
Oh.
So when he went to get up off the table, he used me as an anchor.
Oh no.
And so that's like the first time my back started hurting. So it progressed. I had gone to the chiropractor, and apparently I had like a bulging disc or a herniated disc, and they adjusted my back, and they shouldn't have. But
It's like my
exactly. Maybe it was your ex-wife. I don't know. But they ended up
Sorry
putting
if it
hardware
was.
in my back, and I still had some leg pain. And so I was passing a kidney stone, and I went in.
Oh
and
God.
it was a whole thing. But the radiologist that I work with was like, Sarah, what have you done to your back? And I was like, what do you mean? And he goes, well, your hardware is broken. And so I went and got when you have surgery, each thing they put in your body has a number on it. And so I got that number, and I went and Googled it, and there was a recall on that hardware.
Oh,
So
shit.
ended up like products liability, had to go and get a 360 fusion. But in my first surgery, they had taken some stuff out of my hip to help fuse the bone. And I started having pain. So about a year
Now
later,
you just sleep on the giant piles of money you got from the hospital, right?
shoot, I wish. I mean, I got some money from the products liability case, not from the hospital, but had some problems with my hip. They went in and like cleaned it all out, but basically I had like little rocks in there where the cartilage had just kind of turned to rocks.
Ouch.
And it felt better for like a year, and then had more problems. Went in and they were like, yeah, you need a hip replacement.
Oof.
Oh,
See, that's why I hate Korean. I mean, the thing I hate about Korean civil law things, and if you die, you basically get about $80,000.
Yeah.
So there's none of these like millions of dollars in settlements, and there's no punitive damages in Korea. So it's just your actual losses.
Yeah, there's caps where I live too.
And see, and like when I shattered my femur on my motorcycle trip, and the doctor, he completely screwed up the surgery, which I didn't find out until I was in five weeks in the hospital. I was out 4 days, and the titanium plate broke.
Oh.
And so I was back in the hospital for another round of surgery for another 6 weeks. You just looked at the X-ray and you went, I'm not a doctor, and I can see you fucked up that surgery. And at the end of the day, I got like $8,000 out of it.
Oh yeah, I got more than that. But
yeah, well, that's like if I would. Well, back then when that happened, even like total loss of life, the compensation for pain and suffering, they said if you died was about $60,000. It's like, oh, you just have a bum leg that kind of had a thing. So yeah, here's your $8,000.
Can you tell when the weather is changing?
Like in the winter, when it gets cold, it'll start to hurt a little bit.
I can usually
tell. Do you have a rod in your femur?
No, they took it out, but they overcompensated with the second surgery, because like the same doctor that botched the first surgery did their second surgery.
Oh, good.
I figured at that point nobody knows the inside of my leg like this guy, and he's not going to fuck it up again. So I figured this is probably the best thing to do. So, but they did a big bone. They took some bone off of my hip and sort of built a little bone graft around where where the major part of the break was, and so now I've got like this giant like bone clump where it all grew back. Yeah, so I don't have much muscle on the outside of my right thigh, and everything's compensated for on the inside of my thigh.
Yep.
So I just like have this giant, like I said, bone bubble, and then it's all muscly around there, and so it kind of gets a little twingy when it gets really cold.
You need that deep tissue massage I was telling you about.
I wonder if you could beat Sally in the watermelon squeezing with that leg.
Probably not.
Try it. See what happens.
You should try
it. Funny when I had my surgery, the doctor, like when I woke up and everything, he was like, oh, it went well, whatever. He's like, I also had to remove an impressive bone spur. I've never seen a bone spur quite that big before. And I know, right? I'm like, oh, yay, I get to still impress doctors. That's always fun.
Go big or go home.
Right? Bones are weird.
Steve, what's your worst injury?
Well, it's interesting. I was thinking about this. I don't know if I can quite compete with the ones that have been shared, but I can tell you, and Gosney's got to relate to the book, and Jeff just got my summer friend.
I did.
And in there, I talk about when I got skegged by the surfboard.
You got
And
what?
you need
Ooh.
Jeff
What
just
does
got
that mean? Skegged.
got stabbed in the leg with the
Ooh,
fin of
with
the
the fin?
surfboard.
Oh.
Yes. See that orange surfboard right there? This book, the story is actually in there. This is a mostly true story about me growing up in Daytona Beach, surfing
Okay.
music and growing up.
Huh.
And that orange single fin surfboard is part of the story, and it's a true story. I had 76 stitches in my leg from
Holy.
getting
wow.
stabbed by the surfboard fin.
Tell people it's a shark.
I did. It's like,
Yes.
you see, you got to read the book. You just got it. You'll have to read it. But I remember when I got stabbed, it felt like somebody hit me in the leg with a baseball bat as hard as they could. It was like, bam. It didn't feel like I don't know what a cut feels like, but it felt like a concussion, right? And I went, ow. And I put my hand on my leg. And then when I looked down, I could see inside all my leg, like all the
I'm
way.
like, oh, I'm leaking. That's a bad.
Yeah,
I wonder if that's what
and then
the
it's
ice skater
funny.
thought.
I was like, I knew this is bad. So I didn't ever look at it again. I went into the beach, passed out, was ambulanced to the hospital. They sewed it up, and I never looked at it until I saw it once, and I was like, I'm not going to look at that again.
So that's my big fear is compound fractures.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because, I've seen way too.
She's like,
Oh God,
I had one.
It's like
I've
a
seen
had
way
a
too many
compound tip
horror
fib.
films.
Sally,
that?
you had a compound fracture?
I had a double compound tip fib. Had to get life flighted to the hospital when I was
Like
20.
sticking down or sticking up?
My leg was like this way, with
Nope.
both my bones sticking out of my leg like this, and I
Okay, so
didn't
you're
know.
sticking
And
up through your bones. Oh my God.
no, they broke the skin. Like I have a scar that looks like
Yeah.
a
Yeah.
shark right out of
But I
it.
mean, was it the bottom part that was
Compound
sticking
mean.
upwards, or was it the top part that was sticking downwards?
I honestly, I didn't.
You just
see
don't
it
care.
because I got hit by a 4-wheeler at this, Sand Mountain, the face
Yeah.
of Sand Mountain, the
Yeah.
sand dunes.
Yeah.
Someone at night hit me with a 4-wheeler, busted my leg in half. And it was 11:30 at night, and I was in shock, right? But I guess someone had it on video, and I need to find it
Oh,
somewhere.
God.
But I guess I was like screaming, like just screaming, and I didn't realize it.
That would make sense.
And I was pissed
Yeah.
because they're like, and it was Easter weekend, so they have life flight and ambulance already on call because it's a really bad weekend. And so they wanted to take me by ambulance, and I'm in college and I don't have insurance. It's my senior year of college, track athlete. And so I'm like, you're not putting me in no GED ambulance, just put me in the back of the truck and take me to the hospital. And they're like, honey, we're taking you through life flight. I'm like, I don't have insurance. You're not taking me by life flight. Throw me in the back of this car. And then finally she's like, honey, both of your bones are sticking out of your leg. If we don't take you to the life flight, then you could bleed out. I'm like, well, why don't you just tell me that to begin with? And so I just called out. It's like, okay, let's go to the helicopter. Yeah.
Well, that was the thing when I shattered my feet. If I would have had this accident, if my bike would have been 6 inches ahead or 6 inches behind, it wouldn't have happened. It just would have been a bad accident that destroyed my bike. But it was the way I was going around the corner on my bike, kind of hit some loose sand and kind of went out to the side, and it was just perfectly placed to where my leg was trapped between the gas tank of my motorcycle and a giant concrete pole.
Gross.
And I remember going, oh God, I'm going to hit it, and kind of ducking my head down so like my helmet and like my jacket would take the brunt of the pole. And I remember looking down at my thigh and watching my leg do a 90-degree turn, going, oh, this is bad. And then flipping and watching my bike like tumble after me, thinking, I just hope I go farther than this. It was like this. It was literally that time dilation thing where I'm having all of these thoughts in the space of like a second.
Yeah.
And I literally remember just going, I hope I roll farther than this motorcycle does.
That's why I think time's a weird thing, because there are moments when it's like time does slow down for you specifically.
Oh, 1,000%.
And that was like literally my first question, because like the Koreans were freaking out because here's this big giant white guy laying on the side of the road with a twisted up Harley next to him. And weirdly, the first people that got near me were two Mormon missionary guys, because I just wrecked like right in front of their place. And
Nice.
they were kind of freaked out by seeing the one. I'm like, hey, I used to be one of you guys. But my first question was, is their blood. Because I was, because if you shatter your femur, it's like 90% chance you're going to compound fracture it, because like the largest muscles in your body go, and that just jams the bone through the skin. But thankfully,
femoral artery.
It was so shattered that the bone wasn't long enough to protrude through the skin. So yeah, I thought that's why I didn't get a compound fracture, because the bone was just shattered. Yay me!
Ouch!
I'm so glad I'm here for this on Talk with Sally's channel for the first time. Listening
now,
to
breaking both your
fracture
arms
stories.
at the same time is pretty cool too.
You did that?
Yeah, that was another motorcycle accident.
Can you bend your elbows at least?
Well, I can't straighten my right one out completely. There's about a 20 degree.
I just meant to go to the bathroom. Did you at least have a cast that bent?
No, there's a number of things you can't do when you break both of your arms, like everything. And of course, this arm was totally paralyzed. Yeah, well, that was like, see, weirdly, my brother had a motorcycle accident the same day as I shattered my femur. We both had like the same point, but I was totally on my own when I broke both of my arms. But my right arm was paralyzed from just like mid bicep down for 9 months. I mean, it was just dead. I was like totally dead, no feeling asleep, no movement. And then my brother's like, "Wow, you can have a visit from the stranger every day." Yay! Well, it wasn't gay. It was like, yay! Yeah, it's like, yeah, you can have a visit from the stranger every day.
Steve, congratulations today on selling more than your goal in books.
Yes. Did you check it out?
I was in and out.
Well, it was a lot of fun, and Jeff, he crushed it, man. He was like the man today, and we hit the goal at like 4.5 hours, and then went on for another 4.5 hours just shooting the breeze. That was a blast.
The last time I looked in, you guys were going 8 hours strong, and I was like, "Holy crap!"
Yeah,
I feel like we've done that before.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Sally and LadyLaw
at the end.
Sally and LadyLaw were the troopers on the last F at Friday. They stuck around for the long
that was
haul.
Fun.
Val popped in and out.
Passed out for 2 hours.
I was there.
Yeah. That was a fun one.
That was a fun night. That was a really fun night.
I had a blast, and I woke up feeling so guilty that I immediately sent Jeff an apology. I was like, I don't know if I owe you an apology or not, but I'm sorry if I do.
I know. I've done that a couple of times too. It's like, Jeff, did I do something I shouldn't, or say something I should?
Jeff,
but he's like, don't worry about it.
I'm usually like, I don't know.
He responded back. He responded back. He was like, "What are you apologizing for?" And I'm like, "I'm not sure, but I'm trying to cover my bases."
Like I said, there's only been one. There's been a few F and Fridays that should have probably come down. But there's only one that I took down because it was like 10 people not at their best. So we just took it all.
10 people? That's a lot of people.
But that was also one with a booby dance in it, though, right?
So that was one of Steph. That was Steph the Alternate's first milkshake dance.
Well, actually, and if you remember, we got a second booby dance, the milkshake dance that funded Brucey on Jeff's stream, because remember I kept on lamenting that people that didn't see that stream missed out on the milkshake dance.
So that's what prompted the second one. Okay, I remember that now.
But see, that's the thing is we've had some fun moments on the streams, but all of them have involved a weird level of lawyerly negotiations.
Right.
It was so
Sally's dance last time. Yeah,
it was such a
lawyer's hair.
I won on the debate with MG. However, Sally is not a good client.
I was trying to
represent her.
Sally, I had your back.
You know what? I'll never be that again.
Representing you. I was representing you.
Oh, you were helping me out.
I was trying to.
It was just a negotiation with MG Law negotiating for Let's Go Brandon, and Sally was trying to get her client to listen to her and hold out for more.
Client.
Julian Delfinky said Sally needed to shut the F up and listen to LadyLaw.
Exactly.
Well, see, my client Flux is really good. She's obeying we're just letting things calm. This is a good defense attorney move, and see, this is old Bison.
Mr.
The
Gosney.
prosecutor,
But
the
hang
prosecutor
on,
tried to
we're-
talk about the case
Yeah.
without you. He tried to
Can
talk
I-
about the
can
case
I
But hang,
today.
point
hang on, we're still talking about this because like LadyLaw negotiated this decent deal for me anyway.
Yeah, it wasn't in Sally's
not
best
so
interest.
good.
Sally
And so
couldn't
it-
be helped. Sally just
Yeah.
wanted to take her clothes off. Okay, that's
Yeah.
where we
What?
were. It's true.
It's true. It's true.
And yes, so that happened. But
Yeah,
before
because you
that,
got the second half of that because he was saying he only got 500. But he got 500 for the top. Then he got another 500 for the bottoms, right?
I don't
And
think we got to the
240.
bottoms. I think
No.
Jeff stopped it before we got to the
You got
bottom.
No, I
500,
didn't.
and then you
Oh,
got
no, I
Somebody
was-
did.
you
you got the 250.
for the
Oh, 'cause
bottoms.
I wore full on bikini, so I don't know what you're talking
Yeah.
about.
Did you ever
Did
receive
you?
that? Because I didn't ever get
I did.
I didn't ever get my funds from that. Just my fees.
Are you supposed to get funds too? I'll forward you some money. How much
Brandon got y'all.
But
Lawyer
Steph the Alternerds deal, that was a bit of convoluted commercial lawyering there. I can't even remember what that deal was. Can you, Steve?
No, I would have to really have it was because I remember the stream was kind of putting along. Right?
Ozzy's here. Ozzy brokered the deal.
Brokered the deal, and it was this
Is
it was
Ozzy here?
almost like a Jenga thing, you know,
Yeah.
where it was
Ozzy's
so
here in
built
chat.
on this and this, and then it was
Ozzy,
like
what was the deal? Because Ozzy brokered the deal.
Lawyers
What was the deal? He has to give us the details because it was really convoluted, if you can remember.
it was convoluted, but it worked in some freaky way. It worked in the damn bro because nobody was because it was the F at Friday stream, and Jeff. Oh, and I remember because I was feeling so bad because see, this is the thing. Jeff lets me on his stream, and then I'm like grifting a book, and I'm like, but this is his F at Friday stream, and so we brokered this deal. It was like a win-win deal. And the dam broke, and it was like Ozzy kicked it off, and if we did this, then this happened and stuff. But it
then there was something else was
resulted-
contingent on something else.
it was really ridiculously complex. But in the end, we all won because
Yeah.
Jeff got a great F at Friday. I got Brucey funded fully through Give, Send, Go, the pictures, and
Nice.
and we got a milkshake dance from Steph that you
Yeah.
can watch back. I think that like second hour that happened, that was one of the epic
Yeah.
moments.
and that's how Brucey the One-Eyed Wonder Dog got funded.
But Steve, did you have bikini bottoms and someone bending over their chair to reach for things?
Well, he
No.
did. He did, but we're not going
Yeah,
to.
we told him not to. Yeah, we
we're-
don't do that, Steve. He
I
wanted
did.
to. No,
Oh, are you talking
We're
about the?
no, we're
My
joking.
client, my
It's a
client
joke.
absolutely did that.
She's making fun of her client. She's being an ass.
Speaking of never mind.
Speaking of
Speaking of asses. Okay, if chat paid a certain amount, Branca and someone else matched the donation, and Steph, there was more to it than that.
We
It
were
was-
also
yeah.
sort of mildly inebriated, and that didn't help the
Mildly.
contractual.
Inebriated?
Yeah, we were
No,
all
I feel like
inebriated.
that was the deal. I think that was the deal.
Yeah, because I was surprised that Ozzy actually convinced Branca to part with some money. That was kind of cool. That was a win there.
Yeah, Branca paid. Oh, and then I kicked in $100, I think, but then Ozzy kicked in the remainder. And I think Brandon was going to give like 800 but it would had to be matching. And then like Ozzy said, oh, if we get this much, he will make it up if we get the
And
dance.
to get to that point, Steph
That's
would
what
do
it
the
was.
milkshake dance.
It was like Steve had to do something,
wanna know
which
what the milkshake
triggered
dance
Branca
is.
doing something, which
She was-
triggered
she
the
was dancing
donation,
with
which
boobies.
triggered Brandon to match the funds, which triggered Steph to do. It was like the most convoluted. I'm sitting here going, only a lawyer could make something so simple, so complex, and then pull it off.
But the genius of it, what Ozzy did broker, but the genius of it was that it worked.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it could have worked a lot
finally
better. So I'm
got
like,
the
here's a
people.
super chat. It could have been done that way, but that's far too simple for lawyers.
No, but that wasn't as entertaining.
I
Because
just
we had all
had
these moving parts, and that was wonderful.
But see, that's
Because,
like these discussions I have with clients, and you go into these negotiation sessions, and everything works out, and everybody goes, "Oh, we did such a good job," and then I just sit there and I'm just pissed because, like, look, this was exactly what we could have just done when we walked through the door. We all knew we were going to end up at this point. Why didn't we just say, "Let's do this" and walk out? Oh, because that's not negotiating.
Billable hours.
Billable
Oh, Lord.
hours. That's why you make everything so damn complicated.
Right.
Defense attorneys.
You have a lot of competing interests. You got to go through some complexity because we had a lot of moving parts on that. I had to be taken care of. Jeff had to be taken care of. Ozzy and Brandon were working. Steph was working. We had all these parties that all were chipping in and getting $100 out of Branko was.
Yeah, that was like epic. I think he said that was his only super chat he's ever done. I think he said.
Well, he
Really?
occasionally will do it, but never 100. And then I kicked in 100 because I think I challenged. I think I challenged.
Yeah, you challenged him. Yeah,
because I said, yeah, if you do it, I'll do it, or something like that, or said something. There was something, and I kicked in 100. Then Branka had to come through, right? And he was on the spot. You had to corner. You have to corner.
But it was for your book, so you weren't really out any money.
Yeah,
I donated. Oh, okay.
But it was
Brucey got fully funded from this. Yeah.
I think it was a super chat to Vices, though.
Well, no, yours and this matching thing was fine, but Brandon was matching what I got to fund your book.
Right. So that was it. That was it. So we had to get to a certain level of super chats for Jeff, and then Brandon would match, and then Ozzy matched that. It was really ridiculous. I don't even know. It was a one-time moment. I don't even know.
That was funny. That was a funny. Whose comment was that? It was Legendary Racing. That was a funny comment.
Yeah, that
lawyers be surprised something worked is the most discouraging thing I've heard.
Yeah, that was funny. I left that up for a while.
He's not wrong.
No, see, that's what they're saying about billable hours. I mean, that's a thing. Your client is going to be, say your client is going to end up paying $300,000-$400,000. If you just walk into a room and go, okay, here, pay $300,000 or $400,000, they get upset. But if you go into a room and you argue and you bill them like $5,000 and then tell them they have to spend $400,000, they're like, okay, cool, you worked hard. You did your best.
It was at this moment Valhalla realized he could never be Jeff's client.
Never.
See, that's me. I'm just like, look, you want this, they want this. We know we're going to meet in the middle. So let's just say, put the bullshit on the table. Let's stop wasting everybody's time. Let's stop wasting clients' money and just agree at the halfway mark. And it was like, no. And then you argue and you yell and you have to bill your client like, you get thousands of dollars. And then you end up at the 50% mark anyway. And you're like, all right, you could have gone on vacation with what you just gave me to do what I said let's do when we walked in the room.
Would have been
they feel better about it.
Ozzy in the chat, he came through big time on that, and he came through tonight too. By the way, he bought some books, Brucey books, on top of it. Because he gets at that top tier, he gets some special treatment from me, but he get extra special. I'm gonna have to ship him like a big Ozzy box because tonight he came through. Yeah, you see, he said, ironically, I took charge because it was taking too long to get Jeff drunk and Brucey funded.
Best spelling of Jeff I've ever seen in my entire life.
They're Geoffs.
Geoff.
You know what really makes me sad is that I'm the only one that has a beverage, and this is supposed to be my happy birthday stream, and you guys,
excuse you. Oh,
thank you, lady. Wow.
I got.
What's that? A baby beer you've got there, Valhalla? Is that a little tiny baby mini beer? What was that?
I've just got man hands. That's all.
Well, in that case, I'll hold mine like this.
Yeah,
I can make it look normal, I guess, if I squish my hand up. Otherwise, we can just hold it like normal.
You do got some big old hands, bigger than mine. That's surprising me.
But how are your feet?
I was gonna say me holding up a can.
What size shoe do you wear again, Valhalla? No.
Big enough. Big enough.
See, I mean, there's something people don't know about Sally because she's always sitting. Well, she's sitting down most of the time, but sometimes she stands up. But
and we appreciate her for it.
She's tall.
I'm tall.
She's
I would
extremely tall for a woman.
I saw the watermelon crushing video. I assumed you're pretty tall.
Yeah, she's taller than me.
Yeah.
You're either
I'll adjust my camera. I'll stand against the wall. You'll see how tall I am. But I can't. I'm so
lawyer.
Tall,
Tell her she doesn't need to do that. Counsel.
I mean, it's unnecessary, but I no longer represent Sally.
Hold on. Okay. Let's see how this plays out, y'all. Let's see what happens here.
No, I'm not doing that, mother. No.
Jeff, saying that she's taller than you isn't.
Sally is close to 6 feet.
I believe
yes.
Really? I believe it.
Yeah.
I'm jealous.
Like Jeff Yeah, Jeff had his hat on, so I just told everybody that Jeff was taller than me. So just let him be taller. It's okay.
Yeah,
Just let me be taller.
that was like when we were standing next to each other. I'm like, wow, I haven't looked a woman dead in the eyes in a long time.
Yeah, I'm very tall.
So you're like
And I love
5'10",
to wear heels.
5'11"?
5'11".
Okay.
And I love heels, and so I'll still wear my 4-inch heels, or if I go out, I'll wear the 6. I don't care. I just love heels, so
Get it,
I'm
girl.
just me.
Get it. I'm here for
Steve,
it.
what time is it
Wow.
there,
My time?
Steve?
It's 8.
Oh,
Oh, Steve.
11.
Yeah,
It's
he's
just
you
Are you
quarter-
passing out?
Yeah,
quarter
did
Well,
you
I've
just
been
leave
up
like an hour ago?
5 a.m.
He drank
Huh?
a lot today.
I drank a lot today, had a big day. I do need to tap out here. But happy birthday.
Thank you. Before you go, Steve, I'll show you my flowers. I went downstairs
my.
to see.
Oh.
I think she needs your services again,
Are they
LadyLaw.
behind the
Oh,
chair?
okay.
No, they're right there. I went downstairs to the
Oh.
kitchen to get
Oh, it's
my son.
pretty.
And look at how cute they were in the kitchen for me. Aren't those cute?
Oh,
I think
Anyway.
so.
those are pretty.
They're cute. They are.
Oh,
They're
Sally's
so
pixelated.
I like different colored flowers. So there's
The
red
Max Headroom
roses,
dance.
Make
yellow
yourself big.
roses.
Make yourself big.
Make yourself big.
Oh,
Pretty.
Oh, hello. This is
And
like I don't know how to
biggin
do these.
yourself.
Biggen myself.
Aw.
See,
Atta
so
girl.
there we go.
Roses.
So there's
Pretty.
yellow. Yeah, and I like different colored flowers, and so they're just like perfect. Aren't those
Nice.
cute?
That is
Yeah.
Yeah,
Very nice.
Mahalo approves. Not that
it
you
was
need
very
my
sweet. I
approval,
went
but-
downstairs. I'm like, oh, okay. Now how do I get this back to the other way?
No, we're fine.
Oh, there we go. Rude.
Sally with the voice.
Nobody needs to see this. Yeah.
Hey, well, you guys are
Steve
you
is
guys
coming.
have a good night and a happy birthday. And Jeff, I thank you very
Yes, sir.
much as always. And Valhalla, you owe me at least 4 books. You're the
At
worst
least.
book salesman of all time.
4? I owe you 4 now?
You're -4.
Outstanding. That means I got a book coming in the mail. Yes.
How many did you order?
Keep quiet.
0. Okay.
Keep quiet. He got 0. He ordered 0, and he
I've
got
ordered
4
0.
books.
Well, you're gonna send him one because he's nice, and that's okay.
And
Yeah.
he cost Gosney an order.
Yeah,
At least
he's
one.
just
At
he's
least.
just the worst salesman on earth.
I'm the worst person
Yeah,
on
he-
YouTube, period. I don't know why
Steve was using Valhalla to grift for books one day, and he sold 0 books, and someone canceled an order.
Right.
He's like a -1 on the book.
What?
sale.
No, it's worse than
How did
that.
that
It's
happen?
worse than that. I'm -4. I'm
Yikes.
-4.
Well, not counting the ones you got for free.
Yeah,
Like,
so
you
he got
actually working on the sales floor. You somehow ended up with -1 sales.
Gosney, before you go, will you please show your book one more time? You can buy this book at stevegosney.com. The kid book.
The newest one.
You can go buy it for $25.
Brucey.
Oh, I think my
the first
grandkids
editions,
do
I will
that.
tell you, I think what I've got some plans. I'm just saying, if you want a hardcover first edition with the highest quality paper, which is 100-pound print, right? If you want this, all will be signed and autographed, hardcover, and it's large too. So like here's Summer Friend. See here? It's a big wide book. So it's 11 by 8.5. If you want this, I guarantee it now, if you buy it now, and it's only available at stevegosney.com. I might change it up because these are very expensive to produce. So I'm not sure. I might make options. I'm still figuring it out. But right now, the deal is, because this is the release day, that's what you're going to get. And, it's a perfect gift for Christmas for children and families. Or if you have a doctor who's a veterinarian, or an office that has anything that has kids in it, your local humane society, because this is kind of a humane society story. Gifts for a lot of people. It's really the perfect book for children, and you can only get it from me at Steve Gosney. It's not Amazon, nobody else. So, and that's
Not available in stores.
not
Can I get
sold in stores. That's right. So,
Whatever. I'm going to order
special
some, and I'm going to
request?
sell them and mark them up. Go ahead.
There you
I need a special request. Like, can I get it like autographed with like a note to my grandchild?
Yes, and what you need to do is if you order it, then all you need to do is send there, like on SteveGosney.com, there's a contact page. Just send me a message through your contact page and say, I'm order number this, or this is my name, and here's what I want written on it, and I will personalize it for you too.
Cool.
I've got a number of requests. These will be shipping out
know
end of
that.
next week.
Okay.
But-
It's coming.
I'm saying I didn't know that when I ordered my book today.
Oh, thank you very much. And we and Jeff just crushed it today. Basically it was I had a break-even point and we exceeded that point. And that means that Brucey will live on. That means he will be part of my stable and my wife will continue to let me write. Because, you met my wife. Valhalla met my wife.
She's
A
amazing.
tough cookie.
She's amazing.
So she'll cut me off in a second.
She's amazing.
Huh?
She's amazing. That woman is absolutely amazing. I love her.
Yeah, she was cool. And Valhalla, you're hitting, pretty high, I must say yourself.
Oh yeah, I way outkicked my book cover.
You got damn lucky.
Wow, you're not wrong, sir.
$45 more, guys, so I can chug a beer. That's it to get to 100. $45 more.
Yay!
All right, so happy birthday. Do your best. I got to get going, but I got to go to bed. I'm falling.
Thank
over.
you.
God bless
Good
you
night,
guys.
Steve.
Good night, brother.
Good night.
Bye.
Steve's so awesome. I
love
Steve
him.
so
I love him.
much.
I love that he's a timely person.
Timely?
Oh, he showed up on time. She's throwing shade.
Because I was by
Who was
myself,
late?
but I was supposed to have a co-host, and I
Who
was
was
like,
late?
okay.
LadyLaw?
What was that?
LegalVices, the
You go
co-host.
Frozen?
Ooh.
No, he's fine. He was busy. I was just throwing shade.
Jeff.
What?
But I was nervous, and so Steve was
few
there, and
minutes
he filled the void, so it was perfect.
He did. He taught
I was only a few
history.
minutes late.
So Steve Gosney filled your slot is what I'm hearing.
Yes.
Okay, now you're inappropriate. Now you're just inappropriate.
Yeah. They made history.
Nobody's ever filled my slot.
Oh,
They don't have one of them. Anyway.
giggity.
That's what he says.
All right.
Man.
Oh, I love that.
I'm actually gonna have to take off too. It is also
No.
it is late. It's 11. I'm
okay.
Flux,
Yeah.
You better plug this show you have coming up on Saturday.
Oh,
Yes.
next Saturday.
A week from tomorrow, y'all.
What?
A week from tomorrow.
Bronca's here. I'm going to add him.
Yeah.
It's going to be called The Melting Point. What's up?
What's up,
Andrew's in the
guys?
house. It's going
Hey,
to
everybody.
it's going to be called the
morning for me.
Melting Point, and Val and I are just gonna kind of get into the ranty aspect of our old crusty veteran selves.
Yes.
Love
So
that.
I'm super excited. That's going to be next Saturday at 8.
Okay.
But yeah, and then Minecraft in the
Eastern?
morning, and I will see all of you guys later.
Bye, vlogs.
Yeah.
Bye,
Have a good
Thank you for coming on my show. Thank
Oh
you
my
so
gosh, I
much.
drove her out.
When she was running around.
No. Have a good night, guys. Be
Good
excellent
night.
to each other.
Good night,
Bye.
babe.
Bye.
Oh, you know what, y'all? That's my gay best friend, and I didn't realize that was a thing until like yesterday. I realized
Really?
I have a gay best friend.
Everybody has a gay best
That's
friend.
awesome.
This is the
You
first time in my life that
But
that's
some
been-
people are the gay best friend.
I thought
Yeah.
Jeff was my gay best friend.
You might be. You might be.
She's awesome. I haven't interacted too much with her, but I really like her.
Oh, that's the first time you've met
How could
Flux?
you not like Flux?
I just haven't
Oh.
been like interacted a lot with her. I've seen her on other people's shows, and I like her from that. And she was on when I did Vices F at Friday a month ago, the one
Wow.
before last, so like 6 weeks ago. And
Is that
but
the one I
everyone there was yes,
The one-
and there was
the
just a
one
lot of
cheer
people
members.
that I remember. Rude.
My bad. You're not wrong. My bad.
Oh, thank you, Miles.
Must be cold in your neck of the woods there, Andrew.
I got chilly all of a sudden. Yeah.
Yeah.
No Ty Bronca. Yay.
Oh, you might not like it. I've been drinking a couple hours.
No, okay.
we'll see
I'm
how it
sure to be
goes.
fun. I love it.
I've been there. It's like
I'm the
I
only one
walked in here to
drinking,
turn the
so
computer
I
on this morning, looked at the room, and went, "What happened last night?" Oh,
Were your
Gosney
pants on
happened.
the floor?
Right.
Yeah, you guys looks like a liquor
Like
store.
8
in
cut
here.
up sex dolls and
Yeah.
it's like what?
Mrs. Valhalla actually had to shut down my computer the other night for me. I went apparently a little too hard.
Uh
Yeah.
oh.
We've all
You'll
been there.
Yeah.
She was
Like
like,
the
"How do I do
expression
this?"
of
I was
that.
like, "Push the button over there and then click
push
the other
power
button."
and leave.
Well,
Just
then,
unplug it.
that is
Just
one
make
of
sure
the
the camera's
drawbacks of
not
being
working.
single.
Right.
I'm on my own to figure out how to do things like turn off my computer.
Oh, the dogs know, Jeff.
Yeah.
They grab that
useless.
power card and the little
Yeah.
short jaws and just pull it out of the wall.
Just remember to unplug the mic and the cam, and you'll be fine, no matter what happens after that.
That's always the first thing. Is like, okay, is the camera off? That's the okay. Now I can stand up. Yeah.
That's
the
so
most important
good.
thing.
So, Sally, is it your birthday
It's my birthday tomorrow.
tomorrow?
What are you, like, 22?
Congratulations.
What was that?
20.
You're like 22?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm 22 with a 20-year-old and an 18-year-old. I started really young.
Perfect.
Yeah, I'm
Disavow.
30.
Disavow.
I'm from Utah, so we start them young.
Start them real young.
Brig 'em.
Rig
Real
'em young.
Yeah.
Nice. You're proud of that one, aren't
I
you?
got you, Val.
That was good.
Oh my gosh, I'm laughing so hard.
Oh,
Okay.
man.
My birthday's tomorrow. Well, actually in like
It's
oh my
today in
gosh,
Korea. Figure that one.
2 hours. I forgot
I'm on
how
the
old
East
I was.
Coast. It's only 1 hour.
What?
East Coast is like midnight.
It's 10:58 p.m. right now for me.
Oh, on the East Coast?
No.
I'm in East Tennessee. I'm on
Yes.
Eastern time.
You're Central. Central?
No,
Mhm.
not in East Tennessee.
No.
Tennessee splits. It's
so
Central on the
confused.
west side.
Okay.
But Eastern time zone is still it's like 11 o'clock on.
That's
on
what I
Eastern.
just said. It's 10:59.
Oh, did some people do daylight savings already? Because my daylight savings is tomorrow night.
They're
So
all
has
tomorrow.
some people
Most of the rest
No?
of the world already has. But
Okay.
America is Saturday night or it's early Sunday morning. We should
Okay, I
just
was
do
just
away with
confused.
daylight savings. Daylight savings is the
Right?
stupidest thing.
Isn't it? I just found out like the entire planet doesn't do their daylight savings time at the same time.
Yeah, no, they don't, which makes it
No,
ridiculous for
I
streamers
just
over here.
realized this. Nick Staroff,
Yeah.
his time just switched the other day, and then we did a stream last weekend with Steph the Alter Nerd, and the times got all messed up because
Yeah.
her time switched that night, and ours had already
Yeah.
been switched.
Every nation is stupid in a different way.
Yes, sir. Yes,
But
sir.
most of them are stupid because of daylight savings.
Yes.
They're
Korea
all
did it
stupid.
for like 2 years, and then they said, "This is dumb. We're stopping this." They gave it a good show there for like 2 years.
Practical people, the Koreans.
They said it was disturbing and interrupting the biorhythms. I thought, yeah, I get that.
I agree.
Mm. As a farmer, I do too.
what do you farm?
Goats.
Aminals.
Oh my gosh.
Have you never
got one more
seen my
person at
channel?
backstage.
Who are you? What are you doing here? Who are you, a strange person?
No, you know what? I have been so busy. And you know, when you start streaming, and I really stream a lot of hours, and I still have a job.
Ooh, I think Mrs. Valhalla just got home. She did.
Oh, okay.
Is
Wait,
this where the
we
yelling starts?
we have a really fun guest backstage. He's coming on right now, and he made it.
He.
What
Drag!
What's up, y'all?
What's up, sir?
What up, homeboy?
Man,
So
how
he
you
won't
guys
even
doing?
give me the time. We got no tie Branca and no hat Drex. We're in.
I know, right? Yeah,
I
the
love
world. There's a
Critical
breaking up
mass.
the metaverse. Yeah. So
Yeah.
just. Shh. I
And
just
see,
got back from Five Nights at Freddy's.
How was it?
Nice.
It was just look, I don't. My daughter knows the lore. Obviously, for me, it's just like a movie.
Yeah.
We had a whole row of kids in front of us that were obnoxious. They got kicked out of the movie.
Uh-huh.
I've never seen that in my whole life. Like
Was
you
it
don't know
you
it's
that
like
just
one
threw him
person.
out? Did you eject them yourself?
Yeah, they just got booted. They were being obnoxious and loud, like, because it's a movie that a lot of kids grew up with. So you're talking kids who were like 6, 7, 8, and now here we are, like 5 something years later, and so now they're teenagers and they're obnoxious teenagers, and they're just being more and more ridiculous. And eventually, the security guy came in and just booted them, just bam, gone. So it was something. It was just kind of like a movie. It's not scary, if anyone thinks it's not very scary. It has a couple of good.
Is it scary?
No.
Oh.
I'm a horror
I love
fan.
a scary
So
movie.
I love horror. Oh, wait, we have someone I haven't seen before. Who is LadyLaw?
It's me.
LadyLaw.
Hey, man, I've never seen you before. I've never heard of you. So who are you? I've never.
You've been very quiet. I'm not sure I've met her either. Have we met LadyLaw?
You know what? If I don't start making an impression,
Yeah.
I'm gonna I don't know.
You talk away. Hey, you know what? Host for a minute while I run downstairs
Yeah.
real quick. You take over, LadyLaw.
You know what?
All right,
love
LadyLaw, go.
It's the LadyLaw show.
No,
Go ahead.
no pressure. No pressure.
Woo! I'm just impressed to see Drex and Bronca on the same stream, and
Oh man, we
Waiting-
fucking been in the Waffle House together, man.
We,
We're brothers.
Brock and I are.
Right.
We survived some shit. We hit Waffle House.
Well, you
Brock, I don't
survived
think
that.
anyone
That's
knows
good
what
enough.
happened. I went with the lovely Mrs.
Oh, I was
Brock,
there.
who's
I
a
remember the
delight.
guy in the muscle car with the drug dealer with the broken arm. That dude. The fat cops inside behind the glass. Those guys.
Thanks,
oh my
Wolfram.
god. There were 2 cops inside that Waffle House who were obviously being paid with waffles.
Yes.
These guys were rotund.
I'm not lying. This is what's crazy. I'm driving. I got Bronca to my right in the passenger seat. His wife is in the back. And as we're pulling in, I didn't see these dudes. But Bronca said, you called them something. I can't remember if you called them like Tweedledee, and you said like they were. You gave a name for how big they were, and I thought he was joking.
No.
And I looked, and I'm like, they can't be as big because Bronca said, I think he said something like morbidly rotund or something. And I was like, and I turned.
They were like the boulder that chased Indiana Jones in the first movie. They were like that big.
Jeff, I got to show you a picture.
You took a picture of them, did you?
I do have one question, Drex.
Oh, what's that?
How come I had like 17 people asking me why Drex is asking if I was gay after Nashville? That's all I was. I touched one man's thigh one time, and all of a sudden everybody's like, "Oh, Drex thinks you're gay."
Yeah. Well, if a dude touches my thigh, I always assume that they must have heard like the wrong rumor. No, but this was wild though. I'm sitting there.
Whose thigh was it though?
It was my thigh. So I'm sitting there.
Oh, he touched your thigh.
Yeah. So if a dude touches my thigh, I'm always like doing the look, the sus look.
What's he reaching for?
Yeah. Now, Bronca.
He thought he was touching it.
Bronca,
Sure not to be a
full
leg.
disclosure.
Got excited.
Full disclosure. Somebody told a story in the Discord that may or may not have involved someone being inebriated, and they were at a party, and someone unzipped pants and balls got cupped.
Oh,
and we all kind of did the like, wait, hold up, fam. Like, when someone tells a story and they just tell it straight, everyone kind of does that pause, like, that's pretty fucking gay, bro. Like, I don't know.
For a minute, I thought this was a story about me.
No, it's not.
I thought it was.
No,
Wait, was this the
Sally
same
Drex
night
is putting
that?
it. Yeah.
Was this the
What
same
was
night
that?
that Nick was on the stripper pole?
Oh wait,
Valhalla?
when was this?
No,
No.
that was
No.
that was more recent. Nick on the stripper pole was more recent than
Oh Jesus!
The
I
stripper
couldn't-
No,
pole
it's
actually-
not.
A picture of
the
some
chaos
fat
never
top for you to
ends.
bring up.
the stripper
Yeah.
pole was the night before, I think, if I remember correctly.
Did you put the picture up, Drex?
I think it
Oh
was
shit!
the-
Wait, let me find. Where's my phone? Well, I think that like Bronca and I need to do like a little like a little video series. It's just Bronca and I just driving around cross country, going Waffle House to Waffle House.
Oh, I'd sub to that channel.
Because
just fly out to Denver. You can ride.
Yeah,
in the
I just
back of
flew out
a
to
motorcycle.
what's crazy is Bronca is narrating everything that's so. I get ready to go order. Right, it's time for Mrs. Bronca and I to order. And right as I get ready to walk in to order my All-Star, Bronca pushes me out of the way and goes, no, man, you can go first. Right as I'm going to say, dude, what the fuck? I look over and see the dude that says he got in a motorcycle accident.
Right.
And Bronco's
He's
like,
a drug dealer in a Dodge
Bronco goes,
Charger X Max, whatever the fuck it was.
he's in a Charger.
He's covered in tattoos. White dude.
White dude
He's got
with
like a
face
broken
tattoos and-
arm, right?
So
You know, and he's like he's crawling. It's like an action movie where the star is crawling himself out of a burning vehicle to order a waffle. I'm like,
Yep.
I'm gonna let this guy order his waffle first.
Well, he gets in the car, and so this guy orders in front of us, and there's a point where Bronco sees the dude. He gets back in the car, right, limping. He's like limping back into the car. Yeah, man. He's like, he has that. Yeah, man. Got a motorcycle accident. Bronco goes, oh, really? Yeah, man. I ride motorcycles. What kind? He said some bullshit answer. Gets in the car, and Bronco looks over, and he's doing something. He's like fidgeting with something in the car. Bronco goes, please don't be loading a gun. I don't have my gun. Please don't load a gun.
Listen,
A dog appears. This dude gets out of the car, limps out of the car, takes his dog for a walk. We look over, one of the fat cops is sitting there smoking a joint. And I look at Bronco, I'm just kind of, it's this surreal scene. I'm like,
Things
I'm
work
sitting there looking
differently
like,
in the
bro.
South, I take it.
What town were you in?
this is in Nashville. So we were in the black part of Nashville. There's the white part, which is downtown. And that's where all the hoes, young and old, go.
But
party.
ironically, the only
where I
black
would.
guy with us was you,
That's where I
Drex.
Yeah, I know, right?
I mean, the Waffle House girls were white. The cops inside were white.
No, but
drug
not the
dealer in
patrons.
Charger was white.
You remember the ladies of the night who came to go to this Waffle House?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Yeah. So LadyLaw, she had, I don't call them Daisy Dukes. It's just ass cheeks out.
Yeah.
Just ass cheeks. And poor Mrs. Bronco. So the reason why we ended up here at 1:15 a.m. is because Andrew and I were explaining to her, you have to go inside because that's where all the action happens. You go inside of the Waffle House. So when Bronco said, no, Bronco, do you remember this? When we arrived, you go, why is everybody outside standing?
Right, because you can't get in. They had it locked down.
They locked down the Waffle House. So I think I sent Sally that picture where the Waffle House
It was a Waffle House that was so dangerous they wouldn't let living people into the building.
No, they locked it down, and you got so LadyLaw. When you ordered your All-Star, the fat cop, I'm not joking, 450 pounds, slides the bulletproof glass and hands you your food. And
it's like prison.
It was. I'm just sitting there like, oh Jesus Christ! Like this is so great. It's
I want to
great
see
and
this
awful.
picture.
Oh shit! Yeah, hold on. Let me look up the
Yes,
phone.
Are you going to
Picture to
present it
Sally.
eventually sometime this century or what?
I have never been in a Waffle House.
What?
Not once in my life. I've never been to Waffle House.
I've never been
If
to Waffle
you-
House either.
I mean,
If
we
you
have
go
them.
to a Waffle House and they don't allow you inside the Waffle House, don't go to that Waffle House. Turn
Right.
around.
I probably
go to
want to go
McDonald's.
back. I
Don't
was pretty
ever
happy
do
I had
that.
a gun at the time.
But we only have IHOPs IHOPs are in Utah. We don't have Waffle Houses in Utah.
You know what? I just make a really good breakfast. So I just to go pay for someone to make me breakfast that's 3 times as much. It just is not happening.
Waffle
She's
House.
right.
You don't
She
go to
makes a really
Waffle
good
House at
breakfast.
9 a.m. You go there in the middle of the night.
Oh,
It's
that
like
reminds me.
strip club
Jeff, you
hours.
still owe me breakfast.
You're damn right.
Me?
No,
Ooh.
Jeff.
Jeff.
do.
All right, that's on you, Jeff.
Okay, pray do tell. Why do I owe you breakfast, LadyLaw?
Remember that last stream where we like 10
Nope.
hours in and I was like, I'm real hungry, and you're like, whatever you want.
Oh
send
yeah,
me-
well but you didn't. So yeah,
He
that
meant
was
a
that.
kidney.
Yeah,
He didn't mean breakfast.
I did say I would DoorDash her anything she wanted, and she didn't.
I was really hungry, but everything was closed except for probably a Waffle House.
Mm.
Is
You don't want
Drex
to
sharing that
do that.
picture? Are you sharing that picture, Drex?
He's trying.
I already sent it.
Oh, did you-
I don't
did
know
you
if
DM it to
Bronco
me?
wants to.
Look
You
on
might have to
Twitter.
edit out Mrs. Bronco because I don't want her.
Oh no, I don't
face.
want to post her picture. No, I
Oh
don't wanna
yeah,
post her
I'd
picture.
rather
edit
I'd
that
rather-
out.
I'd rather not have her face.
Yeah, I don't want
No,
her
I'm not
getting
gonna-
any
no.
of
Just
that.
for the
We get
really
enough
fat cops,
death
that's all we
threats
want.
here.
Yeah.
I do not
No,
do
but you
that.
can clearly see the ass cheeks. You can see the fat cop's arms. You can't see
not
the
my
body, but
not
you
my
can-
wife's ass cheeks.
Yeah, not Mrs. Bronco's ass cheeks. So Bronco, this was crazy. In the picture, because of just the way it's framed,
Yeah.
your head happens to be down because you're looking at the register, but on the picture, it looks like you're looking at her ass.
I might have been.
That's
Who
how
knows?
rumors start.
Yeah.
This is like a story that if you saw in a movie, it would be like, okay, this is
No,
You
you can't
had
make this
you
shit
had to
up.
see this guy. I mean, Bronco, who would you say that dude look like? He kind of looked like a discount Machine Gun Kelly, right? Like
I was
padded up.
90% sure I was gonna have to shoot that dude.
Yeah,
I was so,
Bronco goes,
I was so sure I was gonna have to shoot that, but he was cool. He was totally
he was cool, just shot and probably
But
just
it's
gonna have like a
It's like if when guys walk into a room, we know who we might have to fight or not fight.
Yeah.
When this guy stumbled, fell out of his fucking
it was so bad with his
Charger
dog.
or whatever it was, I was like, all right, I might have to shoot this guy.
No, but no, you didn't have the gun. So you said you were complaining. We're in line, and Bronco goes, no, literally the one time in my entire life I'm not armed.
Oh, I
And we're
didn't
in the
bring
worst.
it.
Yeah, so your gun
I
was
would
back in
have
the
to
room.
stab him.
Yeah, I'm sitting there. Don't worry, he couldn't run away. This dude was one step above cripple. No bullshit. Like Bronco, you remember Bronco, do you remember how long it took for him to get out of that car?
He looked like a young Mel Gibson with an arm in a cast. So
Yep. Like he was like,
dangerous.
I'm like, damn. Yeah, but it was great times. Nashville was a great time.
And that was just ordering waffles. Jesus.
Just ordering some waffles. It won something in the morning. Took forever to get the food. But I don't know. I mean, I can't wait to finally meet Sally and Danny. I'll be in that's why, Bronco, your dates are terrible. That's literally the weekend I wanted to go to Utah. I'm like, no.
When are you going to Utah?
Well, I want to go to Utah not this next weekend, but the weekend after, which is the weekend Bronco wants to
that's too
hang out
bad.
in
Danny will
Texas.
be here in Korea.
Wait, what?
Danny's going to be here in Korea.
Damn it. Well,
Till the
I'll
end
meet
of November.
Sally, or I'll meet Bronco again.
I'll meet me.
Yeah,
No,
I gotta.
in a week I'll be in Nashville again. We can go back to the Waffle House, I guess.
That is our new thing. Anywhere Bronco and I go. So if we're in the north, though, we got to pick a new spot because once you get above the Mason-Dixon line, there's no Waffle House.
But you feel safe.
I'm traveling, man. I put myself in your hands. Not literally.
That's how rumors start. Yeah.
But in a week I'll be in Nashville. A week after that I'll be in San Antonio.
Okay, San
Texas.
Antonio after that. Yeah, I know you said you were in Texas.
And after that, I could then I'll be in New York. I mean, fuck. After that, I could be in Utah.
Your schedule sounds like mine, where I'm like, well, this week I got to do this. So when I was in Nashville, that I had literally done a different trip every single week. I did Taste of Chicago, Nashville. The next weekend, I was in Austin at Pinballs, and then the weekend after that, I can't remember where the hell I was. I went somewhere like right after this.
I can be anywhere.
Weekend.
I mean, I'm happy to travel anywhere.
Yeah, I love traveling.
Name your Waffle
I just
House.
have to know.
If you guys come to Utah, let's
Name
plan
your
something
Waffle
fun.
House.
But you have to coordinate with me. You have to tell me when I need to be there.
Yeah, right.
Because otherwise I'm someplace else. So. But if you have an event where you want me to be, let me know, and I can probably make it happen.
Well, I'm gonna end up meeting you in Denver extremely soon because I'm taking my daughter to Casa Bonita now that Matt and Trey have revamped it, and of course, she's a huge South Park fan. So I told her I'm gonna fly her out to Denver and.
Well, man, I told you we got a guest room, we got a hot tub, we got a smoker, we got everything here. Man.
You guys got everything.
Stay with us. Yeah.
No, yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, what's crazy is that like. For kids, you guys ever travel with kids and like everything is just so like they're like, oh, this is cool, oh, that's cool, oh, that's cool.
You said something. Okay. Sorry.
It's the best feeling.
Talking.
No, I'm just saying it's the best feeling to see like because I mean like I don't know if my daughter has ever seen mountains. I mean actually I take it back. We were in Montana years ago, but like you know how like kids like there's something about when they see something they're kind of like whoa, like damn, because to you, Bronco, it's just a mountain now, right? It's like oh, that's just background. That's just nothing. But like,
well, all right, it is a Rocky, so it's more than that. It's still astonishing to me even now. But
yes,
it's the first time you see it, it's amazing.
Oh yeah, especially when you're coming from the east, and then you get the Rockies come up there out of Colorado, and you just because it's been flat for like 4 days.
Yeah,
suddenly the mountains come up.
Right, you went across Kansas, right, for 12 hours in a car. Absolutely flat, boring, and then you hit eastern Colorado is basically Kansas, but once you hit Denver and the mountains start and you see them, and they just keep getting bigger and bigger
Yep.
and bigger. No one's ever seen anything like it. I mean, even the Alps are not as impressive until you get there. I feel sorry for anyone who's not had that experience. It's magnificent.
It's a gorgeous thing to see, man. Like I said, that drive I took from Missoula to Kalispell was the most scenic I've ever had in my life.
Oh, that's beautiful.
It's unreal, man. Like that drive, because it's everything.
Oh, Kalispell is great, right? That's the northern end of the Rockies.
Yeah,
basically.
it's within that drive though. You get like everything. Like you get geysers, you get the creeks, you get the streams, you get the like rolling hills, like every type of terrain is all within that drive from Missoula to Kalispell. I'm sitting in the car like, I kind of want to just stop and just take it all in. Like, it's so beautiful. And she's sitting there like this. Oh yeah, that's just, like a hot springs. Well, that's just a geyser. That's just, and I'm sitting there like, So yeah, I definitely got to go back and take that.
See, that's why I love you. That's why one thing I really do love about Utah. You can be skiing, camping, or hiking in the desert all within an hour and a half of each other.
Now, especially that southern Utah, that Moab, Bryce Canyon, Grand Staircase, Glen Canyon, all that is some of the most beautiful earth I've ever seen in my life. And I'm on a motorcycle, of course, and I've ridden motorcycles all over the world. Nothing's more beautiful than that. It's unbelievable. Every time you lean the bike into a curve, you turn a corner. It's like, holy shit, this is a fucking postcard of what planet Earth, like if we were selling planet Earth to aliens, like this is the top 10 photo you would send.
And it's fun.
And then I make another turn. It's like, holy crap, it's another one. It's another one. It happens again. It happens 10 times in an hour.
It's actually fun because people have seen all the postcards and the pictures and the calendars, and you're literally driving around. They're like, oh, I've seen that. Oh, I've seen that. Oh, I've seen that. Oh, I've seen that. They're like, oh, these are all the things I've seen on screensavers and things. Oh yeah, I've been there.
What's the thing that people say in Korea, Jeff, when they're like, "Oh my God, I've seen that"? Like, do you guys get the same thing when people finally get over there?
No, because people haven't really seen a lot of what Korea has to offer.
Because I think you see more Japan. Like, I think people have seen more of Japan just because historically. With Korea, you know what I think it is. Most people just have a view of Korea as like a neon place. You know what I'm saying? Like, you just kind of like this metropolis. What have you done?
Yeah. That's me.
I'm looking at his eye level. We're not going to speak on the eye level.
Is she like 3 feet? Is that one of your 2.5 sims? Is that one of your 2.5 sims you're talking about?
I thought she was about to steal my waffles. I was about to end her.
Oh my!
End her.
That's what they call a chicken nugget, National.
Oh, chicken nugget. She was out
in
there
Thailand, they call it a lady boy, I think.
Well, look at that arm, though. Do you see the size of that arm?
Yeah,
That's a meaty arm.
You need to understand that is. Look, think about that. Waffle House, which is literally known worldwide for
you didn't say she was a midget, though, when you were telling the story.
Well, I mean that might be a little bad angle.
Saying that.
I mean, now Bronca and I know what went on. The strip club just closed.
Wait, so you're saying she's the stripper?
No. She's not a stripper. She might just work there serving drinks, which is how it started.
You say she doesn't need a pole; she can just like use the table leg.
Yeah, she's like now. We saw a car full of girls.
She might find a pencil,
The strip club closed. Her job just started.
It just started.
Yeah.
Oh no!
And then I love prowling the streets, man. There's a vibe you get from prowling the streets that you feel it. There's an energy. Oh, look at that. Yeah, Carrie's right. Yeah, but I do gotta hop off here because I'm about to go eat and then put my daughter to bed because she needs to be in bed.
Well, on that note, I'm gonna follow suit.
Oh damn.
Yeah.
The one time it's like, God damn it. But yeah, I'm gonna reach out to Mr. Bronca and of course Sally and Jeff. Let me know the next time you're doing your stream. Hopefully I can finally pop back on.
It's probably the last weekend of the month.
Thanks for stopping in. I really
I know.
appreciate
Happy
it.
birthday. I mean, you always look great.
Oh, thank you.
As I had this conversation with the illustrious Bronca here. when I think we even said this on stage. Like, can you ladies?
You
please
got to
start
get me in
making
fucking
better-
trouble right now.
My whole thing was like, Brock and I were on stage. We're like, can ladies please start putting in some effort? And you guys look great. You know what I'm saying? Like I like seeing ladies like just seriously, like just making an effort, because as you go out and about, and obviously depending on where you live, I'm in Minnesota, so you know what Minnesota Midwestern bodies look like. These women aren't even putting in any effort. I mean, Sally, I can show you pictures from the state fair. Everything looks like it ain't pretty. And when you see
It's
this,
just
you're
they're just like hanging on the
effort.
pole, and they've got these expressions like.
Average weight of an American woman in 2023 is 170 pounds, which is
170
heavier.
Isn't that- that's
heavier,
fair.
It's hella
heavier.
high.
That's heavier
At
than the
5'3",
men who,
look, they were about
the men
1
who
inch taller than that
stormed
little midget
Normandy
girl.
Beach in World War II and
Yeah.
killed the Nazis. Okay,
Yes.
so
It's
Wait,
just
Brock,
please.
Did you? Can you put Drex's name back up for just a second?
Yes, you saw it
Can I take it
correctly.
off?
No, you have to like get rid of the
Can I take it
chat
off?
thing there. No, you
Take
get rid
the
of the
chat.
chat
Okay, hold-
thing.
I have to
Uh-oh.
drink
Get
a
rid of
beer
the-
real quick before I saw
Uh-oh.
that, but I have to drink a beer because I
It
hit my
better not be a
100 so
Coors.
before he leaves.
It's a Bud
Your
Light. Don't
Coors.
worry about it.
It's pronounced
Oh,
Kurz.
God.
She's from Utah.
Curse line.
Not how do I hide that? There we go.
Sally's
Sally's
BBC
Where's
BFF.
it?
Yeah.
Drex.
Okay, I promise I would chug this. Ready?
All
5,
right.
4.
You have to
Phoebe,
now.
thank you for putting
Open
me over
your
the
throat,
top.
Sally. Open your throat.
Open your throat hole.
Open your
back.
throat. There you go. Just open your throat.
Freshman year,
No,
honey.
no,
Freshman
no.
year.
Freshman
Right
year.
There you go.
So
There you
polite.
go.
There you go.
Yeah.
I don't
That's
know
how
how
you
anyone
drink
can
a
drink
Kurz.
beer, to be honest with you.
Outstanding.
Whoa!
I understand champagne, I understand wine, but I was like with beer, I was like, huh.
Beer's the steady drunk. You don't have to
Yes.
worry about getting too.
This is
carried
why I'm
away
doing
too
beer
fast.
tonight.
Yeah,
Hey,
You
Drex,
can make
in
corrections.
terms of you and your daughter coming out here, of course, you're more than welcome. We're probably going to move within the next year or two out of Colorado. So if you're thinking about it, I would prioritize it.
Damn it,
Before
Brock, how do
we,
you leave
go
us
here.
like this? How do you just leave Colorado, man? You just talked about the
I
mountains.
can live anywhere, man.
Yeah, I feel you on that.
I don't
Because
have
their
to be in
state
a
has
big.
gone to hell. That's why.
I have it under firm authority that Tennessee is full. So I don't know if
Yeah,
you're planning
well.
on moving, but
Well, it doesn't sound like they
You know
wanna
what?
go
You know what?
back.
It turns out when you have money, you can go anywhere you fucking
go
want.
anywhere. That's good, man. Oh wait, someone lost 40 pounds.
oh,
Wait, what?
You lost 40 pounds?
who did?
Someone did.
Oh, Sally. It's your chat, Sally. Why are you
Okay, where?
confused?
Chatty.
Hey, I am multitasking.
Sally's had beers.
I've only had one guest on before, okay? No. Who was
Get
it
it,
just said
girl.
they lost 40 pounds?
Mile 111 supporter.
Hey,
Oh,
here's
I just
one thing I
posted
would
his.
tell.
I
I would
lost-
tell the ladies.
Miles, you have? Congrats. I didn't read it yet.
I
just
guess
posted
I
it.
shouldn't mention it.
Let's repost that.
I look, here's the thing. I like knowing that people have like a weight loss journey, but we need to stop having weight loss journeys. Like, let's just already be whatever
Rex,
that is.
I'm right there with you. So I was going to say, if you're a gal who unfortunately let your weight get out of control, like to maybe 300 pounds, and then you lost a shitload of weight, you got down to like 120,
And all that
you are a
skin.
fucking hero. You are a champion. You did an unbelievable thing. But ma'am, I have
Let's
to
talk about
tell
the
you,
skin.
all those pictures of you who at that prior, you gotta fucking be like
Hey, Brock,
death
remember the
wish
skin?
on the- well, maybe that can be taken care of.
Remember that? All that,
You
like
gotta
the
go on
wings?
the internet and burn every fucking photo, every fat photo of
Yep.
you on the internet. You have to find it and destroy it. Because now that you're skinny, you've done all the work. You've done all the work. Congratulations. Honestly, congratulations. It's so hard to do. But any guy you meet, if he goes on the internet and he sees that old fat photo of you,
Yep.
he's going to presume that's the norm.
Yep.
Mhm.
And
Okay,
this is the exception.
Yep. Like,
And-
oh my
and-
God,
and
look,
he
look
will-
at this
he
new
will
woman,
run-
Bronca. Yep.
Same
If
for
a guy
guys.
finds out that you used to be a fat chick,
No,
it's
he
just
will
like,
assume
no,
that
because
your default position is the fat.
it is a fat chick. Like if you
Yes.
squirt out a kid, you
Yep.
become fat.
I'm not
If
saying it's
you-
right. I'm not saying it's fair. I'm
But no,
just
it is.
saying
It is fair and it is right. No,
That
we
is
need
how
to
it
bring
is.
back shame.
I disagree wholeheartedly. Woman, if you are fine, I'm gonna have sex with the fine. I don't give a shit.
No, but will
what
you
the
marry
picture
her?
was.
You won't marry a chick who has fat pictures on the internet.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Everybody
Like,
will bang them, of course.
okay, how about this one?
Whores.
How about this one, Bronca?
I'm happily married.
If
I don't know.
in an alternate universe, Adele is not famous, right? But if you got it with Adele today, right after her weight loss journey,
Oh,
and then you saw old pictures of Adele, you'd be like, oh, I would ghost her at the altar, straight up. I'd ghost.
But it's the same with men and women, though. I mean, anybody gets in trouble.
No.
If Adele ever gets in trouble, they're putting up the old pictures. Anytime like Rush Limbaugh opened his mouth, they put the fat Rush Limbaugh pictures in the news article.
No, but it's not the same in the sexual.
I'm going to be
marketplace. It's not-
inappropriate
it's not the
because I
same.
don't know these things.
Yeah.
Could
Well,
be
I mean, yeah,
inappropriate, not size. So on there, does that thing change when does that change when you gain weight for men? Like if you gain weight, does your third appendage grow?
They
Or
say
is it
that
just the same?
you like
the opposite. If you get
No, it's
fat,
just
it's
your
No,
fat
no,
covers.
I was gonna say because
right.
wouldn't the fat cover like there's dudes
Yeah.
that I mean, LadyLaw,
They
there's
say-
guys
No,
who haven't seen their
when men
small
get
periods.
fat,
Right,
they
they say
actually the fat produces
lose
more
an inch.
estrogen. They get more feminine.
Yeah.
They get man boobs. So
Yeah, they get the moves.
No, I just said so their penis is small. It doesn't get like they don't
Yeah,
act
so,
like that.
effectively it's
because-
smaller. But
Yeah.
women don't women don't marry men for their looks. They just don't. No, they don't. I'm sorry,
They don't.
man.
No,
I'm sorry.
no,
if he's,
they
if he's
don't.
hot and broke, he
If
won't
If
do it.
you saw the most attractive man you've ever met in your life, and he was
Hey,
working
how you
at
doing?
McDonald's, you
You
would
say
not
no.
marry
I'm
that
not.
man.
I'm not 100%
Right.
not going to.
No, so
I mean,
women
got me
like
there.
looks. Of course, it matters. It's a
Yep.
factor.
What if he
But
was
that's
Total
not
package.
why
But-
they're actually marrying. No, it's not just total package. They're actually marrying the
No, I
man for
agree.
his ability to provide resources for her
1000%.
and her
Yeah.
children. And support them in a lifestyle
Yep.
that she believes is appropriate for her. And that doesn't mean she'll marry a grotesque man, but the looks is not the most important variable in that
No,
equation. The
it's
most important
absolutely
variable
not.
What you
is
just
his
said was
ability.
the most logical thing you've ever said. The appropriate lifestyle for her.
Yeah.
No, you say
F
lots of
you and all
things,
of your
but
self-defense
people
nonsense.
misunderstand that. No, but people misunderstand this, and they think, "Oh, women are always after money, right?" What he just said, the lifestyle.
No,
that is
women
right
have
for
an
them.
expectation of lifestyle.
Yeah,
It's
they
not the same
yeah.
for every woman. Some women want
Correct.
Gucci, some women want whatever. But every woman has an expectation of lifestyle. And if they perceive that a man cannot deliver on that expectation, he's dead to them. He's
Yep.
So my-
invisible to her.
My
Yes, you
expectation
said
is
that
you have to
eloquently.
be as much of
And he
an
should be.
earner or more.
Yeah,
As
it's
much
like
as-
literally every woman on earth.
Like
I'm sorry. I didn't hear that.
it has to be.
Lady
You
Law.
have to make at least as much as I do or more. Or
Very
yeah.
common. Right.
yeah, that's literally like the standard across all women on earth. Like
Yeah.
that's why women are like, I'm so different. You're not.
No,
You're not at all.
That's
This
such
is
a
my thing.
ridiculous concept, y'all.
I don't know if it's a
That's
Utah
such a
thing or
ridiculous
what. But
concept.
my thing is I want to
don't
have
wanna carry
house, food,
baggage.
shelter, clothing.
Oh, okay, Mrs.
all I
Maslow,
care
in your
about.
hierarchy of needs.
I know, right?
That's such a ridiculous
What the hell am I doing? Look,
concept.
I do got to roll out, but hey, Sally,
No, that's
happy
what to me.
birthday.
That's important to me. I want. That's
Hey,
what's
Drex,
important to me.
take care, man.
Everybody in the
All right,
family.
go ahead,
Yeah, I
Mike.
will go
Just
grab
go.
this
It's all right.
girl.
Just go.
Thank
No,
you.
don't worry. Peace out, y'all. Though
Get
I'll
the
be in.
water for
Wait,
me.
is this on Rumble or YouTube?
At least you two.
both. I think.
Okay, so
Both.
I'll hop on and be in the comment section though.
Both.
Hey, but Drex,
Peace out,
bring
y'all.
your girl out here. Bring your girl out here.
I definitely will.
Wait.
Yeah, but I'll keep you posted. Let me know what you're going to do about Texas. I'm going to see where Sally's going to be and where you're going to be, and I'm going to figure that out.
All
Also,
right, but in
Have
terms
to plan
of
a
your
trip out of
visit
town,
out
I
here,
can't.
that's us. So,
Oh yeah. I'll go ahead and let you know. Yeah, we'll be out there because I got to go to hit.
we'd love to have you, man. We'd love to have you out here.
Yeah, I appreciate that. We'll definitely be out there, man. Peace out, everybody.
Bye. Nice
Yeah,
meeting you.
good to see you.
Pleasure.
And then there were 5.
I have so many
Oh.
They're
friends
so
in common
That
with
was
Drex,
so,
but
that
he
was so
won't.
nice of him to show up.
shoulders are so
Yeah.
much smaller now.
Go
Like
ahead.
everyone
The
fits
shoulders
nicely
are?
in their screens.
Yeah. Well, like, I mean, Drex is a large
Is that better?
man.
Yeah,
Here, hold
I
on.
saw
Let
him
me-
hug Flux.
Isn't
that
he
picture of
6'7",
him hugging Flux.
6'4"?
Yeah, he's about
Is that
6'7", 6'6",
He's
6'7".
pretty tall. He's
Yeah.
pretty tall. I'm gonna also bounce out though because
Really?
Miss Mahler just got home.
You're gonna leave?
She just got home. I gotta
He's
go
got
spend
a
time
wife.
with my gorgeous, beautiful wife, and
Yes.
I'm not
Okay,
sorry about
okay.
it. I'm not at all.
Shouldn't we?
Yeah. Be proud,
Happy
man.
birthday, though. Talk with Sally.
thank
Happy
you.
birthday, babe.
Oh,
Bronca. Stop it, Bronca. Happy birthday,
Did he just Sean?
Sally.
Thank you.
Sean, what?
Yawn.
No. Yawn. Got it.
Yawn.
Got it.
Have another beer.
Not yet.
On that note, I'm gonna bounce.
See,
Hopefully, still with
Good
a
seeing
little
you, man.
grace.
Take care.
Love you
Thank
all.
you.
Chat,
Bye.
you rock. Good night, y'all.
Late.
And then,
then
there were four.
There we go.
Okay, where were we? I'm so
Where were we before we were Drexed? Where were we?
Oh my god! Yeah, I. You know what?
No,
I get so frustrated.
LadyLaw. I don't know LadyLaw. So what do you do? What's your channel?
We've met on. I think,
Oh my god, that's the worst part.
I think,
I'm so
no,
sorry.
I think on,
She was
I think
quiet.
On LegalVices, but
Yeah, it was on my shit show of a
night.
panel once. Yeah, like 2 months ago, 3 months ago.
She was quiet.
She just sat there quietly.
Last effing
you had
Friday.
like 15 people.
I
talking
presume
at
because
one
I
time.
horrified you.
No.
Who would have
No.
asked this guy?
I mean,
Lady
I'm not
Law's
easily
cool.
offended.
No, she's cool.
I'm a lawyer, and I have a channel
So
that
what kind of law?
I don't
What kind of
stream
law?
stuff. The kind that you love.
She won't say.
I do PI, med mal, wrongful death,
Okay, sure.
For now.
So civil stuff.
civil stuff.
Yep.
right.
Have a channel. Not much on it. Still not much on it.
She was threatening to do videos.
But guess what we're gonna do? We're gonna do
I started
rehab,
a new,
drug and
I
alcohol
started a
rehab.
new
club.
job. I started a new job, and like I've been busy.
What are we gonna do, Sally?
Well,
I'll
it's
shake
just
my
at
head
a
at you.
different firm.
Let her finish.
Will they allow
She's
you
talking. Let her
to
finish.
live stream, like have a YouTube channel and do stuff, or
I mean,
is
I
that a
think so.
problem,
I don't think it'll be a problem, but you know, I don't know that I'll focus as much on the law stuff as I will. Well, a little bit. I'm more interested in the criminal law aspect in relation to drug and addiction and
what's that mean? Drug interdiction.
Drug
and addiction. Like, you know, instead
It could
of
be-
finding programs for people who battle drug and alcohol issues, you know, it's like prison's the answer. Well, you're not getting help in there. So
Okay. So like
just
drug
kind of the
diversion,
interplay.
like
Yeah,
drug
kind of the
court
interplay between
kind of stuff. Right. Okay.
Yeah. So
why don't you do that?
well, I
So
plan to.
the reason I ask is partly because I look at like guys like me and Jeff have YouTube channels, right?
Mhm.
And just look at us. We're just old guys, right? Guys like you and gals like you and Sally are very attractive women, and that
you.
alone gives you an advantage in terms of marketing on YouTube. And why not go gung ho on? I think given the state of drug addiction, drug prosecution, drug legalization, drug half-ass legalization in America, I think there's a lot of people in America who would be really receptive to a kind of a YouTube channel on, hey, maybe we don't have to take everyone who's ever used an illegal drug and put them in prison for the rest of their lives.
Exactly.
Yep.
So I would tell you to do that 100%. If I were you, that's what I would be doing.
I think she should. 100%.
I definitely am going to. I promise, guys. It's going to happen.
I'm gonna push you because I told you I worked at a group home for drug and alcoholic or addictive behaviors for adolescent males that were 14 to 18 years of age. I worked 36 hours in 2.5 days, and it was more like just a mentor, just being there for them type thing. But you see a lot, and I think you would be amazing at it.
Well, you know,
So,
I know some
LadyLaw, can I say something honest to you that
yeah.
I wouldn't want to be taken as offensive, but so as a guy, me, when I think about like a business opportunity, like a possible path to generating money, And it occurs to me, I think, you know what? I think that's a good idea. 80% of the time I'm wrong. 80% of the time it turns out to be nothing. So I'm a professional failure. Most of the time I fail. But 20% of the time it works out okay. And we make money and that pays for all the failures. But I'm hyper aggressive about it. It's like, here's an opportunity. I know going in, there's an 80% chance it's going to fail. But I'm going to take it by the throat and I'm going to choke it to death and see what I can make out of it. That's how I see the world, right? So, and I don't mean this to be a criticism. It's just kind of an observation. When I suggest to you that you should pursue this opportunity, do a show on drug courts, alternatives to imprisonment for drug addicts. If I were in your position with your expertise and I had that idea, I would say, I'm going to fucking grab this idea and kill it. I'm going to kill it. And what I hear you say is, I'll think about it. Maybe I'll do it. It seems like it might not be a bad idea. And I think this is very common with men and women. I think we often approach this kind of opportunistic world in different ways. I think men tend to be much more aggressive about it. And women are like, well, maybe if it seems like a good idea, maybe I'll do it. But if you are passionate about this topic, what I would urge you to do is just grab it by the throat and kill it. Just
you meant to say grab it by the balls. I do it.
No, I would not
have said
that. My balls are very sensitive. But just be super aggressive. Just do it. Just jump in. What's the worst that can happen? The worst that can happen is you do 10 YouTube videos on it and it doesn't pan out.
Yeah.
And then you do something else. Who cares? Who cares? But you know what I think? I think it will pan out. I think you will get traction. I think you will get an audience because I think there's 100 million people in America who are in a position where either they or a loved one are in that position where they've had to deal with this dilemma, this terrible dilemma. We're all humans. People get addicted to stuff.
Yep.
Maybe they didn't even hurt anybody, but because of the drug laws, they're looking at decades in prison, away from their wives, away from their children. It's terrible. It's terrible. And you can address that, but you can only do it if you do it, if you grab it. So
I almost just cried. I don't know why. That made me emotional, Bronca. And it's because it's like
people say I hate women.
No, you don't. People misunderstand.
See you grab this. I see for you, if I were in your shoes, I see a tremendous opportunity to do good, not just for yourself.
But for sure.
For the world.
And
it's fear of failure.
I'm not afraid of failure. I mean, I've failed multiple times in my life.
What do you think what's holding you back? What's holding you back?
For me, it's been just like this switching of jobs. I've been very busy at work, so I've just got to
make time.
You know,
when you say that, what I hear, I'm just being
an
honest,
excuse.
okay?
You hear an excuse,
right? I hear excuses.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm not saying it's not, but you know, when you're tired, but
don't be tired. Don't. I'm sorry. If you're going to be an
I'm old.
No, you're not.
You're not
I'm older than
me.
you. Shut your mouth. Gosh damn you.
Oh, nobody's older than you.
I am older than you.
Yeah, you are older.
Yeah, I know this, bitch.
All right, Bronca, I'm going to do it. I promise.
No, you are. I'm going to push you.
I don't care about your promises.
You know what?
Show me.
You know what?
Do it.
I can do it.
Challenge accepted. Tomorrow, I will show you.
That's a lie.
Or hold on, I'll be right back.
Yeah, there you go.
Hey, I'm just gonna say that people like Bronca. When I went to Vegas, I met Bronca. I met Nick, and I met oh gosh, who all did I meet? I met so many people, and they're just like, "How come you're not doing a channel?" And you wouldn't know this, but I was terrified of speaking in public. Because I speak quick, because my mind goes quick.
Me too, by the way.
Yeah. So I've had to really learn how to slow down. Yeah, I've had to learn how to slow down my speech. I think it was Kari. I'm like, I don't know what to do, but she's a filmmaker. And she said, you take your phone and you just record yourself going to the grocery store and talking to yourself on your phone. Practice talking and being like on a camera or being in the public. I had to overcome that fear of audiences, or does that make sense? You have to overcome it.
Yeah.
But people like Bronca
No,
and Nick encouraged me. So thank you.
Yeah, well, and the other thing, just-
Aristotle said we become brave by doing brave things.
Yep.
You conditioned yourself to be brave. So you're fearful of public speaking. You know how you overcome that? By public
Do it.
speaking.
Yeah.
You're fearful of diving into a pool. How do you overcome that? By diving into a pool. You become brave by doing brave things. And of course, you're doing it out of fear, because before you do it, you're afraid. We're all afraid. We're all afraid of public speaking. I can remember when I was in middle school, I had to do my first public speaking thing. I was terrified. I was shaking. You know what I do for a living now?
Yeah.
It's public
You
speaking. I mean, and it's not because it comes natural to me. It's because I compelled myself to do the thing that was hard.
Yeah.
And that made
It
it
is hard.
easy. But the only way to overcome that is to do it, is to do the hard thing.
And fail.
And you are
rise up.
You are all of us here, all of you two women, Jeff and I, we're all high quality people with great expertise that we can share with the world to benefit the world. But the world doesn't benefit unless we make the effort to share our expertise. If we just huddle in a mountain in Montana someplace, we're not benefiting anybody. And that's fine if that's what someone wants to do with their life. But if you want to do something greater, and frankly, if you want to monetize doing something greater, you have to reach out to other people and share your message with them. And that means you have to do things that are uncomfortable for normal people.
For sure. I've got several people, I've talked on, this show, on Vice's show, a couple other shows. I've had multiple people reach out to me, tell me their stories. So
if I were to ask you right now, what can you sell me? What can you sell me? What can you offer me that I would give you money for? What is it?
Well, I mean, I guess it depends. Do you have a family member?
Right. So the first thing you should do is write a book. Write a book. First thing you should do is write a book. So the moment someone asks you that question, you can say, well, whatever you do, I don't know what you do, but say it's, I'll make something up. Trust for the benefit of family members, right? So you have a impaired child, needs a trust, whatever. Say, I wrote a book on that. You can learn the 5 most important things you need to learn about that. You can learn from my book, and I'll give it to you for free. Just pay shipping and handling.
Okay.
So, okay, just sorry, I don't mean. I feel like I'm being a bore right now.
No. This is giving me chills and making me really emotional, because there's a lot of things that.
But that's how you would be successful
and
and actually make money in the things you're passionate about. Is what I'm trying to convey. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be
money. Do something you love. No, stop, we love you.
I went to, I got into law because I wanted to. So my son battles addiction, and for me, it was like we couldn't get him help. We couldn't get him. We could put him in rehab.
I know.
It's so
exactly what you're
expensive.
talking about. Yep.
So then, he goes in,
and it doesn't help.
It doesn't
Most
help.
of the time, it doesn't help. So,
he was put into it was a regimented inmate discipline program for youthful offenders. And if somebody in their pod messed up, then their steps were taken away. Well, how does that help in recovery? It doesn't. So you're taking away the tools that they need. So it's personal to me because my son battles it.
Right. So if you were to inform other
affected.
Families about that experience from your professional perspective, I think a lot of families, you didn't know that going in, right?
No, for sure.
Right.
Absolutely
but
not.
You think families might benefit?
Oh, absolutely.
Right. So that's,
Yes,
if I were you, that's what I would. There's a lot of addiction problems out here in America. It's
Yes,
not.
there
It's all.
is.
You know what the saddest thing? That all the kids that were in our group home, 90% of them were there for weed. Like, I know it's a bad drug and they need to change behavior. That's really sad.
I will say that's where my son started, right? Like
weed is a much bigger problem. So for people of my age, so we all smoked weed, right? When we were in high school.
Well, of course, yeah.
But the weed that exists today is completely different.
It's different
than that weed. And and the weed that you smoke recreationally when you go to a concert is way different, the effect on your mind, than if you're
Yes.
doing it every day. Every
Yes.
day. It every day it causes mental dysfunctions that don't occur with recreational use. But people think wake and bake every day they're doing it, and they're changing chemically their mind in ways that
Yep.
are incredibly destructive. And so when we talk after all this legalization of weed stuff, like we have here in Colorado where I live, I see nothing but negative effects. I'm sorry.
Yeah, laziness.
Right. And it changes people's minds. They can't actually be productive people anymore.
Yep.
They don't have conscientiousness anymore. They don't want to wake up and go to work anymore.
Yeah.
They actually just want to wake up and smoke weed.
Yes.
If they don't progress to worse drugs, which of course is another problem.
Well, and typically they do. I mean, you try that and you're like, then I'm not getting the high from it anymore. Let me try something else. Then, oh, I like that. So you're constantly chasing that high.
But having said all that, I'm not trying to suggest that people who are addicted are bad people.
No,
No,
but
you're not.
unfortunately, the way the system is built today, we tend to feed them into the criminal justice system, into prisons, where it's easy to become bad people because then,
Yes.
well, I mean, most of us have not been in those systems, but I've been exposed, of course, from my legal practice. The criminal justice system is a great way to train people to be criminals. I mean, basically, that's what it does.
But it teaches you how to not make the same mistakes next time.
And to serve criminal purposes. I mean, you already can't be a productive member of society because you're a convicted felon, right? So none of that is, anybody who does a background check on you is not going to hire you. So you're already marginalized. So what are you going to do when you come out? You're going to be a criminal when you come out. I mean, right?
The biggest thing that I learned, the biggest thing that I learned while working at drug and alcohol rehab was when you start partaking of drugs and alcohol, whether it be 12, 14, 16, 18, your brain, your maturity, your social skills are frozen at that time. So say you start using drugs at 12 and now you're 22 and you never stopped. You still have the mental and social skills of a 12-year-old.
That's true.
That's what it does until your brain is developed and you have those social skills. That's what drugs do. Alcohol.
Well, I mean, even if you do start it late, I mean, the saddest thing for me, which I see with a lot of English teachers here in Korea, and I'll go down to have this gorgeous beach down here. There's some amazing restaurants and bars and whatnot. But you go into the dive bar. There's a 35-year-old guy playing beer pong with his other 35-year-old buddies, sipping the $2 beers. Because that's what they've been doing since they were 22 and left college, and they just never grew up. And that's you sit around, you talk, too bad weed's not legal here, man. Can't wait to go back to. I gotta leave. Can't wait to go to Thailand so I can smoke weed. Can't wait I can go back to America so I can smoke weed. Can't wait to go. That's like they're literally here playing beer pong at 35 years old, teaching English for $2,000 a month, waiting to go somewhere to smoke weed.
Yeah,
that's all they have to look forward to.
It's baffling.
It's sad though that's like to me that's sad that men that's what they look forward to. They would rather smoke weed than engage in the society that we've created.
There's women too, though. I mean, I think it's across the board, right? Like it's not.
No,
just
the women
men.
are worse.
Yeah, I mean, it's.
I don't know. I've never done it, so I don't know.
No, the women are worse because the guys figure out pretty quick if you want to get laid, you have to be an upper tier guy or perceived as an upper tier guy. And any woman can get laid. I mean, let's face it. Sorry,
but I think that even now, like what I'm seeing in the youth is that they really don't care. It's like, give me video games and give me weed and give me whatever else, and I'm happy.
Right, which is a problem, right? That's actually the death of society.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, I remember that was one of the original PSAs to combat the reefer madness. It was the kid sitting down in the basement living room, two guys sitting on the sofa watching TV, smoking the reefer and then smoking the doob, and dad comes down and said, you're just sitting here all day, you're doing nothing, go get a job. And the PSA tagline was, smoke marijuana and nothing will happen to you too. and everything. This is like an advert. They're just saying, hey, if we smoke weed, we can just sit in the basement and watch TV all day. That's pretty cool. That's the message you got out of that PSA.
Society is so broken today that our young people don't see any future. So why not do that?
That's true.
I mean, it's
they
different
don't even know who they are.
When I was a young man, everything was like, I mean, listen, I grew up poor. I was a diesel mechanic when I was a young man. I had nothing. And, but I always believed if I could reach up another level and grab it by the throat and crawl my way up, that I could improve myself. And I did. So I'm quite successful now. I'm very comfortable. But the young people I talk to today, they don't believe that. They don't believe they can do that. They don't believe that's an option.
Chandler, are you coming? Chandler, are you coming? Sorry,
Sally, that's a rather personal question.
Not yet, but I will.
Damn you! Are you going to join this stream, Miss Chandler? And Aussie, you both have links, by the way. Rude. That was funny though.
Anyway, I've been talking for a long time, so
I appreciate your input.
So I know you get a lot of grief because people take things the wrong way, and even I sometimes too. Today, I wasn't like. I know that you talk for the normal, the average statistic, and you bring great value. People take it personal because I'm the exception. I did this. Does that make sense? And I think things are taken out of context.
Well, I can only speak to generalized truths, right? So
Yes.
every human being has to be treated as an individual. We all have our individual experiences and things that are different for us, but when you're talking about like what's generally a good policy, you can't simultaneously consider 8 billion different options, right? You have to talk about what generally works, what generally is a good plan.
Yes.
And that's how you bet in life. You don't bet on the lottery. None of us says, "Oh, I don't need a retirement plan. I'm just going to bet on the lottery and hope I win." I mean, that would be stupid.
Well, shit,
right?
I'm screwed then.
So, but there
might get lucky once, but do something.
There are decisions that are generally good decisions, and there are decisions that are generally bad decisions. Like marrying a drug dealer, probably generally a bad decision, right? Marrying an engineer, probably generally a good decision. Not always. Yeah. Maybe he turns out to be a cheater or whatever. But there are choices we can make that generally have better odds than worse odds. And I just encourage people to think about those things and try to optimize their decision making in the generally positive direction. It doesn't mean you won't have catastrophe. You could make all the smartest decisions, and your surgeon husband gets cancer and cheats on you with his gay nurse, or anything can happen, right? But generally speaking, there are things that tend to work and tend not to work. And I would encourage people to, what I see happen a lot in life is people have a Disney fantasy vision of, it'll just happen. My prince will come.
I will pray it.
That's what they teach in the Disney.
I will manifest, right. I will manifest my successful life. That, I'm sorry. And I know they teach this, and I know the feminists teach this, and the Wiccans and the crystals and all this fucking bullshit. But
astrology.
But so men cannot afford to indulge in that kind of fantasy, and actually, women can't either. We pretend that women can, but people who indulge in those kinds of poor decision-making frameworks, they end up with bad life outcomes, and often men can recover from those because our kind of value tends to increase over time. But if you're a woman and you're, I'm sorry, ladies, I don't mean to be offensive, but
just be yourself, please.
If your greatest value is your youth and fertility, when you're 40, you don't have that anymore.
Oh yeah, game over.
Screwed, done, over, eggs are dead. Sorry, guys.
So,
it's okay.
That's facts. That's the truth.
People say that I hate women and so forth, but I don't. I love women. I want women to have the most positive possible outcomes. But I think they get their most positive possible outcomes when they're maximizing their greatest values, which is their youth and fertility. And
I have a story to tell you. So this is, I know I'm cutting you off, but I don't mean to. I have a story.
No, it's
so
fine.
I'm with a guy that's older than me. He's 18 years older than I right now. And I was like late 20s, early 30s when I met him. And I said, if this is not going anywhere, I need to be done because I'm going to get old. I'm going to lose my value. If this is not a thing, then we need to cut ties and you need to
very
let
smart.
me
That's
find
exactly
my
what
options.
you should do. Right.
And that's what I told him. And women don't realize this. You get older, you lose your looks, you lose all that stuff. And anyone who says differently is lying. Like my kids are grown. I'm 45 today, really soon. And yeah, I'm going to be 45. I don't want to have kids. I couldn't imagine giving birth to a child right now and raising it because it's exhausting. Like, no, hell no. Give me grandkids. That's all.
Right. So that's part of how things are different between men and women. So I had my last child when I was 50.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
50 years old.
Bless you. I'm tired.
So I have 4 kids in total, 2 from a first marriage, 2 from a second marriage, but I could comfortably have, of course, I didn't have to birth the child, obviously, much easier for the man. But
we have the
I could have the child at 50 and know I could afford and pay for that child, make sure it was secure in life at 50 years of age. But if you're a 50-year-old woman, your prospects of bearing a healthy child are pretty slim.
Yep.
And that's not the fault of women. I'm not trying to make women feel bad.
It's reality.
It's
reality.
Biology.
Yep.
So between I was the age of 20 to when I was the age of 50, at 50, I could afford to have 2 children with a wife who was much younger than me. And she and those children could know they were financially secure for the rest of their lives. But you could not say the same thing for the other gender. You couldn't say a woman who went from 20 to 50 could do the same thing. Again, it's not fair. Life is not fucking fair. God damn.
It's life.
If I, as a man, could teach women anything, it would be that women used to know this, by the way. They used to fucking know this. They lost it. Feminism lied to them and convinced them this wasn't true. Life is not fucking fair. Men know this because we get punched in the face all the fucking time. We lose all the fucking time. Women are told you can be a princess and your prince will come and everything will be great. Men know different. We are beat.
Jeff knows this.
Right?
No, no, you're good. Jeff knows this, like, because he's from Utah. In Utah, everyone's like, why do you guys get married so young? We're taught out of high school. Girls get married right out of high school, 18. Men get home from their mission, 21. You're supposed to get married, start producing a family. That's what we're taught. Yeah. Like some cultures do get it. And I didn't mean to cut you off because you're so spot on.
That's the thing. I mean, you're exactly right. And the biggest regret I have from my first marriage, the biggest regret is that nobody
wedding day.
No, it's before that. It's because nobody on my side or her side sat us down and went, you are 23 years old and she is 21 years old. What the fuck are you thinking? Nobody said that. They're like, oh, that's so good. That's so nice. Someone should have slapped the shit out of us and said, first, grow up. Well, 2, you get ready. Nobody. That's my biggest regret. Nobody.
I don't think you were too young to get married. But I would have asked you, Jeff. I would have said, what are you thinking? Because I would have asked you, are you planning to have children right away? Because if you're not planning to have children, why the fuck are you getting married? To my mind, the only purpose of marriage is to protect children. If you're not going to have children, just date.
Yeah.
You don't need to get married for that.
I agree.
But the this is why modern divorce drives me crazy. We have this no fault divorce. If the purpose of the marriage is to protect the children, I think the children should have a vote on whether or not you fucking get divorced. I think the children should have a veto power.
Yeah, because
the mother and father say, oh, we don't like each other anymore. We want to get divorced. I think the kids should be able to say, fuck you.
Yeah.
You birthed us. This is a family. We're in the family. We reject, we veto your privilege to get divorced.
I don't think anybody really talks about the effects that divorce have on kids either. You know, I was married for the first time for 10 years. We were together like 13.
It's completely
And
traumatic. So
he
if
had
you
an
don't know,
affair.
I had a bad first marriage. So I
Yeah,
have 2 kids from my first marriage. They're traumatized by that divorce.
That's exactly it. And so,
Right.
I mean, from the day that he, you know, had the affair, walked out, all those things, my oldest son was extremely affected. He battles addiction, you know, and am I saying that that's the direct
It,
cause?
it
No,
breaks
but
it breaks the
it
children.
breaks,
Right?
yes,
Would that be fair?
it breaks them. Yeah. That's my 2 cents.
Yeah, no, I concur. So I think if it was Andrew's world, I would say, you know, you don't want people to be slaves, right? If you can't really be in a
Right.
marriage, but I would say if you agree to marry someone and have children with them, and you have the children, and the children are in the family, and then you decide, because I actually don't give a fuck why you're deciding you want to get divorced, but the kids who are there in the family, they're observing everything. If the kids say, you know what, we think it's not bad enough for you to implode our family, the kids should have the veto power.
Yeah.
Make it work. You're fucking adults. We're children. Make it work. We are entitled to the cohesive family you promised us.
Yeah. You took
when
vows.
You had right.
Yeah.
Or if you still want to leave, you leave with nothing. Whether it's the man or the woman, you leave with nothing. You go away, the people you leave behind, they keep the house, they keep the money, they keep the pension, they keep everything. You fucking walk away. If you think it's so bad you can't stay, go ahead, go. But you leave with fucking nothing.
I
went radical again. Sorry.
I enjoy it.
No. Okay, like I'm enjoying this because I think things are like not understood at a deep level, and you're speaking from your heart, and I think people miss this. And for me, I was asking you today, how do we, be as a female, me as a person, how do we change the legislation? Because the laws have to change. I know we have a lot of liberal women that rule the courts, but how do we get to where we go back to fault divorce? You leave with, you don't get the privileges. If you divorce someone, you don't get half of everything because I chose to leave, right? Does that make sense? Like, I want to know how.
I think anyone should be privileged to leave a marriage. They should be privileged to walk away. But when they walk away, if they cannot show fault in the other party, when they walk away, they walk away with nothing.
How do we change it though? Like how do me as a person, how do I advocate for that? How do I write my senator?
Care. I'm sorry. I can't make money off of that. So I don't really care how that works. But people who care about that, yeah, they should go to the legislatures and say no fault is bullshit. It should be fault divorce. And the fault program should be, if you can show whatever you decide the criteria are, stealing of money, drug addiction, physical abuse, cheating, whatever.
Adultery,
I don't really care what the criteria are. Decide for yourselves what you think is appropriate. But whatever you think is appropriate, someone has to prove it. And if they can't prove it and they still want to leave, they leave with nothing, whether that's the man or the woman. So the man says, I'm tired. I want my secretary. I don't want this wife with the kids anymore. Fine, go ahead, leave. But that dude leaves with fucking nothing, not a penny.
Yes.
And the same with the woman. Woman says, oh, I met Chad at the company getaway thing and at the lake, and I'd rather be with him than with my. All right, go, leave. But you leave with fucking nothing. You don't get custody of the kids. You don't get the house. All of that is with your husband. Yeah. So, I mean, for me, it would be reciprocal, regardless of what the gender was. But
go ahead, keep going.
I would just say, for me, the only thing that really matters is the kids. And frankly, I think if we disincentivize, I think right now we have a system that incentivizes women to leave. So I think if we disincentivize people to leave, we end up with more intact families. We end up with families who the husband and wife may go through tough periods. They may go through infidelity. They may go through bad spending decisions. They may go through, listen, we're humans. We do bad shit. We do things we shouldn't do. But I think we should do everything we could to encourage families to get through that and stay intact families, and not have like a hair triggered escape eject valve for people to collapse and implode the family. I think what we have now is a bad plan. I think it incentivizes the collapse of families, the destruction of children, children who now are going to be, I'm sorry, LadyLaw, I don't mean to personalize it, but generally speaking, children from these families they're at every societal risk. They're at higher risk of prison, higher risk of drugs, higher risk of premarital pregnancy, higher risk of dropping out of school. We know this, right? I'm not just making shit up. So
no,
we should, as a society, if it were me, if it was Andrew's world, I would disincentivize everything that led to that. Those are all bad outcomes for children who have nothing to do with the
they didn't
divorce.
have a choice. Yeah.
They didn't do anything wrong. Why are they paying the consequence?
Put the kids first. You get married, you choose to have kids. Your goal in life, for me as a parent, is my kids come first.
I think when you get married, we often get married out of love, right? We get married out of love. But I think that's a misconception. I think actual marriage, properly understood, if you properly understand, marriage is not about your happiness, your personal happiness. It's about the children. If you properly understand marriage, then marriage is about duty, obligation, sacrifice, selfishness. And it's about the kids. And if it's about that, what the fuck are you doing getting divorced?
It's about
presumably you entered into the contract because you were sacrificing everything for the children you were having. I'm sorry. Listen, if the guy's beating you senseless, of course you have to get divorced. But if you're just unhappy, you're bored, he's not as exciting as the guy you knew back in college, I mean, but right now we allow women to get divorced for these reasons or no reasons. It's no fault.
Well, have you seen the divorce parties that are like a thing now?
Yes,
like the women
they celebrate. You're getting divorced. And listen, I'm a guy who's been divorced. Okay, I had children. I got divorced. To me, it was the most. I would almost rather have died of cancer than have gone through that experience, because I saw my children suffer through it. And any parent, the worst thing you could ever see is your children suffer. And when I see these people, I'm sorry, but in my experience, it's always women doing the celebrating. But
it's okay
because the guys are normally paying.
The guys can't afford to celebrate anymore.
They can't
I think
afford
it's bullshit. It's bullshit.
But I think it's terrible to me. So we have neighbors right across the street from where I live. They just got divorced, and when they told me this 2 days ago, my first thought was, oh my fucking God. They have 2 kids. And I was like, I know exactly what their children are going through right now.
Yep.
And I don't give a fuck about those adults. I'm sorry. I don't care.
Yep.
But I care a lot about those kids. And I think they're horrible people for putting those kids.
Yep.
Oh, I hate to say it, because I know both the women here, right, been divorced. Is that true?
You're fine. I've been divorced.
I'm not trying to make anybody feel guilty, but
oh no, I don't feel guilty. It wasn't my choice.
Right. Right. So I've been divorced. It wasn't my choice either. I mean, I was told I'm getting divorced. So legally there was nothing I could do about it. Listen, I was in a bad 13-year marriage. First marriage, 13 years. I slept on that couch for 10 years. 10 fucking years. I slept on the couch because I did not want to lose access to my children.
That's
and the only time I finally left was when my wife at that time told me, I'm filing for divorce, and I knew I would not have access to my children if I didn't go to the courts. And then it was over, because the only reason I was staying
too, right? Like women who use their children as weapons.
And she did. She did.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I was never going to allow my children to believe their father walked away from them.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
But once she ordered me out of the house, there was nothing I could do under the legal system. And at that point, frankly, it was the best day of my life because I was like, okay, I can finally just get divorced and get this over with.
Move on.
But I think I'm fairly typical of most fathers. We will suffer the most unbelievable punishments to continue to have daily access to our children, not just 2 days a week, but wake up with them, go to sleep with them, read them books at night, every day of the week. That's what I did.
Yeah. I wish I could say this what my ex-husband did, but not so much. I mean, his was more, the new girlfriend was more important and work was more important. So, you know, not to say he was a terrible father, because he wasn't completely, but he was absent. You know what I mean? It was work was more important and the new woman was more important. So the kids were just kind of just whenever, you know.
So I don't like to personalize these discussions because of course we all have our own life experiences.
Mm-hmm.
I will say that in my own so I'm remarried. I have 2 children by my current wife. We've been married actually we just hit 13 years, which is the length of my first marriage.
Congratulations.
She's very happy. She succeeded the length of her first marriage. She beat out that bitch.
Yeah.
Congrats.
But I have to say, in my own life, even with my current wife, I focus 90% of my attention on making money. I mean, doing my business.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not like a co-parent raising the kids. I love my children, but I kind of like tonight. One of my daughters had a kind of a date thing at school, and I dropped in and I told her she was beautiful, and I gave her a kiss on the head, and she had a great time. But I didn't organize any of that. I mean, I spent my whole day making money. I mean, that's
Well, that's
so
what
maybe
dads do.
that's a weirdly old school traditional role model thing.
Bring it back.
But I am best. I'm not. Okay, my skill set is making money, so that's what I do for my family. Is I make money for my family.
But you also live in the home, right? So, I mean, you're there, you're seeing them. You're
yeah. No, we have a very loving marriage.
Yeah.
No, it's great. But I guess I was addressing the point of you were saying like your guy was kind of detached, and I could see myself being subject to that same accusation that I'm kind of detached from the kids because I'm not actively engaged in their homework or after school. I mean, I go to their volleyball games and stuff like that, but I'm told to go.
When he had
You're not cheating though.
When he had time, it was spent with the girlfriend rather than and
I don't have any girlfriend
for visitation and all of those things. You know what I mean? It was during our entire marriage, he worked like ungodly hours, and fine. It's I was used to that, and that's probably why I prefer to be in relationships where at this point it's like you have your life, I have mine, and we hang out when we need to and spend our time together. And
right. So I will say this. I think a motivated man is largely devoted to his work. Maybe more so than the woman in his life would like. But I will say this. A man who's doing that and is dedicated to a woman, the 5% of his life that is available to the woman is 100% available to the woman.
Yeah.
There's no soccer league. There's no dartboard league. There's no bowling league. There's the part of his life that makes money. And then whatever is left, 100% of that ought to be dedicated to his family.
I agree.
So I don't have any hobbies. So I want
to say this. I just want to say this real quick. I think the best thing that I was ever told, and it was when I was going through my divorce, and it was from my ex's lawyer, because I was really struggling because I was the mother, I was the provider, I did everything for them, I juggled everything for them, and I was used to having them. And what was profound to me, and I cried for like 2 days because it was so true and it was so profound. And he said, "These kids are not possessions. They do not belong to you. They do not belong to him. And
Right.
you guys need to figure out a way to raise them and provide for them and give them the emotional support that they need throughout their life. This is not about money.
You need to
You share
subordinate
that.
yourself. You need to subordinate yourself to the children.
Yeah.
The children are
Yes.
actually your bosses in a way, right?
Yeah.
They
Yes.
are the higher
Not
priority.
yes,
Yep.
and
They don't
that
get
to me,
I don't mean they
cried.
get to make decisions, of course, they're children.
No, but it
in
made
terms
me
of
bawl.
value, they are the higher value.
But yeah, but I cried because it was so real, and I had to say yes. We'll share them 50-50. I don't want alimony. I don't want godly child support. We agreed to everything, and I chose to just you pay half the school fees, you pay half of their activities, whether they play football, they do tumbling. We do everything 50-50 financially. And the kids are not a weapon, they're not a tool, and we don't bash them in front of the other parent. You let them be kids, you let them be successful, and you let them just be them. And that was the best thing for me that I knew how to do. But it broke my heart.
I'm gonna go get something to drink. I'll be back.
Sweet.
And
that a good
me,
sign
it's
or a
probably
bad
time
sign?
for me to. I'm gonna use that as my cue to skid. Today's the worst day in the city I
I
live
know.
in. No, because once a year they have this big fireworks festival right outside my window on the beach, and
You could have taken us out there with you to like watch.
well, it's still like it's 7 hours away, but literally on this it's about a mile long stretch of beach. There's expected to be 1 million people.
Oof.
It just goes around. They're starting to shut down the roads. They shut down access to the area here where I live, and I've got to go out and get things ready to get some things done. I need to get done before they literally just lock you in and they say you can't leave. I'm literally locked into a compound for a day because of this stupid fucking fireworks special. It's just the worst. Yeah.
Thank you so much for agreeing to co-host this. I was really nervous. Awesome. You know me, I'm really camera shy, but you gave me the courage to do it, and I appreciate you. And I just want to say thank you for coming on tonight and spending your time.
You're awesome, Sally.
Appreciate
next time we get back your way, we'll hang again and have some fun. We had a great time. It was great. Everybody getting together. But yeah, this is just like the worst day of the year. I hate this day more than any other day in my. Otherwise, it's a gorgeous living on the beach. Got the beach right in front of the house. Beautiful ocean. Nice bridge. And then today, it's just like a million. It looks like The Walking Dead. People just like shamble down the streets, and then they just all shamble back out of the streets. It's horrific. But there's a good 15-20 minute firework. Well, it's about an hour, but beautiful hour-long fireworks special, but it's just a disaster. And I got to go take care of stuff before I literally get locked in.
That's too people.
I wish I had doggo cam. Damn it.
Well, they're just kind of
we should have put them on the camera. Damn it.
Yeah. Well, not
anyway, thank you, Jeff.
But thanks, guys. It's good to be here. Have a great, awesome day. Or evening or night. I guess it's night for you guys.
Yeah, sleepy time.
It's very nighttime for us.
All right. Take care, folks. Good to see y'all. Thanks, Sally. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Bye. LadyLaw, Andrew. Take care.
LadyLaw, grab a drink, and then Bronca can fill us in.
I did see a funny comment here. It was somebody
where is it?
After dating my girlfriend for 17 years. Like, dude,
whoa, dated
our gal,
for 17 years?
Yeah, I'm sorry, you're not dating.
I just put it up there.
Okay, after my last girlfriend of 17 years, what the F is wrong with you, dude? Sorry. Listen, like most of us, we've probably been in situationships, right? When I was a younger man, I was, but I would never be in a situationship with a young woman for more than a year. I mean,
no.
Either you're going to commit or you got to cut her loose to find a guy who is going to commit.
Yeah, you're either in or out.
Or gal. Yep.
Pick one.
I'll
be right back.
Go get your drink.
I'm on my way.
I know you get I have watched you for a long time. I've watched you on all kinds of different streams, and I think you're blunt, which I appreciate. I'm a Scorpio, so I'm very blunt. And I think it's a lot for people to swallow, but go ahead.
I was going to say, you want me to be blunt about the zodiac signs?
Oh, I already know what it is, but I know my weakness. Like I know what my weakness is,
All
and
right.
so I've made it a strength, right? So zodiac signs, this or that, they're personality traits, and you can either relate to them or you can't. They're not like either they're real or they're not. I see traits that apply to me, and my weaknesses I've tried to make strengths, if that makes sense.
Sure.
But my point was I appreciate the bluntness. I appreciate the honesty. I think that men and women need to hear it and they need to realize it. So that was my point.
I would like it if people would understand that I just actually want people to be happy. I want people to be happy. I want women to be happy. I want men to be happy. I want everyone to achieve their maximum happiness, especially their children. I just want positive outcomes for people. I see a lot of people living in delusional states that lead to very negative outcomes for themselves and their children, and I think that's bad. And I think we should not do that. And I think we should make different decisions that lead to better outcomes for men, women, and children. But I have no animosity to anybody or any gender. I would just like it if people made. I think people have for about 100 years been conditioned by various political ideologies like feminism to make bad decisions, and because they haven't really thought it through and they only ever heard one side and they've not heard a critical analysis of what are the good and bad outcomes of this kind of decision making tree. And I think they ought to. I just want people to make well-informed decisions. And I think if they have the information they need to do that, I think they'll make better decisions that will result in better marriages and better children and better society. But
Oh my God,
I don't hate anybody.
I have the solution. Oh my God, let's take away birth control because this started everything. Women, you no longer can use birth control. Therefore,
how sketchy do you want this to get?
It's facts. No, I like honesty. I think that no fault divorce, the invention of birth control, so women could be in the workplace, and those things play a very big role in our society and why we are where we are today, and that's 1960s.
Wait, what?
My opinion. I'm saying that the invention of birth control, because women didn't work.
I'm not saying this. Don't hate me.
This is me. No, this is me. Women they invented birth control. Women used to not go to work because once a month they would bleed for a week or however many days, and so they didn't want to go into work. So they invent birth control, right? Then women can work. They can go in the workspace.
Rocket exited to stream.
But I'm saying, that so women now are in the workplace, right? And they learn to be in the workplace, and they accept being there, whoever, right? They're lesser equal, and then relationship, everything just got effed. Okay, I don't say the F word. Sorry, I could, but I don't. But things just went downhill from there. They should have stayed home, raising their children, making dinner. And I'm very backwards and very old school because my mother wanted to be a mom. She was for 19 years. My dad left. She had to go, and she was valedictorian. She was beautiful. She was smart. And she said, I have 7 kids under the age of 16.
7 kids?
Yes. I live in Utah, so don't judge me.
Yeah, that's true.
But anyway, she had to go to school. She was already smart, and shut up. And she was still gorgeous after that.
Walked out.
I love her. But after 19 years of marriage, and my mom, from all I know, is her just being a mom that made breakfast, made lunch, made dinner. She painted stuff, knickknacks. She made our clothes. She was I remember her as a good homemaker. That's my perception. My dad, you have 7 kids, like I'm kind of bored of this shit. I don't know. But my point is she had to go get educated and go to school, and she'd work from 7 a.m. till midnight. I'm the second to 7. I didn't have a mom. So the no fault divorce was a big part. And I've lost my whole entire thought, and my whole meaning of what I was trying to say is that birth control, no fault divorce has ruined society. Mom should stay home. You have kids. You should raise your kids. Don't have kids if you don't want to raise your kids, male or female. and you see
Yeah.
it through.
I mean, don't have kids if you're not ready to have kids too. Like that's a thing. And I can say that because I had a kid before I was ready to have a kid.
But it doesn't matter, right? Because that's what we all do. Me too.
Mhm.
I had kids before I was ready to have kids.
Yes.
But the only thing that matters is you have the kid. The kid exists.
Yep.
Now what?
You focus on your
That-
kids. I mean, that's what I did. And I
But-
worked.
But
know,
mostly people don't.
I know.
They don't. Daddy buys Porsche and the kids don't have new shoes. Like that's effed up, right?
Oh, it
Kids
happens.
come first.
It happens
It
in
does.
every.
Both
Okay.
ways, I
So-
think. Like you have moms that skeet out too. I mean, I have nieces whose mother, she had like 6 or 7 kids and she didn't raise any of them.
So how many people, how many families in America today, they have children, they're married, they have children, they put their children in childcare that cost more than the mother actually makes in her day job?
Yeah.
Stupid.
Is that a rational decision? Is that
No,
what's in
stupid.
the best interest of the kids?
No.
Or is that serving the interest of the mother, letting her delude herself that she has a career?
Do you need
It's not a career. Almost nobody has a career. Sorry, folks. And unless you're a surgeon or a professional attorney, there are careers, but most of us have jobs. We just have
Yes.
jobs. It's not a
Yeah.
career. Okay. You have a job you can be fired from at an instant if your boss doesn't like you anymore. Okay.
Yeah.
I have a career. I can't be fired. But if you could be fired by your boss tomorrow, you don't have a career.
Mhm.
You have a job.
That's true.
Okay.
Yep.
So
Yep.
a lot of these women, these mothers, they don't have careers. They think
Nope.
they're pursuing a career. What they actually have is a fucking job, and their child is being raised by a strange woman instead of them at a
The
cost
government.
that approximates what they're making in their fucking goddamn job. So for no net profit, they're actually not paying another woman to raise their child. What kind of fucking sense does that make?
Yeah. No sense. Suck it up, Buttercup.
Except
Stay home.
feminism has told her, oh, you can't rely on a man. You can't rely on a man. That man might leave you. You have to be fear motivated. So you have to have your own career, your own job, your own path. So she's terrorized at the thought of actually staying home and raising that child herself, even though economically, if you crunch the numbers, it would save the money to do it that way.
I agree.
Wrong or right?
I mean,
No,
I agree.
no, you're-
As far as, I mean, the prices of daycare are outrageous. You know, I have friends who pay $1,200 a month for like one child in daycare. That's astronomical.
So what's okay? Sorry.
No,
I mean,
think
unless
for
you're
me,
making 4 or 5 times that amount, but you're still, you know, you are allowing somebody else to raise your kids, and then they're imparting these
The
things
government.
like you're, you know, the books in the schools, all the things that are out there right now. You don't get to have a choice on what they're teaching your kids in the day.
And what are you
Yep.
doing when you're not raising your own child? What are you doing? You're working for some other dude,
Mhm.
right? Your boss is a dude.
Making them money.
Maybe your immediate boss is a woman, but her boss is a dude, right? So fundamentally, you're not raising your own child. You're not working for your husband in the
Mhm.
household, because that would be oppressive, right? That would be terrible. So you can't be subservient to your husband. That would be horrible. So instead, you're subservient to some corporate boss who gives not one fuck about you.
Yeah.
Doesn't give a fuck about you. The moment they need to cut somebody, you're cut.
Yeah. That's true.
That strikes me as a bad plan.
Don't disagree.
I don't
So,
know. I think for
and
me,
I know both of you ladies have had your own bad stories, your histories. I don't, by
yeah.
stories, I don't mean to denigrate them, but your personal experiences that were negative. But there's also personal experiences that are positive, right? So my own wife, she is 1,000% dependent upon me financially. She makes $0. Okay, she has no job. Her job is working for her family.
Mhm.
And
Great job.
she has literally zero financial concerns in the world.
That
Everything
sounds pretty
is taken
nice, to
care
be
of.
honest.
Yep.
Right. So what I would encourage, right. So what I
Yes.
would encourage now, am I always constantly thinking about my daughter's poetry class? Or no, I'm not. I'm sorry, I'm not. That's not how my mind works. I'm thinking about
Yeah.
how to make the money to pay
Gotta
for
make
all
money.
this. But I'm
Yeah.
good at that. That's my talent. And so I like focusing my mind at that. And I leave all the poetry stuff, I leave that up to my wife. She's really good at that.
Mm-hmm.
She never has to worry a fucking day in her life about when a bill is going to be paid, when the
Yep.
mortgage is going to be covered, how we're going to cover car, how our kids are going to go to private school.
Yeah.
She doesn't have to worry about any of that. I worry about that. I wake up every morning, my eyes pop open. I'm like, well, I got to go out and fucking make money today.
Yeah.
I
Gotta
worry about
bust my ass.
Right. But she doesn't have to
I
worry
would have
about it.
given
She just wakes
anything to just be a stay-at-home mom and be a mom. I would have given. I'm educated. I would have done anything because I grew up without a mom and a dad, and I would have given anything to just be a mom. I just want my house.
and
I
I
don't need
think
fancy clothes. Go ahead.
and it sounds sexist when I say this, but I think that's actually not all women. Some women are hyper competitive, right? So they should pursue
Yeah.
whatever their personal interests are. But I think most women would be happier in the position that my wife is in, where they can focus
Yes.
on raising a family and raising children and not have to worry about the money. They know they have a man that's out there producing the resources they
Yes.
need. And it doesn't have to be my level of resources, but it could be, middle class resources. But they don't have to worry about food and school and cars. And they don't
Basics.
feel like I have to make my own fucking money. I have to go out there and be a boss babe. I have to go out there and compensate for the failures of the man I picked. I think that's horribly destructive. I don't think you can have a productive family that way. I think fundamentally women need to choose a man. He may not be a millionaire, right? Most men are not millionaires. I mean, most women are not tens,
They're not.
right?
5%.
We ought to
5%.
find people on our level. But if a middle class lifestyle is appropriate to your circumstances, then you find a guy who's a mechanic and I've been a mechanic. I'm not denigrating mechanics. I've done that for a living. You find a guy who does that for a living. It's reliable. He's trustworthy. He's not a man whore, but he can produce the resources you need for that level of living. That's comfortable. That's sufficient for you. What I see, unfortunately, is a lot of women out there who will never fucking settle for that guy. They want me, basically. They want a guy who's a 9 or 10, and they will not settle for anything less than that. And because they won't, guess what? There's not a lot of us around, and we pick our women, and then we settle with our women. And I'm not looking for more women, so we're out of the marketplace. We're done. We're not available anymore. And if you're a woman who's a perfectly normal, wonderful woman, a 6 or 7, a 7 is gorgeous. A 7 is gorgeous. But you think you're entitled to a 9 or 10 guy. That guy's never going to show up. He's never going to show up. He's occupied.
Yeah.
And I know women tend to describe it as they don't want to settle. Listen, we all settle. We all settle. Settling. Every human being settles because none of us are perfect. Even the 10s aren't perfect. So we're always settling in some respect. And I feel
life is so simple. Life is
Mm.
so simple. Have kids, get married, raise a family, feed them, clothe them. Like, why do we have to have
But you know
all
who
these
breaks
extra
that?
things?
You know who breaks
Who?
that formula?
Women do. We got bored.
Women do, right?
got bored. Women got
80%
bored.
of divorces are filed by women.
Yes, because women
it's
got bored.
it's actually
It's
it's
hard.
not, but they get bored, right? They get bored.
It's hard.
And
Being a mom is hard. Doing homework, doing math, doing science projects, clean sheets every week,
yeah,
dishes, dinner,
yep,
breakfast, lunch. It's hard. But you had kids.
100%.
Suck it up, Buttercup. You chose it. Don't have kids if you don't want that role.
I think the challenge is that we train women to be like corporate executives. We tell
Yes.
all of them you can be corporate executives, and then what we give them are the jobs you just described: laundry, dishes, and it feels demeaning. It feels menial. Listen, if you went to Harvard and you graduated and you went to a corporate job and they said, all right, first thing we want you to do is laundry, you'd be like, what the fuck? That's not what I prepared myself for. I'm not doing someone's laundry. But you know what? Laundry, I do laundry. Laundry is something that has to be done for a family. It's just a necessity. And I think a lot of it is kind of state of mind. I think a lot of women would be better off. I think most women are actually not suited to a corporate lifestyle, because a corporate life, from a guy's perspective, I have to be honest.
Sharks.
I've lived the corporate lifestyle my entire life. It is fucking cutthroat. You show up every fucking day and you're looking to kill someone. You're looking to cut someone else's throat. That's and guys are engineered that way. We're engineered to hunt and kill.
Yeah,
but women are not.
hunter-gatherer.
Women are engineered to be nurturers and carers, and to expect that women would perform well in that kind of aggressive, hostile environment, I think is ridiculous. It's nonsense. So, but we put women in that circumstance, and then they don't succeed, and we say, "Oh, they're failures. Women suck at this." And whenever I see that, I'm like, "Well, of
Women
course,
need a pat on the back."
If my test was bearing children, I would suck at that test, right? Because I can't bear children. I mean, I'm just not engineered for that.
It hurts.
Well, so I think it's really about, just teamwork. You know what I mean? Like, it's about working together.
I think it's worse than that than you think.
Go ahead. Go ahead, LadyLaw. Go ahead. Go
No,
ahead.
I mean, I just really think that it's about, like hearing Bronca say that he gets up every day, busts his butt. He does all the things, worries about paying the bills, making the money. But he also comes home, even though his wife is a stay-at-home mom, comes home and does things like laundry. He helps out. So I think it's finding the balance, right? Between
but it really isn't. So if I love my wife, of course, Emily.
Yeah.
But if she ever came to me and said, "Listen, part of your job is doing laundry," I tell her to go fuck herself. Sorry.
This will be this.
I do laundry because it's more convenient for me, because I have my own hamper, and I just want to make sure it's done. But it's not like an obligation for me. The laundry obligation in our household is my wife's obligation.
Okay. But you still pitch in, and I think that makes a difference.
But I do. So like I empty the dishwasher. I do these things.
Yeah.
Little things.
But it's not what you're thinking of. You're thinking of it like it's an obligation on my part. When I do
it's out of
when I do it, to me, it's like I just have 5 minutes of free time.
Yeah, and it needs to be done. So,
but if my wife
little
ever
things
came
that
to me
make
and
your
said,
wife's life easier. It's the
yes,
little
so
things.
I'm happy to
They're
do
not
it.
big
I'm happy
things.
to
They're
do
little
it.
things. Yes.
Well,
Go ahead, LadyLaw.
if I have a moment to do it, I'm happy to do it. I'm not trying to, I'm not trying to make my wife subservient to me. You have to be the one who empties the dishwasher.
When I hear you talk about,
but if I have to choose between doing my work or emptying the dishwasher,
right, you're
I'm doing my work.
That makes money. Yeah.
Right.
But when I hear you speak about your wife, you're always very respectful to her. You're always, I can tell that you care and love your wife a lot.
Yeah.
So, I have great respect for that, because it's, yes, this is our agreement and how our marriage works. This is how we do it. But at the same time, you still pitch in. You still, it's not like, woman, get in there and unload the dishwasher. I'm not ever unloading the dishwasher. Like, you're willing to do those things.
So that's what I was trying to illustrate. So of course I would never tell her, bitch, this is your job. I mean, I would never say that. And I do it. I do it probably 30% of the time, because I the nature of my job is I work from home. So it's easy for me to do. But I mean, like, for example, if it was like a partnership, right? A lot of people talk about marriage as partnerships. If my wife ever came to me and said, "You're not emptying the dishwasher enough," I would look at her and say, "What the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah.
I'm making the money.
Yeah.
I should never be emptying the dishwasher. Every minute I'm spending emptying the dishwasher, I'm not making money for this family." Now, of course, in real life, there's, you can't make money every second of the day. There's 5-minute periods where it's easy to do, but it's not. So it's a weird dynamic, right? It's not. I don't tell my wife, "You're my slave. You have to empty the dishwasher," and I'm happy to empty it from time to time. I do it probably 4, 5, 6 times a week. I empty the dishwasher. I'm happy to do it when I have the opportunity, but that's not my job. My job is not that. Her job is that. And if I can help her in that job, that's fine. My job is to make fucking money. That's my job. And I'm good at that. But that's different than saying it's a partnership. So I don't expect my wife to make the money I make, right? It's not a 50-50 deal. I don't expect us to empty the dishwasher 50-50. I don't expect us to stay up with the sick kids 50-50. Or go to the school meetings 50-50. I do a lot of that. I stay up with kids. I go to school meetings. I don't do it as much as my wife, and I don't feel obligated to do it as much as my wife, because that's not my core purpose. My core purpose is to provide the resources for my family to be immunized from a bad world. So we have enough money so we can suffer the consequences of an evil world.
Yeah.
That's my job.
You have to.
Life is too short.
But many men would be criticized. Listen, if I were in a divorce proceeding, and I have been, women will say, "Well, he didn't show up to every school teacher meeting. He didn't show up to every sports game. He didn't do this. He didn't go trick-or-treating with us as a family." You know what? Granted, I'm not 100% on any of that.
My dad didn't either.
It's not my job.
And I think, maybe that's why I don't necessarily lean towards the feminism spectrum, because like my dad worked. Now, when I was probably 4th or 5th, no, it's probably earlier than that, my mom went back to school and became a teacher. But, my dad worked and my mom took care of us, and dad didn't go to all the games and didn't do all the things. He worked. So, I mean, I guess I'm still part of that old school mom and dad. This is kind of how it works.
So can I, from a kind of a thought experiment basis, right? Nothing personal, thought experiment.
I love how you always preface this.
He doesn't want to offend, but he doesn't realize that me and you don't give a shit what he says. You're worried about what we think and don't, because we don't.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I want to make clear, I like and respect both of you. So I don't want anything to be perceived as a
slight.
Normally when I talk, people like take.
I've heard.
I've heard. So, and I don't mean that at all. But as a thought experiment, what have I told you? All right. So, LadyLaw, what's your current circumstance? Are you single?
Well, I've got a significant other, but yeah.
Okay.
I'm
so
not married.
You're in a relationship, but not married.
Right.
Right. Fair enough. Okay.
Yeah.
Talk with Sally. Sally,
I've been with the same guy the same amount, more than you've been with your wife. We won't get married because he lost everything to the ex.
Yeah, I get it. Okay, we don't have to go further than that.
Yeah.
So, but you both have meaningful men in your lives, right?
Yes.
Men you're emotionally committed to.
Yes, 100%.
What have I told you that with respect to your relationship with those men, your job was to submit to those men?
Yes.
Feel immediately an emotional revulsion.
No, I don't.
I really.
So if you don't, and I don't believe you.
But no, let LadyLaw finish. Let her finish real quick. Let her finish.
No, but if you don't, why?
Let her
why
finish. Let her finish real quick.
I'm
Let her
asking
finish
you.
and then
No, go ahead, Bronca.
okay,
No,
sorry.
if you don't, is part of that because of past experiences, relationship experiences that you've had?
I think they would make me not. Those relationships would make me not want to submit. The way
To those men.
right,
Right.
but
But now you have a different man.
to now, because there is a respect there that's, you know, how do I explain it?
So I'm going to put this in a very awkward
Go ahead.
phraseology, but
Yeah.
what I believe often happens is that I think many modern women who are trained in the normal way, conditioned in the normal way in society, so nothing negative about that, but they may go through relationships where they're resistant, 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 and they all fail. All those relationships fail, and suddenly they think, you know what, maybe a different approach would be more productive for my personal happiness, for a more productive relationship. And if I were to submit to a man, which would have been repugnant 10 years ago, but now they've had much more life experience, maybe that would lead to a more positive life outcome. And of course, I should say, I hate to even have to say this, but by submit, I don't mean be a slave. I just mean
right.
you're deferring to his decisions on important
He's the
matters,
leader.
right?
He's the man. He's the
Right.
head of the household.
Just
You
like
respect him. He makes the decisions.
For men who are in the military, right? We have a hierarchy structure, right?
My
You
man
defer
is
to your
military.
officers. It doesn't mean you're a
Yes.
slave to your officer,
Yes.
but they make the decision, right? I think there's
And
a
I'm
lot of
okay
women
with
who,
that.
when they're young, it's very repugnant to them to imagine that they would ever defer to a man to make decisions for them. But as women go through relationships on that basis, and it doesn't fucking work because it never fucking works. As they mature, and of course men mature, they become more comfortable with accepting a relationship with a man where the man is making the decisions. Does that make sense?
Do you want to know where I failed? This is where I failed as a mother. So, because you guys know kind of my background story. I watched my mom, after 19 years of marriage, get left by my dad. 7 kids under the age of 16. So I grew up very like.
Oh, I drove away
LadyLaw. No, she's gonna drink. She's fine.
Okay,
She's
all right.
fine.
Sorry.
LadyLaw is cool. I'm not a catty woman.
Away.
I'm not a catty woman, and neither is she, and that's why I like her. But let me go back. So, from my experience, and this is where I failed as a mother for my daughter, not for my son. My son is good, and I will own this. But I watched my mom get left, second to youngest of 7. My dad was a deadbeat. So my mom said, I need money. I need money for food. His idea was food was 6 packs of bean burritos and 6 cases of ramen noodles from a case lot sale. That was his idea because he didn't want my mom to have money, right? Because she might do something with it, but she just really needed food. Anyway, so I watched that situation, and and how I learned was like, okay, I want to be a mom. I want to be kid. I want to have kids. I want that was just like the way I was raised. That was what life was about, reproduction, moving forth with life. So, but in my head, I'm like, okay, I need to have an education as a backup in case my man leaves me, and I don't want my mom. I don't want to. My mom had to go back to college. She was valedictorian, beautiful, smart, amazing, right? So I'm like,
So you were
I'm
afraid
gonna
of
have that as a
becoming your
backup.
mom.
What was that?
You're afraid of becoming your mom, of like ending up in the same situation as your mom.
Correct. I wanted my kids to have what they needed: food, clothing, shelter, love, education, until 18 years of age. Go ahead.
Could your dad have afforded more, or was that all he could afford to give?
No, he worked under so he was the exception, right? I've learned he was the exception where he would work under the table because he didn't want to share. My mom just wanted the basic needs, and she was smart and she took care of us. Anyway, so my point was, so for me, I got an education not as I want to go to school and be a corporate. I want to have a family. I want to have kids. I want a family. With my daughter, I'm like, you have to go to college because that was my generation. And you have to go to college. And from the time they were born, I saved for their college, and you got to go to college if you want to be somebody. And then COVID hit, and I'm like, you can't go to college because you're going to be like ruined. So anyway, but I ruined her. And she is my son is not liberal. She is more liberal leaning than she is, if that makes sense. But it's not, I failed to teach her that education is not so you can be the breadwinner. You can have this house on your own. No, it's so so you can be educated, you can be smart, and you have a backup plan just in case he dies in a car wreck. What if what if something horrible happens to him and you have to provide for your family? That's why you.
Yeah, so I think so. Everything you've raised is 100%. I hate to even talk about it because I feel when I talk about it, it sounds like I'm diminishing the concerns and the issues that you're talking about. And they're legitimate.
No.
If a dude's going to dump his family, of course, the mother has to support the family. If a woman's going to be abandoned, she has to be able to support herself. But I think in a more generalized societal sense, I think a young woman, let's imagine a woman she's graduating high school. She has to make decisions about what she wants to do with her life. She could get married, right? Commit herself to a man. And I'm talking at 18 or 19, not 30. Yes. I think this crazy world we live in where people get married at 30, which I did. Okay. So, right. I think it's nuts. But a young woman graduating high school, she has to make a decision about, all right, I'm going to commit to a guy who I think I don't know. He's also 18 or 19 or 20.
Yes.
He hasn't made $1 million yet. But I think he looks reasonably smart. He's got reasonable prospects. He looks like he's hardworking from what I can see. He does the summer, soda fountain jobs, whatever the fuck people did. And
lifeguarding.
Right, whatever. But he's out there doing what men do, right? Pursuing opportunities. We all all of us, most of us are not born from wealthy families. I was not. I was born in a dead broke family. We all start dead broke, and we pursue opportunities. What you're looking for in a man is a man who's not just sitting there smoking weed and playing video games. You're looking for a man who's pursuing opportunities. Maybe it's degrading. Maybe it's working at McDonald's. Maybe it's working at Chick-fil-A. Maybe it's washing cars, but he's out there making an effort to advance himself because that guy, you know what? That guy's going to be your millionaire.
Well, that's it. Absolutely. Like, when I said earlier, I would prefer someone who makes what I do or more. Like, I think it comes down to, I don't want to necessarily be the breadwinner for the family. And that goes back to being subservient. I don't have a problem with that in a lot of ways. Mom. I don't want to make decisions. I make decisions every day. My brain is tired of making decisions, especially about other people's lives.
I think most women, actually, if they're being honest, they don't want to be making authoritative decisions.
I don't.
They don't. They'd rather the man was doing that. They want to make decisions about where their kids go to school, what school uniforms they're wearing. Right. But the life and death decisions. No. Are we going to be able to pay the mortgage? Most women don't want to make those. They want their man to make those calls.
Yes. Right? Yes. And it's part of that. It goes back to that protection thing, the men are providers, protectors, women are nurturers.
The problem. The problem is we've raised generations of women who don't even think about this until they're 35.
Yes. Like
And
I
when
failed.
women need to be thinking about this is when they're 20.
Yeah. If not a
But
little
when they're
before that.
20, we're telling them, go have your hot girl summer session,
No.
have your horror fest, focus on your career, get your worthless fucking gender studies degree, and all of
No.
that from a guy's perspective. When I'm looking at a woman I want to
Guys
marry,
don't care.
all of that is negative.
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck about your degree.
Cook,
I
clean,
don't like
sew,
your
mom.
STDs. I don't like that you got ran through in your 20s. I don't like that you went to Dubai and Paris without me. I want to
Yeah.
show you those things.
Yeah.
I want you to go with me. I want to show you fucking Paris.
Yeah.
The fact that when I pay to fucking bring you to Paris, you're like, yeah, I've been here before. You know what that does to a guy? That guts a guy.
Yep.
That guts
Crushes
him.
him. Yes.
He may as well have a small dick. He cannot satisfy that woman in a life experience.
Comparison is the thief of joy. This is why
Right.
you don't have sex before you're married. Comparison is the thief of joy.
So
Whether it comes
when
to
guys
dick size
say
or anything,
when guys are looking to date and they say, well, I don't want to date someone who's over 30 or who has kids, or the reason they're saying that is because
it's true.
they're looking for a relationship experience that they feel they can get from those people because they've already had those prospective partners have already had that life experience. They've already been to Paris. They've been to Dubai. They've been to the Caribbean. They've been on the cruise. He has nothing new to show them.
Yeah.
But a 20-year-old, he does. A 25-year-old, he does. And it's not because he's trying to exploit the 25-year-old. And anybody would want to, a woman they were partnering with, he'd like to show them new experiences that she's sharing with him for the first time.
Comparison is
Women
the
are
thief
like
of
that
joy.
too.
Comparison is the thief of joy.
I mean, I don't want to go somewhere with my guy that he's been before or some other
need a
girl.
girlfriend.
You know, like I'm kind of like that too.
Feel
to be
weird,
honest.
right? So say there was a resort, right? And you met a new guy. And he says, hey, let's go to this resort in St. Thomas, right? Oh, it sounds great. And you go there and he takes you there and you get the couple's massage and you do the whole thing. And then you discover you're not the first girl he brought there.
Yeah,
Would that diminish the experience?
100%.
Of course. Right.
Yeah.
And guys feel the same way, and not just about couples massages, but about trips, sex, everything. I mean, a guy wants. Listen. It's 2023. We don't expect virgins anymore, of course, but yeah, we'd like a gal who didn't have 50 dudes before us. I mean,
yes.
What's
your body count?
So much. That's a lot.
It's
Would you
nothing.
say-
Today? Are you kidding?
That's a lot.
If you talk to
No, that's a
college
lot, though.
girls age today's,
Well,
a lot.
I think that things like social media and Instagram and stuff like that have a Snapchat, OnlyFans, all the things. I think all of those also have things to do with the degradation of society, to be honest.
I would
Yes,
suggest that
agreed.
I don't think women are acting badly. I think they're acting in accordance with their programming, their evolutionary programming. So if you're a woman, you're always at risk of getting pregnant. You're always at risk of having a child. And if you have a child, you need enormous resources to support that child, right? You're not a pregnant woman hunting a mastodon, right? Someone has to help you stay alive and support that child evolutionarily. And so women are geared to attract attention from men who will help them do that. And I think what's happened is in the modern era, we have this social media, these Instagrams, where women can get so much attention, and they're evolutionarily geared to be driven to attention, right?
Yep.
That's what keeps them alive, right? In the mastodon age, right? And we all have that little lizard brain in us. That's what keeps us. Men are paying attention to me. Men are paying attention to me. That's what keeps me alive.
Yep.
But they're not men who will actually keep you alive in the modern era. Actually, the men on social media don't give a fuck about you. They'll let you die. They don't
Yep.
care. They're not giving you children. They'll bang you, I guess.
Of course.
But they're not marrying you, right? They're not making the ultimate commitment to you. And I think what happens in the modern era is women have all the social media where they're given the false signals of love, of
Yes.
commitment, but they're not getting the actual love and commitment. But they
Yes.
confuse the
Right.
two. So they end up a really hot guy, a 9, right? A 9 guy, chiseled chin. Let's pretend it's me. A guy like me says, "Oh man, I'd love to take you out to dinner," right? And then there's also I'd say a computer tech, right? A guy who's not that good looking, little overweight. He's kind of soft around the midriff. Good income, sustainable. He's a 6, let's say 5 or 6 on the guy scale. I'm a 9 or 10. What happens is when I call you, you come to me.
Mm-hmm.
When that guy calls you, you're busy because you're
Yeah.
with me. But I will never commit to you. That guy would. And that guy would give you a marriage and children and commitment and never fucking leave you because for him, you are a fucking rock star.
Yeah.
But for you, he's boring. He's not the best guy you've ever had in bed.
Yep.
I'm not talking about you personally, of course.
No,
I'm
I know.
talking generically about
Generalities. We're talking about the
what
averages.
happens, that's why we have these marriages that last for 5 years, 7 years, and suddenly the woman gets bored, she cheats, whatever, and it all falls apart, and you have a divorce, and the kids are collapsed, and it's all part of the larger societal dysfunction. But if people were making more, I would suggest, informed and smarter decisions, if they would accept that they were compromising, right? They were settling. Women hate the idea of settling, but we're all settling. No one's perfect.
Yep.
No man is perfect. No woman is. We're all settling in some respect. But women get bored. 90% of divorces are filed by women.
Yeah.
But what is your priority? The priority is the
children.
family. It's the kids. The
It ought to
kids
be the
are
kids.
number one.
Absolutely.
Number one.
Listen,
and if you can't make
I
kids,
personally
don't have sex. Don't have kids.
I slept on a couch, not a very good couch. I slept on the couch for 10 fucking years.
I can't believe you slept on a couch for 10 years. How's your back?
He loved his kids. That's loyalty.
It's not great. better since I do jujitsu. It's gotten better.
Yeah.
But I literally slept on the couch for 10 fucking years. Out of a 13-year marriage, I slept on the couch for 10 fucking years because I was scared to death.
3 years.
We had 2 kids in 3 years. Then she was completely bored because I was scared to death that I would have to live in a place where I would wake up without my children, that I would be denied access to my children. I wouldn't be able to wake them up. I wouldn't be able to drive them to school. I wouldn't be able to read them bedtime stories at night. I was willing to suffer any penalty to not have to do that. And my penalty was sleeping on the couch for 10 fucking years, for a decade. And the only reason I ever left that marriage, by the way, I would still be there. But my wife said, you know what? I want you to leave the house. And legally, I have no option then. I have to leave the house. And if I had to leave the house, well, then I no longer had access to my kids, which is the only reason I was staying. So that's the only reason the divorce happened. If she had not said that, I'd still be there today, sleeping on that fucking couch.
All I have to say is
I think I would have invested in a bed, Bronca. I think I would have just bought another bed.
It was a small house.
Oh, okay.
we were poor.
I've
been broke in my life.
Gotcha. Okay.
No, I'm just saying, like, I respect that. Like for me, the kids come first, the spouse comes first, like your marriage, your family unit comes first. And if more people
that wife didn't matter. I didn't care about her, but my kids mattered a lot.
But they would have if she would have been the wife that you wanted to be, like, because you got married for a reason. You had kids for a reason.
Her.
I'm saying that. Well, yeah, it is, but like she failed her part. I'm saying I have mad respect for you because the kids are at the end of the before you had kids, you didn't have respect for her.
No, of course. We had kids fairly quick, but sure, of course. Once your first time you get married, you're in love, right? And of course,
Yes.
I was naive. We didn't have any of this blue pill, red pill stuff in those days. So
Yes.
you hit a certain age, you meet a woman, she's attractive, you love her, you get married. That was the normal course of events, right?
Cheerleader,
You
if I
weren't
remember
really
right.
thinking hard about it. I didn't know
Yeah.
I was going to spend a decade on the couch. I didn't know. And that came later.
But my point was, I had mad respect that you sacrificed for the kids. You got married, you wanted to have kids, you wanted to be a dad, you wanted to be a good father. It didn't turn out that way, so you sacrificed sleeping on the couch to be a good father because that was your values made it so that was more important than getting divorced. She pulled the plug.
Right.
My point is, I have respect for you, and that's a tough decision.
Bronca, did you and your first wife have the same dynamic where you were the provider and she was stay-at-home mom?
So it was different. So she was so how can I put it? It was kind of the classic red pill trap. So she was 7-8 years older than me.
Oh,
So she was hitting the age where she would not be able to have kids much longer.
got you. Okay.
And of course, I didn't see it at the time, but in hindsight,
You were
it's
30
obvious.
and you were 37, or she was
Right.
37, you were 30. Okay.
Right. So now in hindsight, of course, it's obvious she was hitting the wall. She needed to find a guy who she thought would be productive and could give her kids real quick. So she grabbed me because I was promising. And she was very pretty, very pretty woman. And I put 2 kids in her real quick. And but once she had her 2 kids, she was completely disinterested in having a marriage.
She just wanted kids.
You know,
She
that
hit
sounds.
she hit her mission and she was done. Right.
I know somebody else who kind of had that happen to them, and they have a lot of
Which
the same.
of course was not my expectation. I thought I was getting
Right.
into a lifelong marriage.
Your forever life. Your
Right.
forever life.
I also thought that with my first marriage, but
So
Joke was
that's
on
not her fault. I feel like I suckered myself into that. I was just ignorant. I didn't know. That's my own fault.
It's
Well,
not your
you know,
fault. It's that society ruined it. Go ahead,
Well,
LadyLaw.
I mean, I think we all just kind of, we see these pretty shiny things and we're like, oh, it's going to be great. And even if it's
Squirrel.
not great, we just ignore those red flags and we're like, nah, it's fine.
Squirrel.
And, it just, you learn from it, but what else can you do?
By the way, I am pretty pissed off at my family. My family should have come to me and said, "What the fuck are you doing? She's 7 years older than you. What do you think is going to happen here?" But
yes, be honest and truthful. Hard truths matter.
I was the oldest in my family, so I didn't have any older brothers or anything like it. But man, if I saw someone today doing what I was doing then, I'd just punch him in the face. Like, what the fuck are you thinking?
I just don't know that I would listen, because when I get in those moments, like I can see 50 red flags and people point them out.
Men,
I'm like,
men listen. Men listen.
Do they?
Women don't. I agree. Women don't. They're in love.
Boy,
They're like, oh, I'm in
bring
love.
this
He's
to an
perfect. I can
18-year-old.
fix him.
No,
My
don't
guy-
fix nobody.
My guy describes it as women have spaghetti brains and men have like waffle brains. And
I
like
posted that on Twitter. Did you
it's
not
all
see that?
no, it's all just combined, and men just have like these pockets, like they
Bronca falsified.
compartmentalize certain things. He always tells me,
Bronca,
he's
you're
like,
God.
that's your spaghetti brain working.
Bronca, this is the guy you followed.
Who's
You know what I'm
that?
talking about? Okay, I don't like to say these words, but he was a black guy that was like talking to women, and they would say their situation. You know who I'm talking about, because this is who you quote all the time when you talk to Pearl, and I can't think of his name right now.
Okay.
No, but the guy where you get fear, guilt, shame.
About to sell himself out now. I don't know
No,
what
that
it
was
means. I'm only
I didn't
ever
even-
honest.
No, that wasn't. That was a long time ago.
Well, I think in all the conversations I've ever had.
one sec. I want Bronco to remember this because it's the guy that I found him because of you. Fear, guilt, shame, insult. Who was that guy? The black
Oh,
guy
Kevin
that was.
Samuels.
Yes,
Oh,
this is
Kevin
who she's talking
Samuels.
about.
Rest in
Thank
peace,
you.
Godfather.
Yes.
Yeah, when
That's the
people
quote
don't
I
have a
got.
rational counter argument, what they tend to resort to is what Kevin Samuels used to refer to as sign language. Shame, insults, guilt need to be right.
Yep.
And LadyLaw, so I just wanted to bring that home because what the quote you just said was a quote he knows from that guy. So go ahead.
Oh, I mean, that's just what my guy always tells me. He's like, all right, Sarah, your spaghetti brain's running away. And it's really not
Right,
that hard.
you're being irrational. And
Yes.
in fairness, the way men and women see the world is different, and we think about the world differently, and we should, because we have different responsibilities. We have
Yes.
different roles. Men are out there hunting and killing. Women are raising children. We shouldn't be the same. We're not interchangeable. I'm sorry. Men or women are fucking different, and we ought to be different. And we're best when we're different. We're best when we're working together in a complementary fashion. I mean, I've never had a better life ever than my current life with my wife, where she's managing the family stuff and I'm just managing making money, and it's perfect. It's great. I would, if my wife came to me and said that she wants to work for some other dude in a corporation, I think I'd file for divorce. I don't want that. I don't want my wife working for some other fucking guy who controls her salary, controls her fucking vacation, and controls fuck that. No, that's not what I signed up for.
I literally feel like I'm talking to my dude right now because he says the same stuff. He's like,
but it's reality.
No, you want to work for some other dude, go marry him. Go marry him.
Oh shit.
Yeah, he's in the military. I don't know if he could employ me or, put me to good use.
And I know what I say sounds offensive to most women, and I'm sorry. I don't.
It's not. It's truth. Truth.
Well, I mean, truth is hard to swallow sometimes, but
truth matters. Go ahead.
I don't know.
Go ahead, LadyLaw.
It doesn't.
Go ahead. No, continue. I didn't mean to cut you off, sweetie.
You didn't. I'm just saying what Bronca says doesn't bother me, but I also don't have a thin skin. Like
me and LadyLaw are like the same person. Like I will tell you right now, I have 2 girlfriends from the time I was 20, and actually one that I talk to, because women are catty, backstabbing bitches that will tear you down like a crawdad because they don't want you to be successful. I'm not.
No, the worst enemy of women. Who's the worst enemy of women? You girls tell me. It's other women.
Yeah,
it's not men trying to drag you down.
Correct. But that's what I'm saying.
Women are so catty and horrible, and
they're awful.
Men I think sometimes think we dress up like if we're going somewhere, like we're worried about what we're wearing to impress men, but we're really not. It's because we know all these other bitches are going to be dressed up, and I can't be looking like a hobo and having all these other bitches judge me. That's what that's,
I need to post a picture I post on Twitter.
Do what?
I'm going to post a picture that I posted on Twitter because there was a Pearly thing that was like, you shouldn't wear a bikini on a yacht. And I took a picture of a muumuu. I don't give a shit what I wear.
I think I saw Vices share something about a mom. Listen, if I look good.
She wasn't a mom.
So can I provide a man's perspective on that?
Yes,
so
please.
What Pearly thing was saying, if you want to wear a skimpy bikini on the boat with your husband on Lake Powell or wherever you are, fucking do that. Of course, do whatever you want with your husband. But if you're also posting that same photo on fucking Instagram or on whatever, Twitter, YouTube, now you're sharing that image of you with the entire world. That's different. I'm sorry, that's different. Yeah, if you want to take a lingerie photo with your husband that you share only with him, do that. But if you take that same photo and put it on Instagram, that's not the same thing. You're sharing
Hailey Bieber, a model by profession. That's the difference. And there was no one else there. She should, like, I think her
No,
points
no,
are
there's
good.
not nobody else there. She shared the photo on the
The
internet.
world.
That means
But
everyone
she's
is
a
there.
model. That she makes money by being a model. This
So
is my only
if
find
her
someone else.
husband is comfortable with that, that's fine. That's fine.
I know,
But
but
if
I'm saying is like,
she's a
let me just
professional
finish one
model.
thing.
How many women are professional models?
I'm
But
not.
they're
I don't
but they're
know, but
posting
she
shit
is.
on Instagram.
But she is, and she's selling yachts, and she's selling that thing. I like Pearl. She
Sure,
has good
that's
taste. She has
her.
bad
But
taste.
what about
But
the
just take
typical
someone else
woman?
that is relevant to the conversation. I know that there are mom appropriate and not mom, or sorry, kid appropriate or non kid appropriate swimsuits. I'm not going to wear a string bikini in front of my kids. That's disgusting. There's
But
swimsuits you can wear that are appropriate.
women, mothers, married mothers do that on Instagram all the time. And I think that's
Okay,
what Pearl was objecting to. I think what Pearl is saying is once
she had
you're
given
a
up
married
information.
mother with children, your standards should change. You're no longer looking to suck in a man to be your husband. You've done that. You've accomplished that
Yes.
mission. It's different.
Yeah.
But she had given up information. She didn't clarify. That's fine. I understand her take. I don't have Instagram. I don't do Facebook. I do Twitter for my business. I'm saying that she didn't
When
give enough
my
information.
wife and I get into the hot tub, she wears a very different bathing suit than she does when we're at
Yes.
Disney World getting into the community
Yes.
pool.
But she didn't give that information out. She did. She was vague and she was ambiguous. And I like a lot of her takes, and I don't like some of her takes. That one was, you could take that so many ways. Going to the beach with my
I
kids.
feel
I'm gonna wear a
like
bikini that's
you're
modest.
I feel like I've engaged you at an emotional level that I didn't mean to.
No, I'm not emotional at all. I'm not emotional. No, I'm saying I'm not emotional at all. I'm saying that if I were to go to the beach, I have bikinis that are modest and I have ones that are not. I would never wear certain swimsuits in front of my kids. And there are ones that I would. A bikini with my kids. And no, I would not post them on Instagram. I would not post them on Facebook.
Listen, if I'm alone with my husband in a hot tub, I'm wearing my birthday suit. Okay.
Yes, well, our hot tub works the same way.
Yeah. Like, why are we dirtying up laundry? There's no need.
Yeah, right. My wife doesn't like what the bromine does to her bathing suit, so
Right? Just ruins them.
I wouldn't. I couldn't even wear a thong bikini in public. I'm sorry. Whatever
I
you do.
was just raised to have. Mine just goes back to childhood, like self-respect. You don't show everything you have to everyone.
So here's what I would suggest. I think in the modern era, I think unfortunately we've convinced women that they need to be super sexually hot at every age. And I think that's poor guidance for women. I think when women are seeking a husband when they're in their 20s, that's exactly what they should be doing. They should be super fucking slutty hot, whatever, for a particular, not necessarily fucking everybody, but they should be presenting as super hot to every prospective husband. But once a woman has secured a husband, her super sexy part should be restricted to her man.
For him. Yeah.
And
Private.
I think out in public, I think she needs to be presenting herself in a different way than she did when she was seeking a man. She's now secured a man. And I think the short shorts and the mini skirts and the brief tops and the string bikinis, I think you're obliged to give all that up unless you're wearing them in privacy with your husband. But in terms of public wear, I think that's all done. That's all done. But what I see on Twitter and Instagram is I see a lot of women who are 40, married, still wearing that same slutty shit. And I don't think it's appropriate for their life circumstance. I'm sorry. I just don't.
Yeah, I agree.
Question. What if, okay, so let's assume.
And I say this as I'm looking at two women who are obviously extremely attractive and sexy.
I want to ask a question, and this is not a gotcha. This is a genuine question, and there's no hidden agenda. Say your kids are grown, they're out of the household, they whatever.
Yeah.
Would it be appropriate to go out and do those things, or is it only when you have kids at home? Like, I'm genuinely asking from a female to male perspective.
I don't think
If
it
your
has to be
man likes it. If your man likes it.
mean-
I'm sorry, I'm confused. Are you with a man or not with a man?
No, I'm with
In
a man.
this
kids are grown.
hypothetical, the hypothetical. I don't mean the hypothetical you're
Yes.
presenting.
The
So
hypothetical, the kids are grown. Your man likes you to dress sexy for him, and other
in
people
public
look
or
and make
just for
him
him?
feel whatever he wants, because he's in charge, right? If he wants it in
I mean,
public, then whatever.
listen, I don't tell people what to do. I wouldn't tell you what to do.
No,
Do
it's a
whatever
question.
do whatever
No,
you're comfortable
I'm
with.
asking.
I'm
asking
mostly concerned
things are
about
out of the
kids. So if
picture.
the kids are adults, the kids are pretty much out of the window.
Yes.
I as a man myself, I mean, I have two small kids, but if I didn't have two small kids, if my wife was making herself attractive to other men,
Not other men, just for him.
that would no. If you're out in public, you're doing it for you're also attractive to other men.
But what if
right?
he wants you to do that though, because it makes him feel like
Well,
he's
then
sexy?
listen,
'cause
I
he
don't
told her.
care whatever your sexual kinks are. You should do whatever those
No,
are.
it's
I
not
don't
a
care.
kink. But no, okay, this is not a gotcha, and I'm not dismissing you. So let's clear that up. If it makes him feel
I
like
would
other
not
men
want
look
my
a little
wife
bit, he
presenting
knows you're never
herself.
going anywhere.
Okay. I would never want my wife presenting herself sexually to other men. I would never
But
want
what
that,
if you did?
ever.
But if you did, what would it be okay?
What if I did?
Well, no, I'm just saying, like, because he's a man, right? He rules the house. He likes it when you do those things. He knows you're not going anywhere.
I can't answer that question for a man who's not me.
You-
I
Okay.
would never allow my wife to present herself sexually to other men. I just wouldn't do it.
Okay, I guess sexy and sexually are different. So yes, I agree with you.
So when we have a hot tub here at my house, my wife often wears a string bikini in our hot tub in our house.
Ooh,
I would never let her wear that in public,
no.
ever.
Yes, correct.
So that's for me. That's for us.
I'm talking about like a sexy dress. I'm talking about you like I'm wearing a dress right now. This dress. I'm wearing this dress in public for him. I'm not looking for a man.
The moment I thought my wife was presenting herself to be attractive to get the attention of other men other than me, it would be a deal killer.
But what if it was only for him and his eyes only? Like if women do it not for attention from others, women or female, male or female,
It's very
So-
subjective, right?
He feels validated, right?
So you're saying, what if he picked out a dress for you and said, "I would like you to wear this tonight because I think
Yeah.
you look great in it."
That'd be fine.
Yeah.
Then that's fine.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Right.
That's what
But-
that's what I'm asking.
Right. So it's very subjective, right? But what if
Mhm.
you picked out a dress and your husband said, "I'm not really comfortable with you wearing that out in public"?
Don't wear it.
Right.
I would
That's my
respect-
point.
Yeah,
Right.
I would
Yes.
respect his opinion.
That was my question, and she summed it up.
So
Thank
a lot
you.
of women would say, "Who are you to tell me what to wear?
No,
I can wear what I want."
him.
Right?
Yes.
Well,
I
he's
have
your
my own
husband and-
sexuality. I have my own right. So that's the point I'm making.
I think you have to turn it around and go, okay, so if my husband wanted to wear something to attract the attention of other women and I'm not comfortable with it, what would I expect him to do? You know, it has to work both ways. Like
Right.
that's
I want him to feel
But
sexy.
but
so-
it doesn't really
It
work. both ways
doesn't.
because women don't women.
No, but I
don't wanna-
buy his clothes. Like I buy pants that look nice on him. The other woman would be like, "Wow!"
But it's not
or
the same. It's not the
it's
same.
not the same.
It's not
I
reciprocal.
don't know.
I agree with
Right.
Frank on
So
that.
my wife would never tell me, "Oh, don't wear your Rolex watch because that'll attract other women."
Well,
She-
the Rolex watch
she-
is hot.
I mean,
Why would you tell you that? That's
well, of course.
Well, it's
she
the
wants,
ching value.
right. She
I really
wants
like
me
clothes,
to
like-
appear as her hot partner, right?
Yeah.
well, I pick out jeans for him that I think look nice for me. I buy them because I think they
Sure.
look nice
But
on him. I
imagine
want
if
him to feel
imagine
sexy.
if he picked out jeans that he thought were hot for him and you did not like them.
Oh shit,
And
Bronco,
he
you
said,
cannot do
right,
that.
that's the point.
It
Oh,
finally
but-
it's connected.
yes, thank you.
The light bulb has
But
come on.
No, but I would let him still choose that if he wanted because he's still his own person. I want him to feel sexy because
no,
I
no,
love
no, no,
him.
no, no, no. If you're in a
No.
relationship, no one's their own person. You're
I
in
don't
a
think it's about
relationship.
being your own person. Yeah.
Yeah. No, but the things I suggest are things that I think he looks good in and will make him feel good. Not because I need them for me, because I love
Being
him
your
for who he is.
being your own person is kind of like, hey, I enjoy this activity and I'm going to take time for myself and go do this activity. And you like that activity and you're going to take time for yourself to go do that activity. Like, I think that's,
We
you
all
know,
set boundaries. We all set
yes,
healthy people set boundaries, right?
yes.
In relationships, we all do. I have very very rigorous boundaries with my wife, for
Mhm.
example. But I would never
Well,
tell her when to get her nails done. I mean, I don't give a
right.
shit. You get your nails done whenever you want. That's not a boundary I would ever set.
Yeah,
Um,
who cares?
she's largely responsible for where our kids go to school, which is pretty important where your kids get educated. I mean,
Yes.
I guess I have a veto power. If I really thought the school sucked, I would veto it. But I really defer to her on choosing that stuff. She is my wife has a lot of fucking authority. Uh, but ultimately, I make the call. I make the call. If it matters to me, I decide. And that works for us. We have a very
Final
productive,
decision
loving.
maker is the man.
That's how my
I
brother and
mean,
his wife
it
are
doesn't
too.
have to
Like,
be that way, but it is that way for us.
But you agreed on it though. It's what you agree.
You know,
Everyone
it's
has
actually
roles.
funny. So my wife actually grew up in a very feminist household. So when we first met, this has not been an issue for many, many years, but the first year we were dating, yeah, there was some reprogramming that had to happen because her mother to this day is a super feminist, and she was raised in a household where the men were all subordinate to the women. And then, of course, she went to college, and it's the same thing. And then
yeah,
she met me, and suddenly it was a very shocking experience for her to meet a guy who where that wouldn't work.
yeah.
But she within I would say 3 months, 4 months, she kind of reprogrammed, and it's worked great. Of course, we've got 2 kids, a happy marriage. It's been wonderful. But
And that's good.
those first couple of months were were interesting. Yeah,
A
for
little
sure.
rocky.
Yeah.
Things are a little, we weren't sure about it for a second.
Is it more
Well,
about setting goals and expectations though, right? So this is for me as a female, I have this expectation. You as a male have this expectation. Do you match? Do not
so
marry someone you're
I'll give a
doing.
literal example. So I think it was our second date. Our second date. Our first date was by happenstance. We just bumped into each other on the street. So the second date was kind of the first date where we're like, hey, let's have a date. And we scheduled it. And I go to pick her up, and I pick her up at her apartment, and we're walking to a restaurant, and she starts talking to me about her ex-boyfriend.
Oh
She's like,
no.
yeah,
Oh,
she's like, oh, I broke up with this guy for this. And I'm like, I
no.
immediately turned around and I said, "Oh no, I'm just going to drop you back off at your apartment. I'm not doing this." And she's like, "What do you mean?" I said, "No, I'm not. I'm not paying for dinner with a woman who's talking about her ex-boyfriend. I'm just not doing
Yeah.
that."
Yeah.
And she'd never encountered that before in her fucking life.
Mm-hmm.
And we get about halfway back to her apartment. She's like, "No, I don't want to do this. I want to go forward with the date." I'm like, "Okay, so we understand the boundary," and
Yeah.
we did. And we had maybe 2 or 3 of those in the next couple months, and after that, we had a very, sympathetic, understandable relationship with each other, but it did take that kind of correction. It did, because she was raised I don't fucking know. I guess she dated guys before who didn't mind that shit,
Yeah, you don't
but
care.
I wasn't fucking doing that. So, it was a real, kind of, you know, world perception correction for her that she hadn't had before. She
Mm-hmm.
talks to me. We talk about it all the time. We laugh about it in the hot tub now. But she's like, "Thank God that happened, because if it hadn't happened, she would have continued in this weird delusion where guys, the men she wanted, the men she valued, would have been accepting of this. No
Mm-hmm.
man she valued would ever have been accepting of that, and so she would have gone into a path of destruction." But I saved her because I was a dick. So
You know, I don't know if I've ever heard anybody say that, Bronca. I saved her because I'm so tick. But I think that the guy that I'm with now.
But listen, you're a woman, right? You and Sally and you are women, and so you can.
I don't know about Sally.
Honest feedback on. I don't expect anyone to tell me I'm right 100%, right? Because I make mistakes too. I'm not right all the time, but I think it's useful for the people watching and listening to the show to hear from women, real women. It is what I'm saying. Is my experience. Does it feel like some semblance of reality? Is it something that women should pay attention to? It doesn't have to be right. They don't have to do it the same way, but is this something for them to consider? If they want to have a happy life. And that's all I'm ever trying to do with all of this. I'm never trying to tell people what to do or what not to do. I'm trying to help people make informed decisions about what will make them happiest. And I'm a dude, so why the fuck would any woman trust me? But you're both ladies, right? With life experience, dated other dudes, maybe been divorced, and I'm talking shit. So I think
you're not talking shit. You're talking reality. There's a difference.
I think sometimes it might be helpful to other women to hear women like you say, Andrew's talking fucking shit, ignore what he's saying, or there's a grain of truth, or it's 100% truth, or whatever. I don't care. But listen, my real goal is I have 3 daughters. I have 3 daughters. They're out there in the dating market. They're looking for husbands. And I don't want them to suffer. I want them to make good decisions, smart decisions.
Yeah. There's a book that I read, and it was required for every single person that went into drug and alcohol rehab from that group home that I worked in from 14 to 18 years old. It's called The 4 Agreements. And most people don't know what agreement is. Women oftentimes go to find a mate thinking, oh, I can change him. I can save him. It'll be so glorious. That is wrong. You need to go and you have to say, this is what I believe in. I believe in religion. I believe in family. I believe in being a mom. I believe in
whatever.
My man makes all the choices. I believe in all this.
But you will never change a man. No woman will ever change a man.
Yes, but let me finish. Correct. But what I'm saying is man or woman, doesn't matter if man or female. If you date someone that does not have an agreement or your belief system, if you do not have the same belief system, my marriage failed because mine and my ex's parenting style were so wrong. They were so different. We were never, I'm not saying that's the only reason. It's very complicated. And I wanted to be married. I wanted a forever husband. I wanted to be married one time. But you have to find someone that believes in the things that you believe in to be happy and successful. And you can't change a man. You can't change a woman. So you have to say from the within 3 weeks, within 3 weeks time, you have to say, they meet this requirement, this requirement, this requirement, and this. If they don't, you have to set it free. And this is
where
sex
courting,
has ruined everything.
Courting used to be that, right?
I don't know.
So we don't court anymore.
Well, 3 dates, whatever 3 days is. If you have sex with a man as a female, females become emotional attached. Men, it's just a hole. They get off and they feel good. Women and men are different.
100%.
That's true. But it's
Sorry,
reality. That's the truth. But if you have a value system and that man from the very beginning doesn't meet that, you have to dump them, and men or female have to cut tail, because you have to know what you want and go after it and get it. And if they don't fit that criteria in 3 dates, run.
And men, by the way, men know this. So men know it's very hard for men to get laid, right? Most men don't get laid. 80% of men cannot get laid. They can't get laid. They just can't do it because 80% of men are unattractive.
It's 90.
So those of us who can get laid, we know that women fuck us for emotional reasons. So if you fucked us, we know there's an emotional commitment. You know what our emotional commitment is?
It's the whole release.
Zero.
Nothing.
It's
Zero
nothing.
zilch.
So
Correct.
we're completely in the superior position.
So, Rocket, let
In
me
the old
let me
days,
do
in the
this.
old days, women
Let
would be
LadyLaw
guarded.
talk.
Okay.
LadyLaw, your turn. Your turn. Speak.
When you said that made me forget what I was going to ask. So I think that my question was, what makes the men become emotionally attached if it's not the sex? What is it that makes the man want to commit?
The woman has
Can
to
I
do
answer
that.
for a woman? I'm going to say from
Okay.
a woman's perspective, and then I want Bronca to answer. I think it is survival of the fittest. Are you going to make me strong kids? Are you going to cook? Are you going to clean? Are you going to take care of my emotional needs, my physical needs, and the household? That's my perspective, is being a mom, is like survival of the fittest. Now,
Okay.
Bronca, you tell me.
Sure. Are you hard to get? Are you hard to get? Do I have to work for you?
Mm-hmm.
So
You're just going to give it away.
if you're the village bicycle, why the fuck should I commit anything to you? Right? Everyone's had you. Right?
Yeah.
You're just the
Oh,
village.
shit.
But if you're hard to get, and if I can be confident that if you bear a child, it'll be my child and not just some dude's child, that makes a guy interested. That makes a guy want to commit resources, because no man wants to commit resources to a child he doesn't know is his. So if he has any doubt that it might be his kid or you just been fucking around, zero interest. A man who does not know if that child is his, fucking zero interest in committing any resources to that child.
Yeah,
because
I
it's not
believe
his.
that. Yeah.
So
Interesting.
So what a guy's looking for is, I mean, it sounds, a modern era, but things like virginity. I mean, no one's a virgin anymore, but if you can be a relative virgin, relatively little body count. And by the way, we know, for example, that even a woman who's had as few as 5 previous lovers has only a 20% chance of having a happy marriage after that. So body count for women is unbelievably destructive to having a happy marriage. And nowadays, in the modern era, guys know this. So when guys say, frankly, in my opinion, every guy should ask, what's your fucking body count? What is your fucking body count?
Take the modern era out of it. If you take the modern era out of it.
It should be on your fucking forehead. I'm sorry. It should be like the odometer on a car. You're buying a car. You want to know how many miles are on it, right?
My guy definitely asked me.
Not for all women, right? There's variance, but on average, if a woman's had more than 5 lovers, she's not marriage material. She just cannot emotionally commit. She cannot pair bond to a man anymore because she's been burned by too many dicks. It's not her fault. It's just the way we're wired.
Emotional attachment versus not. Yes.
It doesn't make her a bad person, but it does for the guy who's committing everything, every minute, every hour of effort, everything he's doing.
Will call magic
to that woman to be doing that for a woman, that he has to realize there's a 90% chance this woman is going to divorce me and break me and take my kids and take my house. Why the fuck would he do that?
Yeah.
I mean, right? A woman.
You don't not think it's about survival of the fittest, though, because my ex, I was attracted to him because I looked at him and I said, this guy's going to make me tall, strong, because I'm 5'11".
No, that's a woman thing.
Make me strong. But I'm comparing it to a man, asking a man's perspective. I'm going to make beautiful, strong, successful children. Survival of the fittest, right? So from my perspective, that's what I think. As a man, what do you think?
Well, think in respect to what? When I'm looking at a wife, right? When I'm looking at a wife, I'm looking at a wife who can do those things you're describing, right? The biological, evolutionary things.
Yes.
But I'm not expecting her to contribute 1 cent to supporting our family, right? That's my job. That's what
not financial. I'm talking about survival of the fittest. If I was like a deer,
right? But a woman looking at a man, you looking at a man, I would expect a woman who's saying, this guy needs to not only give me healthy children, but pay
And
for
provide
them,
for me, yes.
right?
And
So,
not to
so it's
pay.
different from my perspective. From my perspective, I'm not expecting my wife to do one fucking thing to support my family, other than, of
But
course,
you're
care for the
5%.
children in the home.
We're talking about norms. You're the 5%. Like you're the
Right.
5% intelligent.
Okay.
You're intelligent. So like the average person, like for me as a female, for the
So,
like
so
I'm
for you
probably
as a
I'm like
female,
the less than-
what are you expecting from that guy financially? I mean, all right, he's tall, he's healthy, so you have this
financially.
genetic stuff, but
Financially, it's
does he
different
have
than
a steady job? Does he have? I can't tell you what to demand from a guy. I mean, I don't know
No,
what
I
you're
just
looking for, but what I would be looking for is, all right. So I've been a diesel mechanic, right? I worked as a diesel mechanic when I
you're
was
the
a young man.
5%. So my chat, I
No,
just
but I
want to say
wasn't
that
5% as a
5%.
diesel mechanic. I was just a diesel
No,
mechanic, right?
you're
But
yes,
but
I
I
was an
had
electrician.
I had a
I get that.
trade. I had a skill. I
Yeah.
could make a predictable living. I could
You will provide shelter, food, clothing, education,
right.
and a good
Right,
support
not
system.
world class, but I mean, I'd
Basics.
be right, of course. And
Yes.
so I guess what I would tell women to do is look at your dude. What's he predictably able? Not the fucking drug dealer, not the NBA player, but
Oh,
the
come
actual dude.
on. Why not? Just kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Okay,
Shit.
I wasn't sure if I just offended you, actually. So.
No, I don't get
No,
offended. You can't offend. You cannot
but
offend me. You can call me a hoe,
I
a
think
whore,
women, what I would
a
tell my
slut.
daughters is look at the dude. What's his reasonably predictable outcome in terms of income in the next 2 years, in the next 5 years? Do you think he's the kind of guy who can triple that or tenfold that later in his career, right? Maybe he goes to law school. Maybe he develops a huge car sale business, whatever, doesn't matter. But you can look a man in their eyes. You women know. You can look at a man and see whether a man is just kind of floating along, or is he a man that looks like he has ambition in his eye? Tell me I'm lying. Can you
what
women
really
tell
matters?
Yeah.
But what?
I
But
can.
what really matters? But what for me? I guess
No,
everyone's
ambition matters
situational.
because the ambition provides the resources for everything else.
No,
Or
I get that. I
sorry,
get
sorry.
that. No, but listen, just 1 minute.
Maybe it
Just 1
doesn't
minute.
matter. Maybe to you
No,
it doesn't
no,
matter. And that's fine.
no. Just one
But
sec.
if you're
One
a
sec.
woman,
One sec, Bronca. 1 sec.
I'm gonna call it
Ambition does
timeout.
matter. I'm calling timeout, but ambition does matter. But what for the kids is most important. Like for me, when I look at a partner, it's not these big grand, I got a mansion. Like I have a very small house. I did all these things by myself because I couldn't afford to pay someone to do it. Right. So I learned how to upgrade it. But at the end of the day, what really matters? Food, clothing, shelter, love, education, and 2 parents that give a shit about them. Money is great. Money makes life easy and sometimes makes it hard. At the end of the day, is it about money or is it about okay, you're laughing. Anyway.
You're like, it makes life easy, and sometimes it makes it hard.
But no, sometimes mine does make life hard because I color my own hair. I do my own blonde, I do my own eyelashes, I do my own color. This dress is like $10. Like
Sheen.
to me, money does not I don't give a shit about money. I care about my kids' happiness. I care about how are they going to be successful? That's what I care about. And yes, there are people who want millions of dollars and this and that does make life easy and complicated. And I'm not making sense now, but in my head, I do.
no, you're making perfect sense. Perfect.
Wh-
So what I would say is that people who have your view of the world are perfectly happy where they are. There's just
Yeah.
no problem. But I think there's a lot of women who are not happy with that worldview. They want more. They demand more. And when their man can't deliver more, they divorce and they
lost
implode their
focus.
family. Right. So there's nothing wrong with your view of the world. I think it's perfect and it's fine. And whatever people are happy with is what they're happy with. And I'm totally happy for them. But in my
No, you're not.
experience, no,
You're
I don't care what other people do. I don't
Doesn't
care.
affect his
Uh,
life.
Right. It's fine. If they're happy, listen, if they're happy where they are, I'm totally happy for them. I only want people to be happy. If they're happy, it's awesome. That to me, that's the perfect endpoint. But unfortunately, there are a lot of women in our society who are not happy with the bare minimum. They want more. They want more. They
But
want
they want
more.
they
And
want more without giving anything.
and
Well,
often they want more when it's unrealistic. So
Yes.
imagine
yes.
hypothetically you're a woman who's a 6, right? Which is cute, which is adorable. Listen, I've dated a lot of 6s in my life. They were wonderful, wonderful, beautiful.
They
But
love
to
you.
think that you're going to be a 6 and have weekly vacations in Dubai on a yacht is
Absolutely.
ridiculous, right? That's delusional. So what these 6s need to accept is that they're properly paired with a guy who's a 6, which might be a plumber who makes a shitload of money as a plumber. Maybe he
Oh,
makes
that's pretty
6,
decent
7
money.
figures as a fucking plumber. But
Yeah.
but these women, I'm trying not to be mean,
Greedy
but these
bitches that want
fucking
more
women,
than just life.
no, they cannot accept that they're married. They cannot go back to the girlfriends and say, "I married a plumber." They can't do it because
Why?
they have you. Why are you saying why? You're women.
You know
You know
why.
exactly what the fuck I'm talking about.
I don't
Right?
because I was an
They
electrician. I worked with
they
plumbers,
want
so
to go
I
back to the
don't know.
girlfriends and say they married a surgeon or a doctor or a lawyer.
I don't give
They
a
don't want to
shit.
go. What's your husband do? Oh, he's a plumber. He cleans toilets. That's how they feel about it. Am I wrong?
Really?
No, that's
I'm,
valid.
I'm not being
That's
obtuse.
valid for a
I'm
lot
not
of
being
women.
obtuse. I'm not being obtuse. I'm not being ignorant. I'm not being rude. I'm saying for me, I don't understand that because I was an electrician. I learned it at 16 years of age to pay for
Right.
my college.
So
And so
I
I
don't
worked with
know.
those guys. So
Maybe I'm just
I don't
making
understand
shit
it.
up. I don't know, but
You're not,
I'm
but I don't
only
understand
sharing
it.
my experience. Okay,
I
so
know, and I'm sharing mine.
and
And
by the
I'm
way,
sharing
I'm a
mine because
guy.
I don't
I've
get
worked as a plumber. I've plunged the toilets. I've done all that shit. I've done
it.
every horrible job you could possibly imagine. I've done it. Okay, I was a diesel
I'm not
mechanic
being
on
rude.
garbage trucks.
I'm not being rude. I just want you to know that I'm not being rude, but I'm just saying that I, as a person, as a human being, don't get it because
All
I
right.
have worked for everything I have, and all I ever wanted was a family.
So what
All I ever
happens is
wanted was
a
kids.
lot of women who are 20, 22, they meet the kind of guy I'm talking about. They meet the kind of guy,
Okay.
frankly, the kind of guy I was when I was 20. Diesel mechanic on garbage trucks, plunging out toilets, doing septic tank work, anything you could do to make a living. And they look at a guy like me then and they say, well, I don't want him. I'm better than that. I'm a 9. I'm a 10. I'm a queen. I'm better
Whatever.
than that 6 or 7 guy.
No,
And they do that, unfortunately. They do it for 10 years, 15 years. They never settle for that average guy, even though the woman herself is fairly average. And then suddenly at 30 or 35, they're like, holy shit, where are all the good guys? Where are they? They're all gone. And it's because the guys who were
They hit
there to
on
love them,
you
guess what happened?
already.
They all got married. They all
There
got
are no
married.
good guys. And like
They're done. And
if
the
you think
guys
of
who those women were really attracted to were the 8s, 9s, and 10s. And those guys have, I'm sorry, but they have tons of options. They're fucking all the girls, and they don't need to commit to anybody. And you end up with women who are, oh my God, I feel like I
You're
should
not.
just stop talking.
Just be you. No,
sorry.
Bronca, I'm telling you, I don't care how long this show goes. I'm saying that right
do, I'm
now, I'm
tired.
taking. Well, you can go to bed, but
Uh,
I'm saying I'm taking everything you're saying, and is resonating with me. And I think that you have very great conversations
I think
that
we'd have a much
men
healthier
and
society
women.
if guys who are 4, 5s, and 6s hooked up with girls who are 4, 5s, and 6s, and people basically settled for their own level, and I think we'd have a much healthier, more productive society than we have in our current delusional society, where every woman thinks she's a 10 and she's waiting for Brad Pitt to come marry her, and that's
Definitely
never going to
Right.
fucking happen. And
I'm a 30.
I have never thought I'm a 10. Not even one time in my life have I gone, I'm a 10. Do I think I'm like a 3? No, but I've never considered.
I'm not talking about you personally, right?
No, I know. I'm just
Okay.
saying.
Yes.
It's just
I'm
a
talking
blanket
generally.
statement. It's just a blanket statement.
Yes.
I think you're gorgeous. I think both of
Well,
you are
thank you.
gorgeous. So.
Thank you. I wasn't seeking a compliment or anything, I promise. I'm just generally saying, in all honesty, I've never looked at myself and gone, girl, you're a 10. Like, you can have anything you want, you know? I just haven't. And for me, you know, when I look at guys, I look at them and I go, okay, what are their values? What are their morals? What are their goals?
Today
And-
you do that. What did
Right.
you do when you were 20? It was
probably-
different, right?
It was
looks.
chemical. It was like it was the chemical reaction, right?
I
How
don't
my
say that
kids
to
look.
criticize you. That's totally
No, it's
normal. That's totally
experience.
normal. I just say it to point out that how you're viewing the dating marketplace today is profoundly different than how you were
100%.
viewing it when your value in the sexual marketplace was highest.
100%. Yeah.
My
So
view
you're not a
was,
bad
what
person for doing that. It's
will
just
my
reality.
kids look like if I mate with this man? That was my attraction. This guy's going to
Seriously?
provide me. Yes, he's
I
going to.
never
He's
thought
a
about
hard
that.
worker. Oh yes, he will provide me. He's a hard worker. He gets up on time. He will provide me big, beautiful, strong
Wait,
children.
So
That was my attraction.
imagine if you had daughters, right, who were of dating age. They're 19,
Yes, I have
20
one.
years
I do.
old.
Yeah.
21.
I don't want to make it personal, so I'm just
Yeah.
hypothetically
You're
I'm
fine.
talking.
You're
And
fine.
you're telling them, what should you look for in a man? Would you tell them, go with the guy who's the hottest, or would you
No.
say, go with the guy who has the most potential to be a
Drive and
husband for you?
ambition.
That's all I'm saying.
Long
Ladies,
term
Jesus
relationship.
fucking Christ. I feel like, oh my
Bro,
God.
Bronca, you get so worried because I think that you've been on
No,
so many shows
ladies get mad at me all the time. They
Will you
say
listen?
terrible
Will
things
you
about
let me
me.
speak? This is my
Yeah.
show, and I'm speaking for just 1 minute.
Sally.
I have
Bronca.
watched you be attacked, and LadyLaw, I love you, but let me finish this one sentence, and then I'm gonna shut up. I've watched Bronca be attacked. I've watched him be misunderstood. People don't understand that he has a heart and he has a soul, and they
Lies.
they want to assume the worst. What LadyLaw?
I just said lies. It's just fun.
But it's just like lies. But it's like people don't want to hear truth. People want sugar-coated candy.
They don't want to hear uncomfortable truth. Right.
That's
Correct. But truth is truth. I know I've experienced some shit in my life. One day I will share it with the world. I'm not there yet. But I understand male, I understand female, I understand kids, I understand divorce. Life is fucking hard. Make sure you find a mate.
I think we have a very broken social structure in America in terms of raising
Yes.
kids. And I'd like to think that, like, for example, you ladies, I'd like to think if you had daughters of dating age, listen, I'm happily married, right? Okay. But think of me as like Uncle Andrew, okay? That you could send your daughters to me and say, Uncle Andrew, what should I look for in a man who would make me happy, that would lead me to the happiest state of my life? That I could say, look for a guy who's productive in work, who's dedicated, who's not a player, who's not just banging a bunch
Doesn't
of broads.
fuck around, doesn't have
Right.
sex, doesn't
Because
use you
that's
as a
the
sex
advice
toy.
I
Is a
would
man,
give.
wants kids.
Right. Who would live his commitment to you, who would show it, right? Not just say it, but show it.
Be it.
That's the advice I would
Be
give.
it.
I would give to a young woman. If you want to, and what I would not say is, don't be a boss bitch. Don't pursue a fucking corporate career that's 99% not going to pan out for you. In any case, you're just working for another fucking dude who's not your husband, who doesn't give a fuck about you, who would just lay you off. I would tell people, learn how to be a good wife.
Question, Bronca. Question. So I told my daughter, you're emotional. you have sex with a guy, you're going to be emotional attached and feel he loves you. Okay, don't talk yet. And
Right.
then I'm going to say, no,
Right.
listen,
Punch
listen for a
punch
second.
yourself in the face. First thing she should do
No,
is punch
listen.
yourself
No,
in the
listen.
face.
No, listen. And I say to her,
You
you're
girls know I'm telling the truth.
no. I'm not arguing with you. I'm just saying a different thing. This is how I raise my kids. Men are going to want to have sex with you because you have a hole. You're going to be emotionally
Right.
attached because women
Right.
and sex are emotional things.
Yes.
It's
And
a
so when you look at a
parabond.
mate,
100%.
yeah, a pair bond. So I'm saying don't have sex with a man until you're ready to have children and you can afford a family and he can afford a family. Like, do not do it because men and women think sex is okay, I'm sorry.
It's
Men and
completely
women think of
different.
sex
So
differently.
honestly, and
It's
of
different.
course,
No,
we live in 2023, right? So I know it sounds crazy, but the best thing a woman
no.
could do for herself to maximize her value in marriage is show up a virgin. Just not
Correct.
fuck
Okay,
around.
no, but
Just
okay,
not do it.
okay,
And
but
listen, I went to so when I grew up in my high school,
no.
when I got to college, I was shocked to discover there were girls in college who were virgins. I couldn't believe it. In my high school, there were no fucking virgins in my high school. But that doesn't mean it's a good
You didn't let me ask
policy.
my question. I wanted to ask a question
Oh,
though.
sorry. Okay.
No, I know I love what you are having to say, and I have zero judgment. Me and LadyLaw don't give a shit because we get it.
No, I
But
give a shit.
you do, but I'm just saying, like my daughter and my son, I've taught them you don't sex. So I grew up in Utah. Sex is bad, evil, degenerate. You don't do it, it's bad. So you can't be sexy, you can't be whatever. Anyway, take that away. I taught my kids that sex is not evil, degenerate, but you do it with that person that you love and that you want to have kids with because sex is when you have sex, the result is children. You have to be in a financial means, emotional means, and social means or whatever to take care of your kids. Am I wrong, Bronca?
Well, of course, it should be. But
Should be, yes.
what I would tell young men is, of course, use protection. Don't create babies you're not intending to create.
Yeah.
But for men, the more
Mhm.
sex you have, the better. It's actually a positive because it's a positive reinforcement for no woman wants a dude who can't get laid. Right? So
Yes.
women like men who can get women. I'm sorry, that's
Yes. It's truth.
anytime you're two ladies. So anytime I'm telling a lie, just tell me I'm telling a lie. Okay.
I will tell you, but it's facts so far.
Right.
Go ahead.
So women like men who can score other women. It's an affirmation that the man has a particular value. It's completely the opposite for women. If a guy perceives that a woman's had lots of sexual partners, he becomes. I mean, for sex, of course, he'll bang her, but for commitment, it's a negative quality. She does not become more valuable as wife material because she's had lots of sexual partners. It's quite the opposite.
Ability to land the man whore, the ability that you will stay with me because I have more value than just sex. That's from a woman's perspective the goal. And the man's, right? She stayed with me.
From a woman's perspective, if a guy has been banging other broads have affirmed him as a quality mating character.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
For a man, looking at a woman who's scored everyone he knows has banged her, she's the village bicycle, complete disinterest. He's no interest in committing to her.
He said the village bicycle.
Yes. It's a village bicycle because everyone rode the bicycle. You put your card in the ATM and you take it off.
For a guy, a large part of the perceived value of his mate is that she's his. Mm-hmm. She's his. Not everyone has had her. If everyone has had her, why would he commit the rest of his life to providing resources to a woman that everyone else has banged? I mean,
Yeah, exactly.
I pose that question hypothetically. It may
What
be
do you have
mysterious
to
to
offer
women,
me?
but from a guy's perspective, it's like we'd never fucking do that. We wouldn't fucking do that.
But
No,
but
if
men
you've banged
think,
everybody,
what do
we'll
you
bang you
have to offer
too.
me? Men think, what do you
What
have
do you
to
have to
offer
offer?
me?
What men
Yes,
want is
men
children
want a
and
home.
fidelity
They want family. They want commitment. They want all the things a woman provides.
and
Women
peace.
are emotional beings, and they have sex
Peace.
like, oh, I'm so in love. Oh, I'm gonna marry him. He's my
But
knight.
marriage is not about love.
It's a difference.
This is
But
the Disney
but
delusion.
that's the difference
It's a
between men
contract.
and women. That's the
But
difference. How
The
we
best
think.
of marriages have hard times. Marriage is not about love. Marriage is about duty. Marriage is
LadyLaw.
about
Yes.
obligation.
Yes.
That's what
Yes.
marriage is about.
But
It's not
men
about love.
and
Love is
women
love
think,
is a feeling. It's ephemeral. It comes and
I
it
know,
goes.
but
It
you're a
goes away.
man. But men and women think differently. I'm old. I'm fucking 45. I just said the F word on stream, which I never did.
You're
I'm
not
fucking
nearly as old as
45.
You're not
me,
monetized.
sweetie.
I'm old. But I was someone who had sex. I'm like, I'm so in love, my happily ever after, right? That's
Right, which
how
is
I
why
think.
which is
Men
why,
is
by the
like,
way,
oh,
fathers used to keep their daughters away from the men who would do that.
yes,
we used to
because
have
men
fences around
and
this because
women
you cannot
are
leave young women to their own
different.
devices. What do? Come on, ladies. When you leave
I
young
love
women to their own
you.
devices, who do they fuck? They fuck the bad guys. They don't fuck the
Mhm.
doctors.
Yes, the
they
hard
don't
guy
fuck the
to get.
surgeons of making. They
It's
fuck the
true.
bad guys, right?
It's true.
Okay.
So
Men and women think differently. That's my point.
okay. I
About
would
sex.
suggest
We
Man,
do.
we ran around in circles to get to men and women think differently.
No, we did. And yes, but I feel like
I
tonight
have
has
far
been a
worse
lot of
things to say,
informative.
but I'm trying to be polite.
Don't,
You know what,
Bronca,
Bronca? We enjoy
I'm not
you so much.
monetized. I don't give a shit what you say. Shay. I don't care what you say. I'm just saying that
all
you
right.
be
So
you. Please
I don't think
be
we should allow
you.
women to pick who their lovers are going to be. I don't think women are good at that. I think that
Okay.
women make generally poor decisions. I think they make emotionally driven decisions about who their mates are
Yes.
going to be, and they make poor decisions with poor outcomes. Not just poor outcomes for themselves, but poor outcomes for their children. I think there's a reason why historically, for tens of thousands of years, families chose who women were going to marry. Husbands, fathers, brothers chose who women are going to marry, because I think generally women themselves, when left to their own devices, make poor decisions.
But did men make
My dad
decisions
would have
based off
never
of
let me marry.
financial as well? I keep
Do
cutting
what?
off.
See
LadyLaw.
what I hear you doing right now is cope, complete cope. No,
No, I don't
historically,
cope because I don't.
fathers and brothers were not selling their sisters and daughters
But they
out
got
on the
land.
sexual marketplace.
I'm
No.
not being obtuse.
No, the money
I'm not.
went to the
Go
daughters.
ahead.
It was a bride price. It didn't go to the fathers. They were
Okay,
not selling
but
their daughters.
let me tell you, Bronca, because I am not on.
Fathers and
There's
brothers, any of you, next time you find a guy you're interested in, if that ever happens, I would suggest go to your father or brother and ask them, what do you think of this guy? And listen to what he has to say. Because men know things that women don't know. Women fall in love. They get
Yes,
emotional. Their dopamine gets energized.
emotional.
You know who's not
Yes.
emotionally energized? Your dad, your
Yeah.
brother, your uncle. He looks at that guy, and you know what? In 1 second, he knows what that guy's about. I know what that guy's about. If you
Yeah.
brought that guy to me, I would know.
Yeah.
But you know what you women don't do? You never do that. You never do that. The guy oh my God, he's so attractive.
You're speaking for the abnormal.
You never, no,
speaking-
I'm telling you, you women, neither of you have ever done this.
No,
You meet a
I've
guy at a
asked my
coffee
brother
shop
for
who's
sure.
hot.
false.
I didn't when I was younger, but I have totally done that now that the guy that I'm with now. Like I've asked my brother, like, what do you think of him? Of
Now.
course, my dad is no longer alive to ask, so
Sure, of course.
I 100% ask my brothers. Like
Now you
Let
do.
me tell you that. Let me
When
tell
you
you.
were 20, did you?
You guys can say whatever you want, but let me tell you this. I was never the girl. I was the tall girl. I was the ugly girl. I was the girl that no one wanted to hang out with. I don't think like a girl. I hang out with men that were chill, didn't backstab. They were my friends. I do not relate.
There is no
No, I
such
don't
thing.
relate. No, I don't relate to girls. In college. I hung out with the guys who said, "Oh, show me your boobs, and I will have sex with you." And they thought they were sexy. I don't relate to the average female. So when you guys talk in generalities, I don't understand. And I'm not being an asshole, not being rude.
I mean, I don't
And you
necessarily.
speak truth.
I didn't necessarily. I still don't necessarily relate to a lot of females because I don't know. I was raised around brothers. All those, I'm not necessarily
Other females are your worst enemies.
Yes, you can't trust them
100%.
to talk about you all the things, right?
100%.
I always am better
Yes.
friends with the guys.
Nobody hates women like other women. Sorry,
True.
you're all in
Yes.
competition.
That's
So
true.
anyone who you would consider your peer. So you meet a guy at a coffee shop. He's attractive. He's successful. He's got money. You're like, oh my God, are you going to tell your closest girlfriend who's also single, also looking for a guy like that about, oh, I met this amazing guy. Here's his phone number.
Hell no.
Oh, hell no. Of course not. You're all
Yeah.
in competition with each other. So you can't rely on each other's opinions about relationship advice.
Is it really though? Like, is it really you're having competition when it comes to sex? Like for me,
No, not
I'm a
sex.
female.
Everyone,
Not-
fuck anybody, but for a relationship,
No, women.
for
No, I'm
commitment.
saying women. You made sorry, I almost spilled that. You were talking about women and females. I'm saying for me, sex has always been emotional. It's never just an
That's
act.
every woman.
Every woman,
Literally
Yeah.
every woman.
same thing. They'll
Yes.
they'll pretend it's not, but
Yeah.
it is.
No,
It is.
literally is.
It is.
As a guy who's in a previous life seduced women, you make it emotional. I'm sorry, it's not that hard.
Yeah.
You're not that hard.
You're
lady.
so sexy. You look so hot. I love your boobs. Will you just come out
It's
with
not even that.
men?
They know that
You get a hole and you're done.
men know that women are emotional creatures. And
Or
so if they
it
want to
doesn't
get
work,
to
right?
it-
If a guy knows he can't make an emotional connection, he knows he's never going to score with you, right? Because
Yes.
if
Yeah.
a woman's not emotionally interested, so guys test this very quick. We meet you at a
Yes.
bar, we do a test, and like, oh, all right, she's got some emotional sensitivity to me, or she doesn't. If she doesn't, we move on. We don't bother
Mhm.
you. But if we think you do, then we develop that emotional sensitivity, and we
Yes.
say the
then
things we think will
do our
make you right, of course, and then
You
we
say
bang you.
what
And
women want to hear. It's a sales pitch. You're sexy. You're so wonderful. It's a sales pitch. Life is a sales pitch.
I've never met anybody like you. You're amazing. You're amazing.
Yeah.
Oh my God, you smell so good.
Yeah.
You're so sexy. Your hair's so beautiful. Your eyes, I just want to like come all
Hold
over your
on.
stomach. Beautiful.
I've
Okay, go
never
ahead.
had anybody say that to me. Okay. Julian
I
says,
have.
yes, for men, it's different until we care. So how do women know that the men care?
They stay with them.
Yeah. Right. So the men start making commitments, actual material commitments to the woman. Normally, by the way, the woman manipulates the man into that because men are not smart enough to know that. No, they do. They like, oh, can we move in together? Can we, there's various steps that
Mhm.
women think through all this. They're like, oh my God, I got to get into
Yes.
the next step, the next step, the next.
Yes.
Am I wrong? I mean, if I'm lying, just tell me.
No, your truth.
And guys are like, oh, we're stupid. We're getting pussy, so we're happy. So we're like, oh no, of course the next step is to move in together. The next step is to get married. That's how I got into my first marriage. I just was kind of led like a stupid goat into a lifelong commitment that wasn't lifelong. But normally it's the woman who's driving the relationship part of that. And she's seeking to induce the guy to bend the knee, make the marriage offer, and be there. That's the traditional model.
A man wants to feel loved, respected,
Yeah,
appreciated,
right,
and be in charge.
right. So it's
End of
easy.
story.
We're dumb.
Full stop.
Men are stupid creatures. It's like, I
Simple.
love
Men
you.
are
You're-
free.
You're so
They
great.
want-
Oh my God, you have the best dick ever, and you make the most money I ever
Yes.
hope to ever get.
You're
Right?
free.
It's like-
Love, respect, appreciation, kindness, no drama. Oh, how was your day, honey? Oh, babe, the kids failed this, that.
Perfect.
No, babe. Oh, I love you. My day was great. Lie to your husband. Tell him it was great. Men want peace, sex, happiness, and joy. Am I wrong?
No, pretty much nailed it.
And blowjobs. Sorry, I had to say
Okay.
it. Like, you don't even need to talk. At the end of the day,
I would suggest as a man that if blowjobs are a serious barrier to a healthy relationship, you ought not marry that guy.
No, just have sex. Just penetrate.
No,
Men like men.
I'm sorry. If that's a man you respect who's doing what you think he needs to do and for your family, blowjobs should be daily.
yeah,
They're
Daily.
blowjobs should be daily.
More than daily. Sorry.
Okay. I'm not saying. Don't say sorry. Okay. I have people on my channel.
I'm only speaking from my personal marriage experience, but
listen,
Let's take a pause and time
this
out.
to work.
And I'm gonna let LadyLaw talk.
Oh, you're mad at me? Hold on, you won't be in a second.
No, I'm never mad. I'm saying that I am not a catty person. I love people. I like women who are not catty. I like men who speak truth because I want to learn from them. It helps me in my relationship. So, and it helps me be a better partner. It helps me be a better spouse. And I'm just going to totally lose all my shit because it's like late. But I appreciate truth. I appreciate honesty. I don't care who takes it the wrong way, but truth is power. And I lost my whole agenda.
no, it should be. Truth is power. I agree.
Yes.
I try to speak truth. And I know people sometimes make people uncomfortable, and but I'm sorry, I can only speak.
Bronca, it depends on your age demographic at the time you're speaking when it comes to females, right? Like, I think it depends on the age of the women you're speaking to.
I think it shouldn't. I got to be honest with you. I think
but it does.
I think what I would suggest is a formula for success for a happy marriage. I think it's age independent. I really do. I think women at different ages may have difficulty accommodating themselves to that model, but I think it is the model. I'm sorry, I just do. I don't see any model that works better. I think if women want to be boss bitches and corporate heroes and stuff, they should do that. I think every individual should pursue whatever their passion is, and I don't knock women for that. But if women don't want to work like men work, if they don't want to work for 60, 70 years, I'm almost 60 years old, and retirement is nowhere in sight for me. Okay, I'm going to work until I'm 70, 80 years old. That's what I'm going to do as a man. And I've chosen that path. I have no complaints about it. But I think most women would prefer not to be working like I'm working when they're 60 or 70 or 80. And I think if women want to put themselves in a position where they're not doing that, they need to maybe not be the corporate bitch boss, because that's what's expected in a corporate life. That's what they're just going to fucking work you. If you're expecting to just be able to, I don't know, be 40 and never have to really work again, just do
what
stuff
is their
you enjoy
role?
doing. Well,
what
in
is
my life,
their role? You work your ass off.
Right. It's my
What
wife's
is their
role.
role?
My wife does that. She takes care of our kids and our house, but it's not a corporate job. She answers to nobody but me. And I'm pretty easy as a boss,
it should
especially
be.
with the blowjobs, But
oh my God.
But it's not that hard a life, but it's a life she's earned. She's earned it by bearing me 2 children and taking care of my household, and I'm happy to do that. But if you're working for a corporate boss, guess what? A corporate boss doesn't owe you fucking shit.
No.
Owes you nothing.
And they don't give a shit.
and they don't give a shit. So your corporate boss. So what I see a lot is women are like, I will never submit to a husband. But what they're actually submitting to is that corporate boss, who's
So maybe some
also a
more.
man who doesn't give a fuck about them.
Yeah.
So my wife just, she recently survived breast cancer. And when she was going through that, she didn't have to ask me for time off from work. She didn't have to worry about losing her job.
Yeah.
She didn't have to worry about any of that. She's my wife. She's the mother of my children. We did everything for her. And of course, thankfully, it worked out beautifully, and she's better than she's ever been. It's fantastic. But she didn't have to do any of that in a corporate context. Is my health insurance going to pay for this? Am I going to lose my job because I can't get to work because I'm doing chemo?
Right.
So, and I hear all these women on the internet saying you should never submit to a man. You should always be independent of a man. I'm like, well, I mean, that is one life path. That's one way you can go. But I happen to know a woman who chose a different path,
but what's
it worked out
definitions
pretty
though?
fucking
What
good
does
for her.
submit mean? What does submit mean? Like that's where history and definitions.
No,
have
but you
changed
women choke on
society.
that. So it doesn't mean slavery, but this is what it does mean.
Exactly.
When I make the
consensual.
call, it's done.
Yeah.
It's done. That's
it's not
what it means.
submit. It's like you're the boss, but
You're not
definitions have
listen,
changed.
if you work for a corporation, right? You work for a CEO and he says, I'm making this call. Do you argue with him? Or do you
No.
say, all right, CEO made the call? So
Maybe.
if I'm no, you don't.
Well,
You
no, I'm
don't?
saying if I was defiant, you're right. I was being defiant, but you're right.
You're right. That's why I'm saying women are defiant.
Yes.
So if I were to go
Yes.
to my wife today and say, listen, we're leaving Colorado. Next year, we're moving to Nashville. She might say, are there good schools there for the kids? Because that's a
Yes.
concern of hers. And I say,
Yes.
yep, we looked into it. There's good schools. But once I addressed that core concern of hers, our decision of whether we're moving or not is not our decision. It's my decision.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, you're the
I
soul.
made the call. I'm
Yes.
the boss. I made the call.
Yep.
That is not how marriages are typically today. Typically, they're like partnerships and things have to be
Where the
discussed.
wife runs the show, wears the pants.
I don't
often
want to be in
that's-
charge. I just want a man to let me be a mom and stay home with my kids. I just want to raise them. I just want a house, food, shelter, clothing. My house is 1.15 acres. I don't care. Just tell me where to be, how to dress, what you want. Just let me be a person, but just tell me how to be it, and I will
And
do it.
that's how
all
I
want.
run. That's how me and my wife run our family. My wife doesn't have to worry about anything. Anything. I mean, it's
I wonder what that's like. I'm like,
Blessed.
jealous of Emily.
but in fairness, she doesn't have to worry about anything. But when I make a call, it's my call. We don't discuss it. It's not a debate. I don't have to fight with her over it.
Yeah.
So that's the trade-off. She
Well,
could
that shows
be
me
her
that
own.
she
could be
respects
her
you.
own boss bitch, strong woman, and do whatever the fuck she wants. But she cannot do that and be my wife.
Right.
So she has to make a choice. She gets the resources, she gets the leadership, she gets the guidance, but then I'm making the calls. If she wants to make her own calls, she's free to do that. Go fucking
I told
do
my
that.
man, he would ask me, when we first met, he used to always make the decisions. He would plan a vacation. We would go, I would free my schedule, we would do it. And somehow that changed. And I said, I just want you to go back to making choices. I will free my schedule. Tell me how, what, where, and when. Just tell me. I can't do that. I have to do laundry, food, cleaning, whatever. Just tell me where you want me and how, and I will be there for you. And we
Listen,
need to go back to that.
I don't even want to choose where we're going to dinner. You decide. And
No,
I'll show up.
never. I'll eat whatever. Just
So
tell me.
I mean, I would ask you, ladies. Obviously, I'm happily married. I'm not looking for another wife, but if you could insert yourself into my world, would that be catastrophic for you? Would that be comfortable for you? I mean,
Yes.
I think my world is a lot like your world, Bronca. I mean, the guy that I'm with holds a lot of those same ideals and values, and I prefer that. Like, I prefer when he makes the decisions and calls the shots and all those things. I prefer when he tells me straight up what he wants, what he thinks. I don't want the beating around the bush. Like, tell me what you want and I'll do it. Like,
right. So like I tell my wife all the time, we're not doing that. We're just not doing that.
Yeah.
That's not happening.
Exactly.
And she doesn't flinch.
Fine.
It's not spousal abuse when I say that.
No.
In fact, I think she's comforted. She's like, I'm not sure what to do. Should we go go to our parents or go to this place or go to this place or go to that place? And she's trying to make it as I'm like, no, we're doing this. That's it. It's done. And she's like, okay, great.
Yeah.
Tell me where to be, what to wear, what we're doing, and I will be there because I love you and you're the man and I support you. That's all I want to know. That's what
and unfortunately, I think a lot of women are only when they entertain that concept, they're only willing to do it for the perfect man, the man who never makes a mistake. They're saying, I will only submit to a man who's worthy of leading me, who's worthy of it. And they're imagining that there's a man out there who never makes mistakes. Ladies, I will tell you that at least 80% of the time, the business decisions I make professionally for my business, 80% of the time, it's a wrong decision.
Fail.
I am a professional failure. 80% of the time, what I choose to do is the wrong call. 20% of the time, it's the right call, and that pays for all the rest. But I'm successful because I'm not afraid of failure.
Mm-hmm.
I'm willing to take risks. I'm willing to lose. And I don't take it personally. I don't care. I know I'm going to lose 80% of the time. That's fine. So it doesn't bother me. Most people fail to be as successful as they can be because they cannot accept failure. The minute they get a bad strike, they can't take it emotionally.
They quit.
I don't fucking give a shit. I fail all the time. I know that if I keep it up, I'll be successful enough, and I have been my whole life, to make it work. But women have to do that too. Women have to be willing to accept a man who's going to fuck up. It's going to be the wrong call. He's going to make the wrong decision.
They need to suck their balls up and fail.
You can't just look at him and say, you fucking dickhead, you fucked up, and make him feel miserable.
Suck it up and fail.
You have to say,
suck up and
honey, didn't work out. I love you. I trust you. The next time it's going to work out. Maybe not the next time. Maybe only 20% of the time.
But he can.
What a man wants is to be made to feel like a fucking winner. And if you can do that for him,
he wants to be. He is God. Let him feel that. Make him feel that.
For you. Right.
He's gonna fail.
Even though he's failed.
Bad choices. Failure is in the eye of the beholder.
But if what women are expecting is a man who doesn't fail, you will only ever have a failure as a man. I'm sorry. The only men who don't fail are men who never try.
You've only failed when you failed to try.
LadyLaw, I want to say to you, thank you for coming on my show. Bronca, I appreciate you coming on my show and speaking truths.
Everyone says that. They'll forget in the morning, but it's fine.
No, I don't give a shit. I'm not monetized.
I'm completely sober if that makes you feel any better.
I'm a little inebriated because it's officially my birthday. I'm officially 45 years old. So officially I'm old. And I don't use lotion. I do my own hair. I color all my own hair. I do my own eyelashes. Everything's me because I don't give a fucking shit about the world. I am me. I love people. I want people to be
Just look at
happy.
this forehead. You put
That's a 5 head,
movie
but
theater
that's
shit
okay.
on here.
I could beat you. I could beat you with that. I've got like a 7 head. It's fine.
But I'm saying that the things in life that motivate me are not the same things that motivate others. I want food because I was starved as a child. I want shelter. I don't want hand-me-downs. I don't want expensive clothes. I want the basics. Oh my gosh! I
Yeah,
want
you
the basics of life. I'm going to end this stream because I'm too inebriated. Just kidding. I want the basics. I don't need my nails. I don't do nails because I don't give a shit. Like for me, family, kids, father, that's important. And I want to thank you guys.
Good nails are nice. Guys like good nails. I like good nails.
I do. I want to do them, but I don't have time.
I get it. No, we all have to prioritize, of course.
No, I guard it.
I just think
like
women are taught the
backtrash.
wrong messages. I think women I think most women would be better off if they prioritize not being corporate boss bitches, but being prioritized how to be good wives to good men and finding those good men and committing to those good men and getting those good men to commit to them. And then there's not a fucking thing listen, I assume both of you have worked corporate jobs. You've had asshole bosses. You never have to deal with those fucking asshole bosses in your life. Imagine that. That dickhead you had to ask for vacation time.
Yeah.
You never have to ask him again. Yeah. Ever. My wife doesn't have to ask anybody for vacation time. When she wants to go on vacation, we go on vacation. I mean, of course, again, there's blowjobs involved, but still, we're married, so it's appropriate. But you don't have to do it for your boss.
I mean, I hope you're not doing it for your boss.
No. Well, I'm the
but
boss,
so. Okay, but let me finish what I was saying. I was saying, guys, I love you. I appreciate you being on here. There's a lot to my story that you don't know about. One day I'm going to tell all of you guys because
you're gonna tell us all
I know it. What was that?
I said you're going to tell us all of your secrets.
I will. I'm not there yet. I'm learning to be an open book because I think it's healing for me. And I think it's healing for others. I'm not there now. I think that in this world, everything is scary and dangerous. Open your eyes. Open them up wide. Don't settle for, oh, he's wonderful, has money. What are your values? What do you want out of life? And with this person, am I going to complete that? And
don't pay any attention to what they're saying. Pay attention to what they're doing.
That's true.
No, I agree because my kid. Go ahead.
I mean, as far as like, well, so men can tell you, and women too, can tell you just about anything, but actions always speak louder than words.
I would tell a guy or girl, I would say, all right, that sounds good. Sounds good. You're saying the right words. Here's what I need in the next week, 2 weeks, 4 weeks, 5 weeks, 8 weeks, 12 weeks. Here's what I need to feel that this is a real commitment.
Mm-hmm.
And whatever those things are, actual milestones that have to be demonstrated, right? I want to meet your parents. I want to meet your brother. I want to live together. I want to, whatever. I don't care what they are.
What if my parents are dead? And my grandparents are dead. What if you have nothing to compare to?
Oh my God.
Then you're going to
you can go to bed, LadyLaw, but I'm being serious. Both my parents are dead.
Take them to the cemetery. It's fine.
What's your ability to create fake parents?
I won't do that. That's a lie.
Well, I don't know why not. That would be very creative. That would indicate to me a certain commitment to the relationship.
Bronco, would you stand in as Sally's fake dad?
Oh my God, I'd be awful.
My dad died at 50, and Bronca, are you older than 50, right?
I'd show up with the shotgun.
It'd be my
Bronca,
dad.
are you
did.
older than 50 right now? in
Am
this
I older
current
than
moment?
50? I'm almost 60. Yeah, I'm
My
way
dad
past
died at 50. My dad died
Okay.
at 50.
Okay, so
Oh, I'm
listen.
I'm
sorry.
just
I'm
saying.
sorry. I'm not sure where we're at right
Don't be
now, but
sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm
Don't
sorry to
mind me.
hear. I
You
did not
are.
kill your
No.
father.
Sally,
I
Sally,
Go
listen.
ahead.
So Bronca will stand in as your dad in this role playing
No, please
exercise.
don't.
But we're gonna need to live stream it. Oops. We're gonna need to live stream it.
Okay.
So whoever you need to meet your dad, just let Bronca know.
I had a dream my dad died the night he died.
I
And
can't do
Bronca,
any of
don't.
that. I'm sorry.
You're fine.
I'm sorry.
Bronca, you're fine. No,
You-
I will
you-
never do that to you. That
You
is
people
not
don't
right.
understand. You're seeing
No.
the most cleansed version of me that actually exists. So you
That
have
doesn't
no
exist.
idea. You have no idea what kind of man I actually am. So
Okay,
no.
I have to end this shit.
Well, my dad actually like chased my first husband with a gun. So I feel
Yeah.
like
So what happened?
It-
Did you marry him?
well, he got me
Yeah.
pregnant. So that's why my dad was chasing me
Yeah.
with the shotgun.
Right.
So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. So
Yeah.
Okay, guys, I love you.
was your dad right?
I'm gonna end this. No,
was
stop. LadyLaw, Bronca, I love you. We're ending on a positive note. Bronca, my dad died at 50, and I loved him, but he was a piece of shit. LadyLaw, I love you. Your dad was a piece of shit too.
no, he was not. My dad was
I'm
absolutely
kidding.
shit.
I'm kidding.
Take it back right
Joe.
now.
I will take it back. I'm saying that.
There was no fighting until the end of the
Guys,
stream.
you know what? I'm saying thanks for being here. It's my birthday. I made $100 and it's my first like big long ass stream.
Anyway,
I'm drunk.
LadyLaw, thank you for being so patient with me. I know
No.
I could be kind of hard to swallow.
Bronca, shut
Sorry.
the fuck
That's
up
what I
so I
heard.
can say goodbye. Bronca, shut up. I love you because I love your truth.
Oh,
And I
Sally.
love LadyLaw because she is not a catty ass bitch that wants to tear
I-
people down.
I mean,
That's why I love her.
Yes, bitch. But
Not to me. You do
Okay,
to me, you're done.
but
Go ahead.
Oh,
Go
okay.
ahead.
I didn't. Okay, I did not mean hard to swallow that way, you bastards in the comments.
Shut
Sorry.
up. I'm going to bed and I like neglected chat and I'm drunk. I got up extra early for Steve Gosney because he was selling a book and it was very important. And I
you
wanted
also
him to be
stream tomorrow,
successful.
Sally. You also stream tomorrow,
No.
Dylan.
Fuck that. I'm sleeping in. They will have to just suck it up. And I will message them tonight. I'm tired. I'm old and I have a never mind. I'm shutting
You
up.
need to learn. You
Um,
need to learn what your cutoff is.
It was 7 hours ago before I
However
started.
many drinks ago? Yeah.
That was 7 hours ago.
Oh,
I'm
All right,
kidding.
ladies. I'm gonna save you from yourselves.
no, I'm gonna say
Sally.
goodbye.
Thank you for having me. Happy birthday, lady.
Don't go to bed, Bronca.
wonderful-
Can I say goodnight, please?
Don't go to bed.
I want to say goodnight. No, me too. I was saying
let her
goodnight.
say goodnight.
I want to
Okay.
say goodnight. Thank you for speaking truth. Truth. LadyLaw.
Veronica looks scared.
Bronca, thank you for being here. And truth is hard for people to hear. And I
It's
appreciate you
definitely
speaking
hard.
truth.
No question about that.
No, but I know. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. LadyLaw, go to bed, Bronca. But there's no judgment. I don't give a shit what you say because there's a norm and there's the outlier, right? Always speak truth to power. And those who will listen will listen. Those who don't, well, they deserve what they get. So tell your wife, I haven't met her, but I wish I did because I think she's amazing.
You haven't met Emily?
The next
No,
meetup,
she
I
was
think we'll have to do that.
Well,
she
that
was
is,
gone.
go.
She doesn't come on the live streams a lot, but she's always at the live
Right.
events. So next time
She
there's a
wasn't
live
there
event-
with in January. She was back at the hotel, and I'm not going to say this on stream for just 1 second. I made sure you and what's his name with the big
Drex?
head? And no, he's too different colored.
What?
Shut up, LadyLaw. It was the big
No,
head guy.
I was hanging out
You
with
know who I'm
like
talking
a
about. I'm
6
not gonna
foot
say it out loud.
a 6'7" black guy, and Drex.
No, not Drex. I'm
Huge.
talking about. I gave him a ride to the hotel. I made sure that Drex, or not Drex. Oh my God, Andrew. I babysat your ass, and I babysat. He's from Texas. He moved from Texas
Oh,
from.
you're talking about uncivil, right?
Yes, yes. He came. I took him.
He's the only
to
one I
where
can
we're
think of
going.
in Texas.
Yes, that was him.
Yeah,
Anyway, I'm saying I love you guys.
I'm sure he loves
Bronca,
it, but he has a big head.
do not.
Well, I mean, some
Hopefully
girls
he
like that.
never watches. I will delete the stream. Hopefully he never. But
Like all the
anybody,
girls hate a big head. It's news to me.
that's truth. It's truth. Truth to power. Always be honest. And if you don't like it, then too bad. That sucks. Life is hard. LadyLaw, shut up. Bronca, I love you. Go to bed. And you're amazing. You're amazing. I'm gonna say goodnight to LadyLaw.
All right.
LadyLaw.
Happy birthday,
Bronca.
LadyLaw. Very nice meeting you. Good
It's
luck.
my
Good luck. I hope we
birthday!
meet again soon. Take
We
care.
will. Bye.
Okay.
You
I'm gonna say
can't
goodnight.
say, you cannot say that people are too different colored.
Well, I don't know what I can say. I'm not monetized, so I don't give a shit. But I'm just saying that, like he said Drex. What am I supposed to say?
No, the guy I'm thinking of is a white guy from Texas with a big head. I don't know anything that he's too
know.
different colored. Like, what the
But
hell?
you know who I'm talking about, right? If you know, you know.
Yeah, I knew who you were talking about only because you said he was from Texas, and the only one I could think of that was from Texas.
But you know, so
Big
you know. Go ahead. I'm shutting up. Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm shutting up.
Just vacuum that part back up. Hey, I think we might be the first people to stream females with Bronca with no arguments.
Without fighting?
Yeah, fist bump.
I love you. And it's like, I don't care because to me it's about truth. Does that make sense?
I mean, I always tell the truth. Like,
me as well.
why not?
But some people get offended, right? Because they can't handle the truth.
MG Law just popped in the chat. He said, good
Oh
job.
my gosh. Thank you, MJ Law. For me, truth is hard. Truth hurts. At the same time, it's like women need to learn this now because it matters. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I also think our young women need to learn not to share all of their goodies on the internet. And, you know, just like, and don't give away your goodies, like, just to anybody.
You give it away one time. One time. It's
hooked.
yours until you give it away.
Yeah. And then you're hooked.
Okay, I'm like, it's my birthday.
We ignored the chat the whole night. Sorry, chat.
Chat, I'm going to tell you right now. I'm going to tell you that I'm going to go through. I will look at chat and I will go through and I will highlight. Oh my gosh.
So you're not streaming with Dylan tomorrow?
Well, I didn't tell him, but it's my birthday. My birthday is tomorrow.
What time? What time was what time's the stream supposed to start?
Really early.
Like 9?
I think it's 9 my time. It's really early.
So it's
but it's
my time.
What was that?
So it's 10 my time.
Are you central?
Yeah.
Okay, yes, 10 your time. So anyway, I haven't messaged him yet, but I've been on every single show.
He popped into the chat earlier.
I saw that. I love it, but I'm saying that normally, yes, I was going to message. I can't talk. Oh my gosh, I'm so embarrassed. I was going to message him, and I haven't yet because I've been here. I streamed since 7 a.m. my time, which I thought was 9 a.m. my time with Gosney.
if my back isn't on fire, I'll hop on with him and fill in your spot.
Please do, because I love it's a great story, but anyway.
Also, everybody in
Shutting-
your chat needs to go follow me on YouTube.
Follow LadyLaw. I'm sorry if people don't know me. I have a hard I have a hard time with females because I believe in people being successful and owning their own power.
I think it's
I'm
more,
not gonna.
I think it's more
Go ahead.
sometimes because I have the same problem. I think sometimes people just don't know how to take me, men and women alike, right? Because I'm just sarcastic
Yes.
and outspoken, and I know sometimes I seem kind of reserved on stream, but if a lot of people are talking, I just don't want to step all over people. So I just sit back and listen.
But it's more than that. It's more about that I have had one best friend since I was 20. I'm 45, 25 years, because she's not going to hurt me. She's not going to shame me. She's not going to guilt me. And she's not going to make me feel bad.
Oh, if you're being stupid, I'm totally going to tell you you're being stupid. But I feel like
Well, I
that's
am, but I'm saying
honesty.
you're the only female that I connect with that I don't feel like will hurt me. And you can be stupid all you want.
Oh,
Just say it.
I don't want to be stupid.
You can.
Be honest. You're like, bitch, you're being stupid. Like,
Oh my God, guys. I'm gonna end this stream because I'm too drunk. Now I'm nonsensical, but I love LadyLaw. Follow her. Go follow her. And tomorrow, if I don't wake up in time for the stream, I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. But
and then tomorrow, go check out the alternate corner.
Alternate corner.
Yeah. And hey, while you're at it, go follow my brother's weather chasing stream.
What is his weather chasing stream?
Southern Plains Photography. So
shit, I love that shit.
He's not streaming right now because it's wintertime, but come springtime, he'll be doing the tornado chasing and all that good stuff. And he also has a website, southernplainsphotography.com. You can go check out his photography and make some purchases. Do those things.
Thank you for being here. I know your back has been hurting, and I just want to say thank you.
No,
I didn't want to be the only girl.
My muscle relaxer kicked in, I guess. It's not too
I
bad.
appreciate it. I do appreciate it, and I will never, ever be that catty whore. Just saying. Life is too special. Life is too special. Tell me first. Let me correct it. Then whatever. I don't care. Make sense?
Right. Yep. Go to sleep,
Okay.
Sally.
I know. I'm wasted. I'm ending it.
Wait. I can't ever do it. How do they do it?
Oh, yes, you can. You can. It's like this. Like that. Oh my gosh, I'm so. Oh my gosh, I don't do this on stream. I'm leaving right this very second. Oh my.
Before on stream.